Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV and your open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. It is awesome. Many things are happening. Of course, today was double Manifesto launch, and it looks like this man, Wajahkoya, is something else. He steals the show from DP Ruto'S big day of Manifesto launch. If you followed that closely online, you would notice that there were more watching the one for Wajahkoya compared to the ones for the Deputy President William Ruto. All in all, we will have time to look keenly on each of the manifesto launched today and previously, comparing and contrasting so that we know who has the best interest of this great country and who can help us from where we are to where we ought to be. And of course, AZIMIO La Umoja, led by their presidential candidate and their running mate, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua were in KISII and MIGORI. We had instances there, but everything worked out according to plan, and we are looking forward to look into that keenly. Another new development is that ANC loses support from North Rift, and there is defections from UDA to Kenya to AZIMIO. What is happening with Kenya Kwanza? We need to look at we need to look into that keenly and be able to dissect and be able to tell exactly what would be cooking. And of course, it's 39 days to the D-Day when mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwakani huu. Karibu kila mmoja. Tunashukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi na tunawaomba tu, ukitupata tafadhali karibisha mtu wawili, watatu, wanne, watano, 6, 10 wajiunge na show hii ambayo inakwenda kukumakinisha aswa katika masuala ya kisiasa. So kama unataka kuelewa siasa ya Kenya, mrengo upi ambao unabobea na kwa nini, bas tegea papo hapo. And then you want also to encourage you to know that Mtembei TV is unique in such a way that you can hook on it from anywhere on earth. As long as you can connect on the internet, you are able to get Mtembei TV. So don't just invite the locals, invite the diaspora, everybody who has anything to do with the nation called Kenya. He needs to be part of this great show. So karibuni sana. The link to use to get in the studio is now shared in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio and be here. Just also beware that we are only adding people on the screen who have their camera on and their audio well configured. If you come here behind the curtain, wewe itakuwa ngumu kuongezwa, haitawezekana. Let me just warn you mapema. Karibu kila mmoja. Kevin White, karibu kwa show. Martin Mark, karibu sana. Sera Serange, asante sana, karibu. Kuna nani huyu? Miriam M, you're welcome. Hello to you, thank you so much. George Olwoj, Samuel Juma, Kevin White, tunakusalimia. Eriko Ogire, karibu sana. Tatu Juma, you're welcome. Anna Kanini, you're welcome. Kuna Jared Joram Wangira, the link is in the comment section. Click on it, you will soon be here. Konje Matire, you're welcome. Kavoi Pato, you're welcome. Nani mwingine? Kevin Otieno, Wajahkoya. What happened to Wajahkoya? Okay, Silas Dalut, you're welcome. Kuna nani huyu? Benito Simpo, you're welcome. Bill H, you're welcome. William Mreithi, you're welcome. Jeff Nato, you're welcome. Kuna Sam Sam, karibu kwa show. Abraham Wepuhulu, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Anen MC Fad Matt, I tell you, kuna majina huku nje. Eva Chantel, you're welcome. Michael Kitui, you are most welcome to the show. We're excited to have you today. Thank you so much, everyone that is joining us. We continue to urge you, please make sure you invite somebody to join in the discourse. There is a lot to look at tonight and be able to stay on the cutting edge as far as understanding Kenyan politics is concerned. This is your show. Make sure you're not left out. Mtembei TV is here to facilitate every Kenyan to air what they feel and think about our politics. And so everybody around the world is most welcome. We want you to share that link with everybody in your life. Share in Facebook groups, share in WhatsApp groups, share with everybody you know and don't know, so that they can all come and learn what they must learn in order to know what they must know and be armed and dangerous come 9th August 2022. Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Tunaanza na Stephen mwenyewe. Vipi Stephen?
Poa sana Bernard. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Good evening to my fellow panelists in the studio. How are you? Okay, Bernard. First, I want to start. I want to start by condemning the incidents that happened in KISII today. Yes, I'm shocked to realize
just one
that.
Moment, Stephen. Just one moment. One moment, please. Alego K Junior, your device is not well connected, so we can't add you to the studio. Please make sure that you configure, you allow StreamYard to configure it for you. If you select whatever you want to be seen and what not to be seen, you may not succeed in doing that. So please, when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. Don't restrict the app that we are using to broadcast. So Alego K Junior, you can't be added. Please restart your phone and click on the link and be able to follow the instructions as asked. Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying I want to condemn the incidents that happened in KISII today. And I just checked on my social media 10 minutes ago, and I saw a report by the spokesman of police, Shosho, that it was a constable who was involved, a police constable who was involved. So this is not acceptable at this time of this hour. We are heading to elections. The police should not take sides. They should never do these things they are trying to bring to our country. I think the government should crack the whip. The guys who are involved should be shamed, should be arrested, prosecuted, and charged. What happened is not acceptable. Anything now that happens against any candidate can either cancel the elections or can spark animosity in our country. So let's condemn the incidences that will happen in all sides. We need a peaceful country. We need a peaceful election. Okay, Bernard, let me start by the Wajahkoya issue. I'm always on this assumption that Wajahkoya is under somebody's control. I think somebody is trying hard to bring this guy to the scene. Because going by Wajahkoya's history, he's a learned guy, but I don't think he has the money to do all these things. There's somebody behind him. There are people who are behind him. They're trying to finance him. They're trying to cause rift. They're trying to eat into votes. So hii si mchezo Bernard, si mchezo. Hizi vitu wanaongea, by the way, if you take time and try to look at them, they're not even exciting, but they're just things to cause confusion. So I won't talk about him because I don't smoke bang. I will never advocate for people who smoke bang. I won't talk about that. But let me talk about ANC losing supporters in North Rift. I think it's not only North Rift. They are losing supporters all over because now they are realizing that Mudavadi alienda tu na tumbo yake na mashavu yake kubwa, but he's there alone. Hakuna mtu alimfuata huko. So I think they are coming to a realization that it's high time these people should cross to the right side of history, because this election is gone. This election is won by AZIMIO. So if you are not going to be on that side, you are going to be lost for the next 5 years. Alafu mambo itakuwa mengine. You know, politicians fear being in the cold. So people are making the right choices, because, you know, if you are in the government of the day, there are many opportunities there. There are many appointments there. So I think they are making the right decision going forward. Lastly, I want to talk about the days to elections. I have a question, Bernard. I just got an update also that Sakaja CUE has revoked for the second time the Sakaja degree. And the other thing, it's about Malala, the case pending. You know, he has not been gazetted. He was cleared, but he has not been gazetted. What is going to happen? You know, the days are going. You see, the days are moving. We need these things to end so that the IBC can print the ballots. We don't have any other delays going forward. So I think somebody who has the idea of what will happen to shed light on that. Thanks, Bernard. I'll be back. Nico.
Okay, asante sana Steven kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Tunasonga mbele. Kama unajibu kwa swali la Steven, tumia muda wa utangulizi wako kujibu. Cha muhimu ni kwamba kama uko disqualified, uko disqualified. Kuna watu ambao walipigwa kura wakiwa kaburini wengine wakapigiwa wakiwa korokoroni, so you can be degazetted and even be struck from the list of candidates, but your followers may still vote for you. Let's see how that plays out, but the law is the law and it applies fairly or unfairly depending on your interpretation. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
How are you Bernard?
I'm well, thank you.
Ndugu yangu Steve, Mama Selina, Jackson and everybody, habari ya leo. Bernard, let me just start by also condemning this incident that happened in KISII where Martha Karua was attending the AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya rally. You know, the first thing that we need to condemn is this unnecessary rivalry between Governor Ongwae and Simba Arati. Governor Ongwae is a retiring governor, and Simba Arati is a guy who is coming in to try and succeed him. So, you know, I don't know where they really connect. You know, why should there be a rivalry between somebody who is going home and somebody who is aspiring to become governor? And again, this issue of this policeman, I don't know whether he was a policeman on general duty, because the general duty policemen are those who are deployed specifically for securing that particular event, or whether he was a bodyguard, because there are talk that he could have been a bodyguard to one of the politicians. And if he was a bodyguard to one of the politicians, then I would be keen to understand under whose command did he decide to throw a tear gas, you know, because police always, especially where there is what we call crowd management. You know, they work strictly under command. Even for you to throw a tear gas, there must be a command that now throw tear gas. You don't just do it by your own self. So it will be interesting to know under whose command he was throwing the tear gas, because I understand he's already in police custody. And let us wait and see how it will play out. But, you know, if he just misbehaved, then, you know, those are not the type of people that we should have around as members of our National Police Service. Bernard, I returned this evening from my kutafuta. Then I went to sleep kidogo. Then my son has just woken me up kuniambia kwamba William Samoei Ruto was watching a Manifesto. So I came in to try and listen to what he was talking about. And you know, it is just the normal flat talk from William Ruto, not exciting at all. But you know, because I'm one person who is keen on details, I managed to pick one or two or three things from what William Ruto talked about, and I'll highlight them and try to critique them. For example, William Samoei Ruto talks of, building 250,000 houses a year. 250,000 houses a year. That is what William Ruto is promising us, which means he's telling us that if he's elected by the end of his first term, he'll have built 1 million houses in this country. Bernard, you know, this is the same talk that we had within what we call the four big agenda, where we were also promised the same thing. And at the end of the day, we know that they delivered nothing on it. And what also makes me wonder, what types of economics William Samoei Ruto is doing. If he tells us that you'll pay a mortgage of 10,000 shillings and less, how, Bernard? We know the cost of housing in this country, especially in the cities. And if especially when you factor what we call the cost of land, the cost of land in this country, especially in urban areas, is not something to play around with. So if you factor in the cost of land, and you factor in the cost of constructing a house there, and you are telling people that they are going to pay a mortgage of 10,000 shillings and less, are they going to spend 30, 40 years paying mortgage, Bernard? I know people who are paying mortgage of 30,000 and above, and are spending like 15 years paying mortgage for a house that goes for around 7, 8 million shillings. So if you are telling us that you are going to come up with an affordable mortgage of 10,000 shillings and below, then I want to know the magic. I want to know the miracle William Samoei Ruto will use to arrive at such, a concept. It looks very attractive, but to some of us who have done this calculation ya kujenga manyumba, it's not practical. It is not practical at all, especially if you are talking of paying a house that has been built in form of mortgage. Ask anybody who has built a flat in this city of, let us say, a cost of 20 million and above, the flat 20 million or 30 million. How many years does it take to recover his 20 or 30 million? He'll tell you it's around 15 to 20 years. So what is William Ruto telling us? Is he telling us that you people are going to spend 50 years paying back mortgage if the rate of the payment will be 10,000 shillings and below? I want other economics also, other economists also to help me understand what he means by that. The other area that I also listened to William Ruto is he has promised that he will implement the gender equality problem that we have been facing in the next 6 months. Bernard, we have had that problem, and it's the reason why the former Chief Justice Maraga proposed that Parliament be dissolved, because it had become impossible to implement. And we have discovered that the only way that such a quagmire that we have in the constitution can be rectified is through a constitutional amendment. So I would like to know how he is planning to implement this particular issue of the gender equity when we are already going to parliament, and when we are already going to elections, and they know that the dominant people who are going for these elections are male. Up to 65 or 75% of them are male. So I would be keen to know how he's planning to implement that. Thirdly, he's talking that he's going to give an independent budget to the Police Service Commission. An independent budget to the Police Service Commission to do what? Because, if you look at the Kenyan Constitution, and it's a document that is always beside me, and I like referring to it every time, the National Police Service Commission has only three roles of confirming appointments, determining promotions, and transfers within the National Police Service. So, if there's anybody perhaps who needs an independent budget, is the Inspector General of Police, who enjoys the independent command of the National Police Service, not the National Police Service Commission. When I listened to him, I asked myself that William Samoei Ruto understand the 2010 Constitution. Then, he's talking about adequate, affordable working capital for farmers. I don't know how he's going to ensure that one is arrived at. Then he's talking of ensuring that every person who does an agricultural activity on his farm will at least get a minimum of 50,000 shillings per acre. I don't know how he's going to ensure that one is attained. That's a few things that I got from William Ruto, because I woke up late when just my son woke me up to tell me that William Samoei Ruto was giving out his manifesto. That's the list I afforded to pick up. But I like this guy Wajahkoya, Bernard. I like, apart from this issue of talking about legalizing bangi, but he's also talking about a lot of sense. He has talked about legalizing bangi, and he has his reasons, because he's claiming that if we allow bangi in this country to be grown commercially, for example, in a county like Nyeri only, then if we were to do it, for example, in a county like Nyeri only, then our capital, the GDP of Nyeri will surpass the GDP of a country like Ethiopia. Those are some of his reasoning. Then he was talking about snake farming, the export of meat dog. Then he also talked of suspending provisions of the constitution that are not implementable. And perhaps I would agree with him that there are provisions of this constitution that are not implementable, like the gender equity provision. We know that it has been impossible to implement. So perhaps we need to reconsider that idea by Wajahkoya. Then he talked about shutting down the SGR. But then he came up with a proposal of 4 working days in a week. Then what really made me happy about his proposal was this issue of moving the capital of Kenya from Nairobi to Isiolo. For a long time, this has been the talk of town, that we need to move this capital city from Nairobi, where we are now congested, and move it to Isiolo. It's not just talking from hot air. This has been talk in town for a long, long time. And one of the reasons why John Pombe Magufuli is celebrated as president of the United Republic of Tanzania is that he managed to actualize that dream of moving the capital of Tanzania from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. Even when there were not enough infrastructure in Dodoma, he said, no, we must move. And he moved parliament, he moved the national government offices from Dar es Salaam.
Safari bwana Wangira, inaonekana mitambo imekataa, lakini ujumbe wako nafikiria umefika. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi. Tutazidi kujadiliana kwa kina ili kila Mkenya amakinike. Thank you those of you who are inviting people to join into the discourse. Please don't watch alone. Make sure that you are inviting. And if you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do. If you have not followed our page and our profile on Facebook, please do, so that you will always be notified every time we come up on our different shows. So we will go to Mama Selina first before we come back to Joshua. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa sana Penat. Even though we are not happy with kwa ile mambo imefanyika Kisii, but what do we say? Mambo inaendelea kwa sababu that is not the end of the day or the end of the road mpaka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Penat, sitaki kuongea ya watu ya Pangi, hata sikukuwa na time ya kuona. Sitaki kuona kulifanyika uongo gani Kasarani. That is their own. In 39 days, Penat, I'm not going to see anything from Kenya Kwisha, watu yenyu ya Pangi. Nataka kuconcentrate kwa mambo yetu ya AZIMIO, viongozi yangu wawili, mama na baba. Na nitaongea kuhusu mambo ya Kisii, vile walianza vizuri, na tungeomba mahali Bernard alienda. Kama alienda Lukiso, tunaomba Alex Saruti hapa. Hiyo mambo Alex ametuambia mara mingi. Lakini kuna swali moja na inanishinda Bernard. Nimeona all governors wale wamemaliza 10 years, na hata wale governors wanataka kurudi the second time. Huyu Ongwae anarudi anatoa statement kutuambia pole, anasema mambo ya baba Kisii ni AZIMIO. Penat, huyu mtu lazima tuambiwe ukweli yake ni nini. Kama yeye anataka kusimama kuwa governor, we need to know that. Kwa sababu yeye alikuwa pale, tulikuwa tumesikia jana, mkutano ya Kisii itakuwa inaongozwa na Ongwae, na pia Simba Arati akawekwa ndani kama kiongozi, kama governor incoming. Nataka tuulize, kwa sababu hiyo ni aibu ya Kisii. Na kwanza, mkutano wananchi walikuwa watulivu. Lazima tutafautishe hii mambo penalty. Hata unakumbuka nilikupigia simu because wakati niliona I was so worried. Ni ikapiti mpaka nimetext mother na muuliza kama wako safe, akaniambia ni tear gas. But wa Kisii for the first time wamefanya aibu. Na ninashukuru kuna mse moja he was so Peter, si mse ni mtu ya rika kama 50 ama 45. He was so Peter na alisema tunataka kujua because penalty mkutano ilienda vizuri, mahali walienda, na kama kuna tear gas ama haikukuwa furuku, tuliona watu ya Simba Arati wakiingia, tukaona watu wengine walikuwa kiwanja, asani kina mama. Na shangaa wanaume wa siku hizi, you men of this age, samani walikuwa nasema ukiona mahali wa mama iko na watoto ilikuwa ni kitu inaheshimika sana, kwa sababu wakati mtapigana kina mama hawana nguvu ya kujitetea. Ongwae, we had our incoming first lady. We had the incoming governor of Migori. No, Gladys Wanga. Oh, wow. Then we have our deputy president. We have Sabina Cheke. We had all those women, mothers of Kenya, the leaders of Kenya. Nataka kuuliza huyo msee Ongwae, it's not a young boy. At least Arati ni vijana hii tunajaribu kuwaongelesha, but an old man like Ongwae, how could things go out of hands? Na yeye iko na anarudi kutuambia baba ako na watu ya kufanya nini? Kitu anarudi anasema kuna watu ya kaunti wako hospitali, anatuambia kuna vijana sijui wamefanyiwa nini. What is the excuse for? Na kama kulikuwa na msoso, Martha Karua wakati alisimama kwa podium, yeye ndiye alikuwa napigana ama alitaka kuongea? Kama ni penalty, hii watu wanafanya Kenya ni stupid. Kama kulikuwa na msoso, tear gas ingetupwa kwa wananchi. But how can somebody anatupa tear gas wakati mama anataka kuongea kwa dais? Nani alikuwa anapigana na nani kwa hiyo dais? Ndiye aseme ama maisha ya nani ilikuwa in danger, ndiye alikuwa anajaribu kuokoa. Tusiambiwa ameshikwa na polisi, tusiambiwa sijui imefanyika nini. Saa hii naona mali ingine watu wanasema ilikuwa ni askari ya Arati. Baadaye tulikuwa tunaambiwa ni bodyguard ya, tukisikia na watu ya wenye walikuwa naongea live, tulikuwa tunasikia na asante kwa wananchi. I'm not inciting anybody. Najaribu wananchi amunge muachilia, lakini at least hiyo mateke kidogo alipata haikutosha. Hiyo ni mtu angestahili kunyongwa na uwawe vile alitaka kuua. That was not good. Leo mambo ingekuwa mbaya tena.
Mama Selina, take it easy please.
No, but Bernard,
keep it civil. Thank you.
Kama kitu ingefanyika kwa first lady incoming, kama kitu ingefanyika kwa Martha Karua, can I come back here wakati tulisikia kuna watu wanapanga ndio election ikiwe postponed, one of the candidates wanataka kufanya nini? We cannot come down Pena. Those are women. Kama wanaume wangepigana ngumi wanaume kwa wanaume, tungekuwa na kitu ya kusema. Lakini kama Kenya wanaume wanachukua vita kwa wamama, how do we come down? Yes, kuna Mungu. All of us we believe in God. Hata mimi Mama Selina najua kuna Mungu aliye pinguni ndiye anashika uhai wetu. But that was wrong. Kama vile alitupa tear gas, pati mbaya iwe alitoa risasi. Kenya tungesema nini sahi? Jamii ya Kisii. Alafu Ongwae anatuambia ati after all baba anajua Kisii ni AZIMIO. How do we even now believe that AZIMIO ya Kisii? How? Well, Penat, today, 39 days to election. Now, Baba, because ataruti hiyo Kisii, what will happen? Kwa sababu Ongeri anataka kwenda mpaka Kamba. Simba Arati anaenda mpaka Kamba. Huyo mwingine anaitwa Opure. And these are the old men wamekula nchi. Wamekula na kukula saidi wanataka kudefend. Tunataka Alex akuja hapa. Mahali amechificha atoke, atuambie. We could be happy kujua what is going on in KISII. 43 Kenyans. Inaitwa nini? Kabila 40 na sijui ngapi leo Kisii ingejua wachui. Do you think wangeua alafu what will have happened? Nikimalizia, kuna wamama ya Rift Valley. I want to thank Sally Koske. Na wamama wametoka Nandi. That is my hometown, my home county. Nataka kushukuru the women of Nandi. Wametoka wanasema wako chini ya mama. I'm still proud of the constituency of the women of Kenya. That constituency imetupatia ya kwamba hakuna kwenye kwisha, hakuna sijui nini. We have the constituency of women. And thank you so much for coming out na kuonyesha Kenyans that us as women, we have our own constituency called the Women of Kenya. Nikiolewa na Muluya, siwezi saa Mukale, I will saa Muluya. Ukiolewa na Mukikuyu, you cannot saa Mujaluo, unasaa Mukikuyu. That is why that constituency of women hatuna ukabila. Kabila yetu ni ile kitu tumeweka kwa tumbo yetu na hiyo ndiye tunawasalia. Siwezi olewa na Muhindi na nikuje nisae Mwafrika, nitamsalia Muhindi. Siwezi olewa na Kikuyu niruti nisae Mjaluo, nitasaa Mkikuyu. Wanaume ya Kenya, be careful na wamama. Sisi constituency ya kina mama, tumbo yetu haina ukabila. Na mama peke yake ndiye anajua baba ya mtoto. Munataka kutuulia wa mama, ndiye mkue nini? What will happen? Simba Arati, you are a young man. Uko na watoto wadogo. The KISII people wamekupenda. Na tungetaka wakupatie kura. But baba, you are our son. You are the young man. Tunakutegemea. Wacha hii aiyena wamekula Kenya mpaka wamemaliza, wana pretend kusema wako na baba. And if you, again our son, umefanya hiyo makosa, uchue umekosea wa mama yako. Najua mama ya Ongeri may not be there. I think hata hizo ingine wamewacha, hawana, walienda pinguni. Nje sahi wanataka kutumalisia wa mama. They want us to be orphans. Mwanaume yeyote anatoa pimbo kuelekeza wa mama. Penat, I'm really sorry, but we have to say this kama kina mama. Munataka watoto wetu wakue orphans. Munataka mabwana ya wamama, mabwana wakose mapipi. Hiyo kiwanja niliona majority ya siasa ya Kenya this time round ni wamama wamejaa kwa kiwanja. Atuku kwa tunakuja siasa yenu, but today we are there because we have one of our own constituency inaita kina mama, and that is why women are out there in large numbers. Shame on you, Ongwae, pretending to be babas, whatever. We are really mad today as women. Na kama wewe Ong'wai, vile tumeambiwa na Wakisii, mchana huko ODM na usiku huko kwa sijui inaitwa nini UTM Kenya kwisha. It is real 39 days. Either you call ama wachana na baba na watu ya Kisii. Msikuja kutuambia Wajahkoya amesema nini. Msikuja kutuambia Ruto amelonja kalon nini. Today is not a day of those stupid things. It is a day, it is a sad day, a sad night in Kenya. Tukute watu hapa wanakuja kutuambia nyang'ang'anga wakafanya nini? Kama dunia ingeisha leo, kama kina mama leo tungefanya nini? Papa Moi ile mnamudharau aliambia nyinyi siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Papa Moi aliwaambia wanaume mkipigana wamama wako wapi? Hiyo dayas, we hate women. Na walikuwa wamechaa kwa kiwanja, tulikuwa na wamama. Mnarushia wamama viti. Na jioni mnangojea hiyo wamama mkuje wawapikie chakula. Na kufanyisha kazi ingine ya uchinga usiku. Wanaume, shame on you. Wote wanaume ya Kenya, shame on you. Hakuna mtu.
Mama Selina, no, don't go there, please. Don't go there, please. Don't go there, please. A few people made the blunder. You can't blanket condemn everybody. It's not every man that was in the meeting, and it's not
then
every
we
man
want
in the
men
meeting.
to condemn them.
No.
Tunataka wanaume wa condemn.
Thank you. We can condemn the instant and find a solution to it. Please, Mama, mind your language. This is a public platform, and we need everybody to have a way of understanding what is happening. It doesn't matter how many times we call off or we even pass judgment on this platform. Nobody will be arrested because Mtembei TV has passed a resolution that all the people in KISII be arrested. We are not an authority to do that. Let the people charged with that responsibility do the investigation, bring to book everybody that participated in it. But if we turn this into a men versus women contest, it's going to create more problems that we are not ready to deal with right now. Please, I know it is a shameful thing. Number one, it should not have taken place. But politics has its own things. It's dynamic. At times, things get out of hand. Let us also anticipate that and be able to manage it. But if we fire it the way we are doing, I don't think we will manage to go far. It is 39 days. We will know who is who where. People will pretend to be what they are not for political expedience. But that does not mean that it is not the KISII community that is on this matter. There are just a few spoiled people or few misguided people that are about doing the evil. Let us deal with them without condemning the entire community or the entire group of people. That is my stand, please. And let us also apply some self-control. It's important. If we let everything fire up, we spoil. You don't set your house on fire because it has rats. Find rat, kill the rats, spare the house. Setting the whole house on fire because of rats, it is you going to be homeless. The rats will run to the neighbor and continue with their lives. So let's please manage the situation, manage the crisis, but not create more from the same. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize nani tukisonga mbele. Where's Wangira? Wangira, you are to make conclusion. Please make your conclusion quickly as we move forward. Thank you.
Oh, my internet misbehaved, but I think I dealt on almost everything. I was just on the last 2 points where I say that, I admire Wajahkoya's proposal that we should move our capital from Nairobi to perhaps Isiolo. You know, because seeing Nairobi the way it is today, Nairobi has become congested, and you know we should just bite the bullet the way I told you John Pombe Magufuli did by moving the capital from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. And finally, you know, he was proposing that we create 8 federal states. And you know, the issue of the federal state was part of our independent constitution before 1963. I remember those early times, we even had 8 regional parliaments. Those people who can go into our history, they'll discover that we had our 8 regional parliaments for each region until I think 1964 when it was disbanded. So Wajahkoya, as much as he could be high on some weed, you know, he seems to be making some sense in some of his proposals than William Samoei Ruto. That's all that I wanted to say, Bernard. Asante, because he has even promised Asante.
Wangira. So what informs the moving of the capital city to Isiolo? Wangira, did you die off? Because I thought Nairobi was made capital city because it's central. Anybody can access it from around the country. So when we move it further to Isiolo, are we centralizing, or we are making matters impossible? The purpose of devolution was to ensure that every region of this country is developed. So we don't need to move the capital city to develop Isiolo. Isiolo has a county. Do we have Isiolo County? I think so. I don't know. You can inform me, those of you that are familiar with the place. Yes, Mzee wa Kanisa.
Yeah. Isiolo is a county.
Isiolo is a county, yes.
Meru, Isiolo, Marsabit, Mandera, Moyale.
Okay, thank you. So the reason for devolution is to ensure that everywhere is developed, and they will make available resources as they put to use the resources on the ground to develop the place. And I passed there, it's not doing badly. They are doing very well. The roads are good. So everything is looking up. We just need good political will and committed people who are committed to a better Kenya. The problem we have had is that majority of the leaders we had were never committed to the betterment of Kenya. They were committed to how much they can use the power they have to amass things for themselves. But with the good leadership of people who have a heart for Kenya, committed to a better Kenya, we will move faster, and every Kenyan will be happy wherever they are, including those that are in the far end of this great country. They will enjoy the fruit of independence and the fruit of good governance. We need people who believe in a better Kenya as governors, especially as governors, because governors are the people who are letting down the 2010 constitution. Because the 2010 constitution envisioned that every place will develop at the same pace. That is why the money shared, there is an equalization fund. The most disadvantaged counties are given more. Those that are better off, that they had enjoyed some development, are given less. But the problem is, even the counties that are being given extra money are doing poor after 10 years of devolution. Now that is something that we need to look at keenly. Hii story ya nini, and mzee wa kanisa kwa hapa ndio alileta hii maneno. Hii story ya kuchukua mtu kwa sababu alienda ng'ambo, alikuwa anga sijui kwa kufanya nini, amerudi na degree, sasa mnamfanya governor na ana ajui Marsabit iko na mita ngapi, iko na shida gani, na kwa sababu tu ako na degree na ni mtoto sijui wa shangazi yenu, mnampatia kura. We need people who understand this country and who can make this country better. Sio hii story ya tunaambiwa some academic things that came back from wherever. I don't want to lose it. Naomba hivi, nataka tusonge mbele. Mundu wa nyumba, napatia wewe dakika moja kutusalimia.
Nimewasalimu. Hiyo ni 1 second. I will not take a minute. I wanted to chip in hiyo habari ya Isiolo. Isiolo is more central than Nairobi. And you remember even the capital of Kenya was Machakos. It was not Nairobi. Nairobi was just a mashe. So Isiolo is more central, and with the new developments that were to be there, even the pipeline that was diverted from Uganda through Tanzania, it was passed through the same route, and the road and all the infrastructure and the airport in Isiolo. So the Isiolo was part of the 2030. Yes, I took less than a minute. Thanks. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Let me comment. I hope although I'll talk later, I hope the comment by Mama Sele Cheb I was exclusive of that comment. I hope so. Sele Cheb, cool down.
Thank you, Mnduwa Nyumba. We will sort that out as we continue with the conversation. It's important that we keep everything in perspective. Umesema kwamba Isiolo is central, lakini hukunipatia geografia yake. Yeah, unaambia is central from where? if I'm leaving Kakamega to go to Isiolo, then from Kakamega to Nairobi, and then from Mombasa to Isiolo, and from let's say KISII to Isiolo, you will need to give me the geography to convince me otherwise. But with the little geography I have, I don't think so.
Of the existing system, Bwana Bernard, so you are already fixed with the existing system, road network and all that. But geography, I did geography up to Form 4. Isiolo is more central than Nairobi. Nairobi is on the lower side. I can't quote the latitude and longitude right now, but it's offside, kidogo. Isiolo is more central. Thank you.
Okay, let's not turn this one into geography class. Geography was not my favorite in the first place, so tuachie tu hapo. Tumsikilize nani huyu Levin, alafu tuende kwa Yufen. Levin vipi? Nelvin, sorry.
Nimewasalimu wote, habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Tuko salama huku, baridi tu. Ningependa kuomba msamaha kwa mama kwa niaba ya wanaume wote. Pole mama, hata sisi roho yetu imeumia, lakini tunavumilia tu. Kuna kitu kimoja ningependa kuongea. Hii mkutano ya KISII hapa kwa hii serikali kuna sabotage ya kila aina. Sabotage ya kila aina. Juu ukiangalia kama kuna askari ambaye anasimama na anasema askari wanapiga kura, ulisikia wapi? Askari wanapiga kura. Kuna mwanamke alisema jana, I think alikuwa anahojiwa Inoro. Mimi naongea Kikuyu yote mzuri. Mimi naongea kama Kikuyu juu tumelelewa na Wakikuyu. Kwa hivyo nilisikia yote. Anaulizwa, anasema askari wanapiga kura. Nikashangaa askari wa gani ndio watachunga kura ama ndio watapiga kura? Hiyo nini yenye imetokea Kisanga ambayo imetokea huko KISII leo. Mimi nafikiri tu kuna askari mmoja ambaye ametumika na amelipwa. Lakini Mwenyezi Mungu atamuonekania. Sisi hatuna uwezo. Sisi ni kuongea tu, tutafanya nini? Mungu atuonekanie. Tumwachie Mungu. Tuombee rais wetu ambaye anakuja mema, tumuombee mazuri na mdogo wake pia. Alafu tukiongelea mambo ya budgets na nini, mimi Mungu atanisamea kidogo, lakini kuna vitu zingine watu wamezoea kuiba billions mpaka wanataja billions. Watu wanajua maana ya billions. Unasikia kila kitu ni billions. Sasa ukitaka kusaidia Waturkana huko Northeastern wapi, billions. Wakitaka kufanya kitu yote, billions. Sasa mimi ningeshangaa kweli ikiwa unasikia askari hata kuwa akiitisha pesa president. Pesa hii atakuwa akitoa wapi? Corruption itakuwa ina gani nchi? Mungu atusamee kwa sababu sisi, na Mungu asamee wale wakora ambao wamejiweka kwa serikali. Na Mungu abariki president wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, na Mungu amuonekanie wakati anaenda kuretire. kwa sababu amekuwa na wakati mgumu sana. Ukiangalia hata kama ni wewe, ikiwa kwa nyumba kwako peke yake, bibi akienda kaombo kidogo, unarudi nyuma miles 90. Na huyu ni president ambaye amesimamia watu zaidi ya milioni 50 na ametoboa hiyo miaka 5, na ndio hiyo ametoboa miaka ingine 5, na hii miaka hii 5 ya mwisho imekuwa na wakati mgumu sana. Kukuwa na ukosefu wa mafuta, ndio hiyo unga yani yeye amekuwa na sabotage ya kila mahali. Ni juu wamefunga milango zote za corruption. Watu wanampiga juu ya corruption. Nilisikia kitu kingine, huyu Rigathi, huyu wa machakula, huyu wa mchele sijui na nini, akisema pesa yake ikifunguliwa wataenda kukula, ataita watu sherehe. Nikashangaa, hii pesa inaitiwa watu sherehe na si yako ya kuchokea. Wewe unafikiria nini unasema? Na kuna watu wanalala njaa hata hapa Nairobi. Kuna watu wanalala njaa Bernard sahi. Hata ukiangalia sahi kuna watu wanalala njaa. Ukitembea kwa barabara unaweza patana na mama na kuambia, kwangu sina hata unga, nipatie shilingi 30 nunulie watoto githeri. Na kama uko naye unamsaidia. Kwa hivyo watu waache kuchezea hii nchi. Watu waache kuchezea hii nchi, na vijana ambao wako huku nje. Mimi niko na miaka 30 hivi, lakini mkipatana na hawa vijana wadogo, jaribuni kuwaelekeza juu, kwa sababu wanapotea kabisa. Juu mtu akikuja kupatia 200 ajikusaidia kitu yote, utaenda ukutumie saa hiyo, wavute hiyo bangi yao, wakunywe pombe yao, waende warusha mawe. Ile kitu yenye mimi inanikasirisha saa hii, wale watu walijipiga mawe Jacaranda wenyewe. Saa hii wameanza kutumia mpaka polisi kutupa tear gas. Kiongozi anaweza tupiwaje tear gas? Huyo askari anafikiria kweli? Huyo askari yako na kichwa mzuri mwenye anatupa tear gas kwa kiongozi, na ame-aim kwa hema ndani, si ati kando, kwa hema ndani. Hata ni bahati tuseme Mwenyezi Mungu tu amesaidia huyo mama ametoka hapo akiwa, na tumuombee Mungu kitu yoyote mbaya isimpate. Lakini ukiangalia hii Kenya sasa hivi yenye inaelekea, Mungu atusaidie. Na Bernard, jana nilikuwa nataka kurudi, lakini masaa ikakuwa imeenda sana. Chebukati sijui kwa nini mimi simuamini. Nafsi zangu pia zimuamini kabisa. Kwa sababu ukisikia mwanaume Mkalenjin, mwanaume ambaye anaitwa Mkalenjin na akijipiga kifua, anajua nini anamaanisha. Ukisikia William akisema, hata leo anaongelea kuhusu Raila Amolo Odinga, amesema yeye atakubali kushindwa. Mbona yeye mwenyewe William aseme akikubali atashikubali kushindwa aende nyumbani na kuuzia watu propaganda usiku na mchana? Kwa hivyo pia huyo Chebukati anafaa achunguzwe sana. Mzee Wangira hapa amekuwa akituambia kila siku, huyu Chebukati. Lakini mimi nimekuwa nikiangalia huyu Chebukati simuoni vizuri kabisa, hata kama ile ni independent. Lakini Chebukati na kujipiga kifua pia, niliona wenzao huko kwa hiyo IBC wanajipiga kifua. Mtu akirudisha maswali, badala arudishe kwa uzuri, anarudisha kwa kifua, anajipiga kifua. Sisi ndio wanatumia rasilimali zetu, ushuru yetu, na wanafaa watuhudumie sisi. Ukiangalia kama huyo mwananchi mwenye akauliza kuhusu story yao jamii moja, ya ukweli juu, kwa sababu nina rafiki yangu mmoja ako Kisii, returning county officer ni Mkalenjin. How comes? Kwani hakuna wa Kisii huko? Ati huyu amezaliwa huko? Nilisikia akisema wenye wamezaliwa huko ndio wanaajiriwa kazi huko. Itakuwaje county officer wa IBC si Mkisii, ni Mkalenjin? How? Hapa kuna kitu inaendelea. Juu William kila siku asubuhi saa 7 jioni anajipiga kifua. Tutafaa tuangalie hii maneno vizuri, tusaidiane kwa mafikira na kwa kila kitu. Yezi kuwa hii serikali inaendeshwa hivi. Na William kama angekuwa mwanaume tosha, unajua mwanaume Mkalenjin tosha, ukiangalia kama kina Isaac Ruto walishindwa wakaenda nyumbani, amengojea miaka yake arudi. William kama angeshindwa na hii serikali, angetoka aende kabisa, akae nje ya serikali, awache kutumia rasilimali zetu, juu kwa sababu hiyo kitu inaniuma sana. Kila siku anakuja kudanganya, unga imekuwa 250, unga sijui imekuwa 100 ngapi, na yeye bado wako hapo, anatumia gari yenye mafuta mimi nalipa, na yeye ni vice president. Toka enda nyumbani, kuja itisha kiti kama raia. Lakini sasa yeye ni muongo, mwizi kabisa. Mungu amsamehe kabisa. Ile sisi tumeumwa na kichwa, tumekuliwa akili kila siku. Asubuhi saa 7 jioni tunasikia uchungu sana, tunasikia uchungu, na tunaambia huyo ile mali yako ajue kabisa hii kiboko yenye atapigwa, hata Mwenyezi Mungu anawaachia watoto wake laana, anawaachia watoto wake laana kubwa kabisa, kwa sababu hawezi tumia rasilimali zetu na anashinda akitufanyia namna hii. Na sisi watu wa Rift Valley tunabebwa vibaya, tunachukiwa. Ukienda mahali kuuliza kazi saa hii ukiwa na makaratasi, ilikuwa kazi umequalify, wanaangalia jina, wewe mkaleji, hakuna kazi, kwa sababu wanajua utaruti, lazima umesomea hiyo kazi ya kuruti. Na sisi ni watu waaminifu, sisi tunapenda. Mimi nimeajiriwa na Mkikuyu, Wakikuyu wamefunza mimi biashara, na wapenda sana, Mungu awabariki. Lakini sasa huyu William, Mungu amuonekanie, ameamua kuharibu hii nchi. Wacha nisimamie hapo kwanza kwa sahi. Bernard, muwe na usiku mwema, Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you, Nelvin. Thank you, Nelvin. And God is the final judge. The Bible says that vengeance is His; He will repay. All we need to do is trust Him with our lives. So, as a people and as a nation, let's commit ourselves to doing what is right and living what belongs to God to be done by God Himself. He's the one that knows us, and He can judge us right. Matters on the KISII incident, if I will say something, is last 2-3 shows we have done here, we talked about the security of the VIPs, especially the AZIMIO team. Their security needs to be beefed up in the sense that reactive security is no security. Security needs to be proactive in the sense that you are able to detect matters before they happen, then you arrest them. That's what security should, and that's how security is done anywhere in the world. That even if there's somebody who has said something, that information is given in good time, so the VIPs are safeguarded in good time, and to minimize the injuries, if it has to come to the place where there will be commotion, there has to be minimization of the injuries by arresting the situation. So all these people who are trying to mess up the campaign trail by mismanaging the crowds, because there are places where you don't mess up with crowds, especially Nyanza. It's a mess. You ask all the DOs, Kinakaguthi, they will tell you there is how to handle crowds in Nyanza that is different from Central, is different from Nairobi, is different from Western. There is how you handle crowds in different places. You must have the know-how of the same. And so these people who are handling the security details of the VIPs, especially for AZIMIO, need to wake up and realize the greater responsibility that is on their shoulders. History yao kwenda kudance wakifikiria leo ni leo, wimbo ni yao, wanasahau kazi yao, alafu wanaanza kutapatapa, hiyo kubaliki. Not at this point in time. We are technologically advanced. We have information in good time. Nobody should be taken unawares of any incident in a major meeting like the one was in KISII. So your story scumbling around and all that is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Let the security details wake up and realize that this is a high-stake high-stake political moment and high-stake elections. They need to wake up and realize that the interests are divided and some of them are very emotive, and so they must not leave anything to chance. They must not leave anything to chance, including vetting the people, including vetting the police officers who are going to provide security in the place. It's not just everybody wearing blue to be given a gun and be given things to go and stand there in the pretext that they are offering security. So we will not tolerate all this madness that we are seeing around the VIPs. It's not acceptable. And so as we debate, let's look at this thing keenly, not just on the surface, because we can just get our emotions worked up and then we do what our emotions want and leave out what is really needs to be addressed. And that is the security details of the people taking care of the VIPs needs to wake up. Sio mchezo. Asante. Naomba tumsikilize Yufin tukisonga mbele. Tulinde muda. But before Yufin, just let's listen to this. Let's listen to this. Tumeongea sana bila video. Acha tulete hii mbili alafu tuone vile mambo inaenda. I hope it's the right one.
High Court to dismiss a petition filed seeking his removal from office, saying the petition was politically motivated and lacks basis. Now, in the response, the DP added that the suit was driven by selfish political interests, which should not be addressed by the court, adding that the suit was based on mere assertions, allegations, and hypotheses, which were unsupported by any form of evidence, and further to that, claims that he was not effectively performing his duties were unsubstantiated. Noting that the suit was overtaken by events since his term as the second-in-command was in its final days, and that he had wholeheartedly carried out his mandate as prescribed by the law. The DP stated that the court had no jurisdiction to occasion his removal from office, saying, and I quote, "The suit herein is misplaced, and that the power to remove a deputy president from office is a political process which falls within the ambit of Parliament." That being the case, we submit that this court is devoid of jurisdiction to hear and determine the instant matter herein, and is left with no other choice but to down its tools rather than usurping powers it does not possess. The petitioner, Michael Kirungia, had submitted that the DP had abdicated his constitutional role as the principal assistant to the president and embarked on what he termed as self-assigned duties, seeking to have him barred from using the office of the DP and the residential Karen home in conducting UDA meetings until the matter is determined.
Okay, that's one. The other one is here.
I have the great honor to announce that I have picked as my running mate and Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Martha Wangari Karua.
Mama Kenya, mama, usinitenge, unijenge mama.
Are you fit? Yufin, are you there? Chipsag, you're not allowed to go behind the curtain. Okay, Yufin seems not to be innocent. Take it, please.
Good evening, Mr. Bernard and the panel.
Good evening to you.
It's quite unfortunate that, thank you so much. It's quite unfortunate that we're talking about what happened in KISII again. Last time, I think when we were in this forum, we discussed the local politics still playing. And unfortunately, today turned out to be something ugly. because now we also what happened. We don't want to talk much because whatever we feel for that situation, Mama Selina said everything, and it was quite deep. Mama Selina, we regret the moment, and we are all sorry for what has happened in KISII. So we cannot be having such situations like you said, Mr. Bernard. We need our security agencies to be pro-reactive, and they need to know, to imagine situations, and also to ensure that everything happens so well. So, and it's regrettable that it's a security personnel who hurled the canister towards the dyers. The motives still are yet to be known, but rumors is that now the politicians are playing dominance politics in the region. So that is quite bad. And now we have seen what Wajahkoya has done. He has stolen actually the show, just like you have said. And he's a man who has gone all his way out to express himself in a satirical manner, but also giving out solutions to this nation. He has advanced the conversation on how we are supposed to run our country. And he chose perfectly the moment to also launch his manifesto this evening. So he's also a factor in this election. And whatever he has given to Kenyans, I know they are thinking about it. Maybe there are things he has also spoken about both sides. And I know great minds from both sides, they can correct some situations that Wajahkoya has seen. And perturbed that Mr. Ruto today left his wheelbarrow and chose to talk about technological innovation in his manifesto. He spoke so well about some things that you could only imagine. We are a developing country. We are not saying that we are not hopeful that we'll be a developed country. But some of the resolutions he was giving, if you listen to him, is a man, you can only say that he's qualified to write scripts. Took the podium, and his crowd was enchanted in a way that whenever he was saying anything, they were clapping. And I looked at his resolutions. I felt like this is one guy who is not in touch with the Kenyans. Kenyans, we have a moment to critique. Yes, people say people don't vote because of the manifestos, but you have to listen to whatever he said. It is not the real situation. He has been saying that he has been going around having charters and signing them. Someone was asking, was he signing the charters with the prospective candidates who are going to win seats, or people who are not going even to appear in offices? Who was he signing the charters with? And they had promised that the presentation they were going to give us Kenyans this evening was something that could be a solution. But moreover, just as usual, empty promises. That is basically what he has done. I've seen the no thrift politics. And the other day I was saying, even now the AZIMIO leader, Raila, takes time to go home. People say, take time, go home and talk to your people. When you leave your people just like that, they will easily turn against you. The 150 people we see crossing from Kenya Kwanza, either of the other outfits affiliated to Kenya Kwanza and moving towards AZIMIO, that is a number that we all need. You see people, 150 people, people can say that is a small number, but that is a huge number in a following where you want everything to happen 100%, maybe if it could happen. So AZIMIO is gaining. I think their policies are resonating with people, and now the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate has not taken time to go back home and to be in touch with his people. He feels like he has his eggs in his basket. He can't count them. He can't do anything. He knows that these people are going to follow what I say. Right. The same way Raila says, turn right, they turn right. That is what he has been thinking. But now this crossover we are seeing, and you see the campaign trailer is at its home stretch, speaks volumes about what is happening at that particular place. And hopefully, we'll have some decency in AZIMIO. Our affiliate parties, our candidates, and at least to conduct themselves so well, because we are just about to win these. We cannot afford to make further blunders that could actually tarnish the image of the beautiful ticket that we have right now. And I will actually talk about what the other guys spoke about IBC, though it's not the topic of today. And this is a commission that is independent, and they are supposed to provide information to Kenyans. Mr. Jebukati, unfortunately, this time is led by guys who easily allow emotions to take the better part of them. Guys who don't wish to take time and reason so well and answer, but instead allow emotions to take them. I've seen the ICT guys, when they are questioned, how they answer. It's a bad picture. I hope in their communication they are going to improve. That 9 days still they can package the information so well and actually build the trust to all participants of the process, because Kenyans, candidates, and the entire world is watching our elections body, because there were some issues that were found out after the nullification of the previous election, and it will be entirely wrong for them to allow emotion to take part of them. So Mr. Chebukati, unfortunately, I think is leading a team. He needs also to manage the emotions. That is something he needs to do so quickly, so that we can be able to have a fair process as we anticipate our win. We can also talk about this moment and talk to our people still. That 9 days towards this election, we can still tell people. Now we have seen the manifestos that have come out. Please, don't get carried away with what you hear people saying. Make your choices wisely. Like I told someone, there's a song that has come out from the Kikuyu nation, and they're saying that the prophet has come out to tell them the truth. But I always ask myself, these Kikuyu prophets, with so much respect to them, the musicians, the way they sing their hearts out about a particular leadership that they anticipate to take over. The latest is now praising the Hustler Nation. And I've seen their comment section what they are saying. Do these prophets also foretell what is going to happen if this leadership takes over? Or is it a moment that they want to entertain the population, and then they are now called prophets, but they don't tell them that if we do this, this is what is going to happen? We're told choices have consequences. We have run the Jubilee government for now, this is 10 years, and you can see things are not well. Yes, there's a global issue, the one that the deputy president has tried to underscore today, but there are deeper issues. There are deeper issues, and from the conversation Mr. Odinga had the other day, he spoke so well about how our institutions have been working from the contract part and all that. So that is a message that has been packaged. It's a moment for all of us as Kenyans to take up this responsibility and vote wisely and ensure that we keep peace, which is paramount. We respect each other and we have a country, Kenya, that we can be able to build together so well. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Innocent, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naamini wa Kenya wanakusikiliza na wanafuata. Watu wa comments, tafadhali tuweke nidhamu, hakuna haja kutusi mtu. Tafadhali tuende polepole ili tuhakikishe kwamba debate inafana na inaelimisha, inapeana information ambayo inafaa. Sio matusi na sio kudharauliana. It's important that we keep it civil, respectable, so that people can be at home and be able to make their contribution, please. Let's not go personal. We are not here to dig in for one person at the expense of the country. We want the country called Kenya. We know that Kenya is better off in the hands of all Kenyans, not one hand at the expense of the rest of the Kenyans. On Chebukati issue, we'll still look into it keenly, maybe sometime later. But Chebukati is a limping prophet. He still has an obeyed a court order from the Supreme Court to open the server. He's a limping prophet. As much as the people who rely on him to bungle the elections, it's going to be almost an impossible mission. The best thing he did was to accept that the result will be announced at the polling station and they will be scanned and sent to media houses. So as long as we have different channels carrying out information from different polling stations, they are not channeled through one pipe. You know, last time they were channeled through one pipe, and that's why they sabotaged the pipe, closed the server, and gave us something that was being done from Karen with Itumbi. And they told us those were the results. But now everybody has a right to carry out the results. We'll be having our own tallying center here, AZIMIO TV, and any other serious television will be carrying out their own tallying center. So if Chebukati comes up with his own pipe thing, amepewa kutoka Sogoi kutusomea, hapo ndio tutammaliza kwa sababu haiwezekani. You cannot have your own results when we all got the result from the same source. It was announced by your returning officer. We scanned it and sent it to the media house, and we began to tally it. So if you are tallying the same results, same source, they should tally. They should agree with the others. But if yours are different, they're announcing a different person as a winner, then we will know who has been paid to do what. But at the end of the day, we trust that everything will work out right. DP Ruto just stamping is his nature. We forgive him for it. But at the end of the day, hana chake. Saa hii ni kufinywa tu atafinywa. Hakuna mahali anaenda na hiyo mafinyo yake. Those threats are empty threats. He cannot execute any of it. He's a cornered man. He's a cornered man. It's not a matter of underestimating him because we have been accused that we are underestimating. He's not being underestimated. It's the real picture of who he is. He's cornered. He went against the people that he was not supposed to go against them. And the people have taken good time to take care of him. He's so well taken care of that when they are through with him, he will live to tell the story. But as at now, wacha aendelee kutembea kwa hiyo moshi. Moshi ukitoka hivi, ndio ataona reality. But it will be too late for him to revert from the wrong path. Endeleeni kukata miti Sugoi. Na muendelee mfike mpaka Band Forest. Miti yote tafadhali. Hakikisha kusikwe na miti karibu na barabara. Na mito pia mfence. Rat zisikwe supplied kwanza until wa mabishop waende kwa wapeleke maombi special, wafanye counseling, watu warudi chini kwanza, wengine watakuwa evacuated wapelekwe, niliona Good Luck wapelekwe huko kwa Good Luck wafanyiwe maombi special, ndio wakirudi watakuwa wamepoa in 2025 they are around, okay, before the new elections, the other elections come. But from where I sit, the man from Sugoi hana chake kabisa, hana chake, hata afanye nini sahi, hata akienda kulala kwa coffin wanaambiwa wahubiri wanaenda kulala kwa coffin, ndio wakirudi wakisema chochote mnafanya. It is too late. That is my take. Mzee wa kanisa Kaswiti himself, how are you today?
I'm fine, sir. How are you doing?
Well, karibu tafadhali, toa hekima yako. Inaonekana usigizi wako umebeba karibu na wewe.
Nimekasirika sana, ni mzee ambaye amekasirika sana. Lakini tunaambiwa ya Kaisari ipeane kwa Kaisari, ya Mungu ipewe Mungu. Na hiyo tu hapo inasema msikaache mwanamke mchawi aishi miongoni mwenu. Muongo, msinzi, mnyang'anyi na umbwa, their portion is one. So mnyang'anyi, muongo, msinzi na umbwa, their portion is the same. So hawa wachawi hawa lazima tu tuwachome. Hii mambo ya kusema ati tunapembelezana na watu ishapita. Biblia inakataa. Sumbuana na wale wanaokusumbua mpaka mfike mwisho. Okay. Mimi kwa yale yalifanyika KISII, I can see it on a very different perspective. Why am I saying so? The strategy that we are using to pin down TP president, if we are not careful, it will tear us apart. Why am I saying so? You find a place we have two very powerful candidates, and nobody, hakuna ule anataka kuondokea mwingine. And that one, it's endangering our votes, because once they will go, if they will go both of them up to the ballot, at the end of the day, they can give a weak candidate of Uda to kupita katikati. So hiyo strategy inatukula kichwa. Ukiona huku kama kale kanaitwa kapahati ka Kenya, I don't know kama parliament waliruhusu watu waingie na rasta, I don't know, but nataka kujua sana kama hiyo clause iko. We don't know. By the way, we are putting wrong people in a very important. Nakumbuka Professor Anyang' Nyong'o alisema, we are making a very big mistake in our country, whereby serious issues are just being given simple answers. Yani patala watu wa handle serious issues with the seriousness, wana handle tu yani hivyo tu. So unaona haka kama mtoto ati kwa sababu anaendanga anaambia watu parua, anaimbia watu maparua, sasa anaona anaweza simama hiyo mawimbi ya siasa. I don't know watu usijui wanafanya nini. Alafu to make it matter worse, anaenda kwa social media anasema I can employ Edwin Sifuna and pay him. Yani tumefikia hapo.
Billions. Tunapea billions.
And billions. So I'm saying like this, AZIMIO is a big family. AZIMIO, it has so many parties. But if we are not careful, tutaenda tutaenda kupatiana chances za maazidi wetu kupita katikati yetu, na kile kitu tunajua ndio baba kushinda atashinda, lakini je, atakuwa na foot soldiers wa kutosha? That is the question we need to ask ourselves, kwa sababu isiwe kama vile Kibaki, na unajua this one is very hii election ya sasa is very sensitive, because one step calculation ikikosea tu kidogo, badala rais aongoze nchi atakuwa anasukumana na mambo ya impeachment. So that is the thing that we are trying to avoid kabisa. So hawa watu hatujui wataongeleshwa aje. Hiyo issue iko Kajiado, whereby kuna huyu mtu anaitwa Memosi na kuna huyu mtu anaitwa nani, Olelengo. Alafu sasa kuna anda toko kengine pale ka UDA kana warm up tu vile hao wanapikana, kila mtu anavuta upande wake, kana warm up tu hapo katikati. So at the end of the day that person can pita hapo katikati kama watermelon. Haya, hiyo the same issue is in Siaya. Hapo utakuta kuna James Orengo na kuna mtu anaitwa Dr. Sijui Kumbu, very strong candidates, and both of them, despite the fact that wanasema azimio, lakini at the end of the day ndio juu wote wa Trump supporters wao watapigia baba kura wao, they might end up losing. Ni nani atapita hapo katikati? Kuna mtu hapo pia wa UDA ako hapo ana warm up tu. The same thing is happening in KISII. The same thing is happening in Mathare. So if we cannot calculate well and sort out this issue, na tisi siku zimeyoyoma zimebaki kidogo, sijui Bernard utaniambia kama watu wanaweza pika kura alafu candidate number 3 ape number 1 apewe number 2 kura zake ili ashinde number 1. Sasa kile kilifanyika na Kibaki na Kalonzo, I don't know if same strategy can happen, but if it can apply, it cannot apply, I know that one, but if it can be applied, that's a different case. Tunaweza sema haya, kwendeni nyinyi nyote utuchulie huko mbele, but as things stands today, they need to run faster. Wacha nimalizie hii. Hakuna bodyguard ya mtu anatembeanga na dia kasi, hakuna. So hii mambo ni mawili. Ukiona mtu wa high profile kama huyo anaenda mkutano mahali, inamaanisha the governor who is in charge is the one who supposed to provide the count commander, count sijui what, au vitu wote wako under the governor, count government, whereby if there was one of the tear gas, hiyo tear gas ilitupo hiyo hata mfanye nini James Ongwae atoke hapo, huyo tuko tu naye, tunakufa naye, kwa sababu at the end of the day awe polisi alinunuliwa, awe nani alinunuliwa, kwa sababu mkijaribu kusema hawa MPs hawana mapolisi wao hawakuangi na canisters za tear gas, hawakuangi nazo. So hapo kuna probability the person who was in charge with the security ya mahali pale ku provide security, kuanzia kwa county commissioner ukuja kuteremka mpaka chini kwa ule askari alitupa hiyo kitu. Vile Matiang'i ya Chesi, I'm very sure kuna watu watalala ndani. Kuna watu watalala ndani, si wachache. Kuna watu watalala ndani na watajibu. I'm very sure. Wewe ulisikia akisema aje? When I'm working, stop coming to lecture me or to tell me about human rights. When somebody committing a crime, you are not coming to say human rights. But now when we enforce the law, people starting running around telling us human rights. Hiyo human rights sitaki kuiona mbele yangu when I'm working. So the same note with the same spirit, we want to see it applied pale KISI, and then we find out who was responsible to throw tear gas to the women, because hiyo mkutano ilikuwa ni ya wamama, haikuwa ni ya wanaume, na hata hatujui hizi hao wanaume walipata wapi kati za kukuja kuingia kwa mkutano ya kina mama hata hao huyo Ongwae peke yake alikuja aje kwa hiyo mkutano. Hii mkutano imetangazwa all over, only women were supposed to be allowed to enter in that stadium. Hizi ndume zilitokea wapi zinakuja kuleta furuku? Na ningekuwa na mtu angenishikia hao majamaa masikio tu alete karibu tuwaambie tuwanongonezee, but anyway wacha niachie hapo. Lakini msikaruhusu mwanamke mchawi aishi miongoni mwenu.
Sawa bwana Kasuti, wewe enda polepole tafadhali. Hiyo ni maandiko matakatifu, lakini you must read them according to scriptural context. Nataka kuleta hapa interpretation ya Elia wanamame.
Amegain weight bana, anaongea hivi bana. Amekula sana huyu Kasuti. Amenona.
Sawa. We're going to make progress, but let me do some housekeeping. The comment section, kuna watu hapa wakichirichiri antegese sijiche what. Tafadhali tuambie William Ruto atakuwa rais kivipi? Okay? Akitumia meno yepi, kwa sababu meno ile aliboro kuchekea yamechukuliwa na wenyewe. He doesn't have the numbers. It's good for you to die hard for him. It's good for you to give him moral support, but also give him moral support based on the truth. Not just because he wants to be president, he has to be president, he will be president. The Kenyan president is not gotten that way. You must show me the strategy. You must show me the numbers. Na kama story ni kutumia hiyo logarithm ama hiyo ingine mlitumia, haiwezi kufanya kazi saa hii. Okay? Haiwezi, kwa sababu wahusika wote wale kwanza ndio inafanya mnalia mapema, kwa sababu Chiloba alipewa job limping prophet. Chebukati aliachwa kwa ofisi limping prophet. Nobody is going to mess up with this election. That one I can guarantee you. And if Chebukati tries it, atakuwa committee by the time Baba is being sworn in. Mama alisema acheki. Akipewa kazi anafanya na acheki na mtu yeyote. Kwa hivyo msicheze na hii election. It's already determined. And the note that the winner is already determined is according to the political chess game that has been played. You've been scored mepigwa 10-0. You can't recover from that. It's not possible. So mwanze kuambiana ukweli na mwanze prepare your people. Prepare your people that this thing is gone. Sio hii kusema mmetuma huyu Raila Bondo 2007, he's been here. 2013, he's still been here. 2017, he's been here mpaka mmesema alikuja amevuruka chama yenu, amemaliza, ameufukuza kwa serikali, na mlikuwa mmepeleka ye Bondo. Ndio nyinyi mjui barabara ya Bondo ama mjui nyumbani kwake Bondo. So hii kusema mtampeleka, mwezi mpeleka yeye, mjui kwanza atoshei kwa wheelbarrow na nyinyi wa ministers of wheelbarrow. Hiyo uchukuzi wenu hawezi kutumia. Kwa hivyo jitahidi.
Bernard inaitwa digital wheelbarrow. Digital wheelbarrow.
Digital wheelbarrow. Kwa ile ya Lusaka, ile ya 120,000. Now it will be 120 million. One wheelbarrow. God will give us God will help us. So please let us debate soberly and be able to give facts. Give facts. Tell us William Ruto will win because of this and this and that. Tell us he has been endorsed by that and that. Somebody asked a very good question. Since Martha Karua was appointed the running mate to Baba, she has been endorsed by Maendeleo Wanawake. She's been endorsed by the law people, the Law Society of Kenya. He's been endorsed by international female presidents and envoys. Have you received any newsletter anywhere of anybody endorsing Gachagua? Even the former DOs that worked with him. Not one letter from nobody has endorsed. Now, if you're not receiving an endorsement from the people you worked with, no endorsement from the people you're working with, no endorsement from the people that know you nationally and internationally, how do you expect to win an election, a presidential election for that matter? So let's be realistic. Let's not just bury our head in the sand and begin to dance over what is obviously not there. Prepare the people on the ground. Now, the greatest votes that are going to make Raila Odinga president are not going to come from Nyanza. They are going to come from Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. Those two strongholds are the ones going to make Raila Odinga president. Za Nyanza zitakuwa tu za kuongezea, Western za kuongezea, za Coast za kuongezea, lakini the really votes zinatoka North Rift, South Rift, zikipanda huko juu Northeastern, zikiteremuka hivi Mount Kenya. By the time tunaongezea za Eastern, watu watakuwa na hema. Wakataji wa miti, tafadhali mjitahidi, msichoke. Huyo mtoto atajinyonga msipo jihatari. Wacha tusikilize video moja alafu Yufini amekuja aendelee kutoka hapo. Tusikilize mabilion.
That about 5 million of these micro and small and medium enterprise players have some form of formality, graduated. 10 million of them are actually in what we call a lottery. Let me clarify it further. Of the 19 million Kenyans, every year we inject another 800,000. Of these 800,000, 50,000 are absorbed by the corporate sector. Another 150, 120,000 are absorbed by the formal SME sector. The remainder, about 600, 700, enter a space that we can actually call a lottery. They are not sure of what to do. They don't know how much they will make. On a good day, they make 100 shillings, sometimes 200 shillings a day. On a very good day, they make 300 shillings. And on a completely bad day, the council askaris go away with all their wares and they make zero. That is the kind of situation we are in, and that is where millions of Kenyans are. In our plan, as we listened to the people of Kenya around the world, we came to the conclusion that an inclusive, employment-creating economic model is about investing the limited capital available where it creates the most employment, and that and that is at the bottom of the pyramid. And that is why we came to the conclusion that the bottom-up economic model was the most optimal for all our productive sectors.
Bernard,
La-
Bernard,
la- la- la-
Ben-
labda mtanieleza kwa sababu
Bernard,
yes, who is
Bernard,
that? We Kasuti umeanza
Bernard.
kuvunja sheria.
Wait a minute.
Why are you shouting my
Ulienda
name?
shule. Wewe ulienda shule. 800 minus 700 minus 600. Hiyo hesabu imeenda aje hapo? Kwanza hiyo amesema aje? Hiyo hesabu imefanyika aje hapo? 800 minus 700 minus 600 inapaki ngapi? Sijui minus 300.
Wacha kusumbua daktari. We, na ni daktari wa wanyama. Ni daktari wa wanyama wa plant. My question was kama umepika chakula uko juu, okay? Na chakula haitoshi walaji, okay? Ukileta huko kwa bottom of the pyramid, it
Mchele na
multiplies.
nyama.
It multiplies. Now it is able to feed everybody simply because it has gotten to the bottom. Yani ulikuwa na, you had 100 million hapa juu, okay? Then hizo 100 million was not able to sustain the Kenyan economy. Then unazileta bottom, okay? Then you split it among the many people on the bottom. Tuseme sasa kila mtu aende na 10,000. Will it now become more than 100 million so that they run the economy? Mr. 6 months. Try another one. So Bwana Kasuti, wewe fanya hesabu, utakuja kutuambia baadaye. Wacha tumsikilize data Yufin kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you.
Long time. Hope I'm clear now.
Very clear. And Alex is not here to confirm that.
Alex got lost. He should come and tell us. Actually, now I think I agree with Alex that Ongua is a mole. During the day is in AZIMIO, at night is in Uda. He should come and tell us clearly because he's the one who should be responsible for the rest.
We should investigate him too. He's
Sorry?
working with Ongwa. Is Alex working with Ongwa?
He should do that. Because if this man should be responsible for the security, and he knew very well this was something that was going to take place. It was planned. And the county government is the one that's responsible for the security around them. What happened? How comes? You should tell us clearly how comes and what happens. We can't play with the life of Kenyans. The person who did that was a security officer. How comes? He should answer that. How did it happen? He is the boss. He should have done better. Don't do that to our women. We had 3 women there, 3 important women there. Aside from that, we had people there. What message are they trying to send to us? What does that mean? These people should come out and explain to us clearly what happened. We don't want stories. We want to know what happened. And the DCI and all those people who are involved, they should do their work and tell us what happened. We want the investigation done, and they should do it very quickly. And this kind of scenario should not happen again. We can't allow that to happen. We don't want that in Kenya. They should try it somewhere else. We are not into that. And then the rally in Migori, it was a good one. And Baba went there. I think for Migori, I think it's the first time since Baba, even by the time Baba went to Kisumu, I don't think he went to Migori. So it was good that he went there, because in Migori there I hear that the outgoing governor Obado is doing some dirty job there. So it should be stopped. And those people should continue with the fire that Baba has left. The people who are in AZIMIO should not rest. Baba has left Migori today. They should continue with the same fire. These outgoing governors should not be led to do damage to us. Then Wajahkoya stealing the show, that was fantastic. Congratulations to Wajahkoya. We don't want to listen to Udaku. Double speaking, we don't want. Today yesterday you are in Mombasa saying they took the port. Today you are saying we took the port to Naivasha to create employment. What are you trying to tell us? You are the same person who tells us we don't eat roads. Today you are saying we need to take roads to the rurals where we need land if there are no roads, so that we make it accessible. What has the president been doing that you've been complaining? He's been telling us that we don't eat roads. Where are they going to eat roads now? He's talking about the land issue. Why can't he start by donating? He received a gift, 2,500 hectares of land, while other people just need even a quarter an acre. Why can't he be that generous enough to give them? Why is he waiting to buy? He's going to buy his own land, the land that he claims to have been gifted, while we know very well that he can't see a land somewhere. Since he's doctor of plants, he thinks of everything that goes to the soil. He sees a land and then grabs it. Now he wants to tell us that he's going to buy. Buy what? If you receive a gift and it's for the public, give it back. Why do you have to use again the government money to buy what you received as a gift that is from the government? Give it back to the government, give it to its people. We don't want jokers in the government. These people should not be taking us for a ride. We are youths, yes, we need employment. Tell us how you're going to expand the factory to create more jobs. Don't tell us you're going to take money to the bottom. Bottom what? Tell us you're going to expand the factories. You're going to expand the factories and then create jobs for the youths. Create jobs for those people you are claiming not to have jobs for. Not tell us you're going to, if you divide that million, how many people don't have it? How many people are looking for jobs down there? Even if you take 50 billion, how much will they get? They will get less than 10,000, which cannot even help anyone at this time of era. These people are taking us for a ride, and we don't like that. They should, if they want to be leaders, they should act like leaders. We want leaders. We don't want people who just think that just saying things are the other time he said the stadiums are 70%. What 70%? Why can't we see the 70%? We are tired. We are tired, and we are waiting for them on the 9th. And everyone, I would like to urge our AZIMIO members and even those who are still in that Udaku team, please join us in AZIMIO. Always remember, blue is the color. Our color is blue. Politics is the game. However much they try to play it dirty, let us play clean. Let us go out on the 9th, vote them out, tell them we don't need them in the government. They should get out of the government. We need people who can work for us, people who have vision for this country. And if you look at it at that perspective, you'll see only one Raila Amolo Odinga and Mama Martha Karua, no one else. These people have fought for us. It's high time we give them the chance to take us to where we should be. There comes a time in our lives when we need to make a decision, and those decisions, you can only make them once. You make a mistake, you are gone. So let's educate our other people. even those who are in Kenya Kwanza. Actually, I had a friend who was, at first she used to tell me I'm a Hazla Damu. Right now she's at AZIMIO Damu. So we should talk. Let's just convince them. Find out, because if you talk to someone about the reality, they will. You don't tell them like you need to do it right now. Just tell them the reality, and then tell them just go and think about it. Just go and think about it, and then maybe you can change your mind. You'll change your mind just the way Martha does. She tells you, just go and sleep with it, think about it. Tomorrow you'll make your choice. That's how you can convince those people, because when you talk to someone, they may not listen to you, but when they go to sleep, they will rethink about it. And then they will come back and make the right decision. So we will not tire by telling every fellow Kenyan that blue is the color, AZIMIO is the team. Please join us. Let's go together. We need to work together. Let's walk this journey together. Let's cross together. Because when we cross there together, the victory will be ours. And when the victory is ours, we'll be happy together. It's good to celebrate together. And it's good to dwell together. Let's leave alone these people who like threatening people's lives. People like Sudi, who likes threatening people's lives. Like saying, wait until we get the government. We don't need people to get to the government to start threatening us. We don't need them to start threatening us even before they get there. What if they get their dictatorship? We don't need that. We need to go forward. Kenya is a good country and we are moving forward. Thank you, Bernard, and everyone.
Okay, asante. You feel that's a clear enough. I believe you're being gotten. So huyu ni nani tena? Uongee TV. Tuongee TV. What is this? Okay. I think let's let that just rest there. Keep coming.
That was irritating. I saw what you're saying. Does he have to tell you like a million times? You know, it's spam. Yulfin, I don't know why she's disappeared, because I like there's a statement she's just said that really impressed me. Doctor of lands. Ruto is doctor of lands. And she also says what Martha Karua does. When they go low, we go high. When they go low, we go high. And that is why I feel the pain of Mama Sally. Mimi hapo, that was her heart. Inaja ile uchungu ya hapa chini. I know, Bernard, you are trying, but I know the pain of what Mama Sally was feeling. You know, because her girlfriend did not express dismissal. She just left with her Twitter handle saying that KISII mission accomplished. But I think with Mama Selina, it's that pain that she can see her girlfriend was disrespected. So hapo mama naku understand. Hapo I understand your pain, and I know where you're coming from. Najua sisi wakale tunakuanga hothead pia. Hata mimi nakujanga hapa na hasira, but I see where you're coming from. It was painful to watch that, because it was one idiot that came and just your tear gas. Honestly, Bernard, you know the way we are saying about Raila, hii mambo ya mtu akiguza huyo mzee, hata huyo mama pia. Honestly, huyu mama alikuwa poa. Our sacred ground hapo Jacaranda bana, Kamkunji. She's one of the Kamkunji priestesses huko. Unajua wale wanakubalishanga kuja Kamkunji, si akina Ruto. She's one of the ones who fought for our first liberation, you know. Yeye ndio alifaitia sisi tukupata. You know, I've been explaining to UDA people, there are several people. Raila might be the face, but you know that Martha is one of the people who fought for us against Moi. Alituokoa. Alikuwa kwa Jacaranda, alikuwa na Wangari Maathai, alikuwa na Shikuku. For those young people who don't know these people are, Shikuku, Wangari Maathai, kulikuwa na Martin what was the name of the one from Central? What's the name? The one they injected mercury in him.
Anyona, we had Martin, Kenneth Matiba. Kinarubia.
So she's one of them. You don't think this woman is not loved. And you know, 11, you know, we're half the country. Men are half the country and women are half the country. So you got to think about that. That's 11 million votes that can turn on you. Mukiumiza mama. So mimi, mama, I'm with you. I'm solidarity hapo. Nimesema. I'm with solidarity. But at the same time, congratulations, mama. Nandi, uliona hiyo mambo?
Yes.
Nandi, the ladies in Nandi are showing us the road. And sasa wanawake wakituona, you know, Kalenjin women, let me explain to you something. In the Kipsigis culture, Kipsigis, Mama Selina is Nandi. In the Kipsigis culture, there was a time a clan of ours was almost wiped out, completely wiped out. And what happened is the women had to rebuild the whole clan. The strength of those women went to KISII and borrowed some men there. I think Mama Selina has the story. And those women did not do what Mama Selina has been saying. You know, she akisema unajua mimi nikiwa mwanamke akioa Mkalenjin na ni Mkikuyu, amebeba mtoto wa Kikuyu. But this Kipsigis women said our watoto ni Kipsigis. So ukiona Mama Selina akiwa hivi, it's the Kalenjins we have, if it goes too far, it goes too far. And for us also, Ruto is going too far for us. Tumechoka na mtu. We Mr. 6 months. Huyu anakuja kutudanganya hapa na billions. Talking about billions while we're talking about 220 shillings for a packet of maize. That's our staple. Amekula masto. If you cannot feed the nation, what are you talking about here? Billions. Digital wheelbarrows. You know, I can't even understand what he talks about with the roads that digital highway. Nilikuwa nasikia mkiongea hiyo kitu jana na I was trying to explain. We already have those things. It's just that you put the corrupt cops to switch off the traffic lights. Hiyo vitu iko. Tulikuwa na traffic lights hapo 6 years ago. Those traffic lights were working very well. Mkaingiza mapolice hapo. The things up he's proposing is mixing AZIMIO things and Jubilee things that were there that he missed to do that. He's just mission impossible to me. Sasa, let me tell you, you know, why I love talking about this woman, because you have to mnaumiza the 6th. That is the 6th, by the way. Martha Karua the 6th. After Raila tunaingiza mama. Mimi niko hapo for the mukisema ati sijui nini ati Kikuyus have been ruling for too long. This is a different constituency, my friend. This is the women. Don't look at the tribe. Like Mama Selina said, she has no tribe. Huyo tunamuingiza tena if she does very well. I've been seeing in the comments very many brothers and sisters from my community, and it used to be mixed with Kikuyu community. Lakini siku hizi naona Kikuyu wame relax kidogo. Sorry for profiling, but it's true. Naona Kikuyus are not UDA anymore, wamenyamaza kidogo. And I like that. Nakwambia kumera linakuja. Because back in the day you would see ilikuwa mix up, unaona Makamau hapo hivi kidogo alafu unaona Makipchirchir hapo wanaongea juu ya UDA, but now we're just seeing only one community there. Sorry for the profile. Nakwambia, like Minji said, you can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy one. Hawa wananyamaza hapa kidogo, ngoja mtaona. Alafu Ruto atakuwa akipipa hapo akisema what happened. Again, you guys are lucky. Yeah, what ABC? You are very lucky. Now she's going for the bottom people, and I'm talking whether you try and rig or not. She's not gonna go to the Chipukatis and all these people. Hii watu wangu kutoka Kalenjin hapo, and I'll profile there now for real. Hao watu wangu hapo wanaomeko hapo IBC agents, to all these places. Nakwambia, she's coming for you. She's not coming for Chepukati. So if you think you're going to be to do these fishy things in KISII like I had, mutaona moto sasa, because she stopped her petition for 2 people, and just because of election she paused it, my friend. She paused it. She didn't say she stopped it. Amepause. So hata ikichukua 5 years, you guys are almost cast there. You're in trouble. Msikuje hapa mnatuharibia. We've been waiting for a very long time. Tunataka kukata miti, na hata hiyo miti unasikia Bernard ameniambia sasa nianze huko Western. Sasa ananiambia nikuje mpaka Ban Forest kuja Nakuru. Tutakata yote. Na Moi alisema ukikata 2 tunapanda, na nasikia hata sasa Mike ananiambia kuna ingine hapo, sijui waanza kuficha ati dawa ya dawa ya panya. Sasa tutaficha hiyo na
yes, rat. Cattle dip zote zipenziwe na maji yote ya Budalangi, River Nzoia, yote River Yala, Lusumu, zote zilindwe.
Tutajenga damu juu asichubishe huko ndani, na pia hata hii chama ya mbolea tutachange jina kwa sababu tutaki tu, unajua tunajuanga na hiyo tutaficha pia asione, because
but keep
yes ma'am.
Yeah, our people, they have been noted returning officers. Wanajulikana, they are more than kwa commission. You should tell them proper. People wanawajua kwa majina.
We're watching
and they
them.
know where they are. They should be careful. Kama wamepata chance ya kufanya kazi, let them serve the Kenyans. You need to talk to them, Kib. We need to tell them. It is not about mutu yetu. They will be crushed na watapaki pila familia.
Na wataenda kamiti, Mama Selina, because now it's serious. It's not a joke anymore. Easy 2013 ama 2017. Because now, mutaachwa na Wakikuyu. I'm telling you, my friends. You know, these people on both sides, I'm sorry to say that. Mutaachwa na mutaenda jail peke yenu. You'll go alone. Finally, just I know I'm just going too far. Hii mambo ya Wajahkoya. Wajahkoya, I watched his akiingia huku. I'm seeing flags for Ethiopia. I'm hearing reggae music. People are dressed like Rasta. Is this campaign for Ethiopia or Jamaica? I was very confused. So sasa hii mtu wetu bana, hii Wajahkoya. But I won't be surprised by the mimi naona mtu ako planted. I'll not be surprised like 2 days from the election nasema na drop down, alafu ambie vijana yote ingie kwa Raila. So be very careful. Anaweza ambia hii vijana yote mimi nashuka na nenda. But nimeona hata wamevaa hii kofia ya ECC. Inaitwa jina CC. What do you call this Ethiopian company? Not Ethiopian, a South African party. Hii ya communist. Wamevaa kofia kama hawa. I think he's trying to copy their style. And there are a few messages that he has had that we can steal. Now, instead of talking about Bangi, we should talk about what Alex had told us before. Tuuze hizi kuku zetu kienyeji. They are very expensive there. Hapa tunauza na 1,000. Huko America mnaweza uza kuku kienyeji for $60, which is about 6,000 shillings. Alafu hii ng'ombe yenye tunachezanga nayo hizi za zebu hizi, the zebu ones. And they are very close breeds to the ones in America called the Longhorn. Tunaweza leta hizo, the way you brought the Gansha cows and all that stuff, tunaweza leta hapa in Kenya na tuzirea, because they will be very formidable for this environment. Those cows go between $50,000 to $320,000 in auction. Those are like rare cattle, and kuna watu wanazichunganga in as a hobby. So $320,000 $338,000 is about 40 million shillings. So ng'ombe moja unauza hivyo, I mean honestly, for just some rich people in Texas that want to hold on to this cattle, na kuna wengine wanazinunua na 50,000, which is about 5 million. It's not a joke. As for Trans Nzoia, sorry Bernard, leo nimeongea sana. As for Trans Nzoia, your North Rift, musahau, honestly forget it. Hii nini yetu ya hii chama yetu ya tunajaribu kuficha from Ruto kwa sababu atajinyonga. Hii chama cha mbolea, it's sweeping the place. The only living residence is only Wetangula. Just very little residents, and it's imeenda hiyo pia because Wetangula is complaining. I have press conferences from him yesterday. These two people, the only hope that Wetangula has is to come in as a senator, kwa sababu ameua one of the strongest parties that we've ever had in Kenya, because Ford Kenya was a formidable party and he's made it into a village party. Sorry for getting emotional again. Sababu nimeshika hiyo energy ya Mama Selina na kuanga hivi, na utaona hata Eliza ataleta hiyo energy, ngoja uone. Najua watu
sawa. You keep your beginning to incite my people. Unapaswa kutupatia update ya Power Zone na hiyo Hack Zone na hiyo Axe Head.
Ambia watu wa subscribe bana.
But all of the same, thank you very much. It's important that we look at everything keenly and in its perspective. And watu kusubscribe hiyo ni lazima, tafadhali. Kama unapata Mtembei TV, subscribe kwa YouTube, na kwa Facebook una follow page as well as profile. Don't just follow one, because we can choose to go on all of them or go on individual based on whatever show that comes on. And then we also need us to cooperate to see to it that we will be able to have our own tallying center as Mtembei TV. So we'll work towards that. We need to have reporters at least at the county level. Although the county level will be the presidential result will be directly sent to Nairobi, although the tabulation would still take place at the what is called parliamentary, and then at the county level, then national level, as the usual requirement of the law. Now let's play out these videos first, and then we move forward. Okay, tutaanza na gani? Tuanze na hii.
Askari anapigwa, ndiye ameachilia tear gas. Askari anapigwa, ameachilia tear gas kwa mkutano ya baba. Askari anapigwa, askari anasaidiwa. Askari ndio huyo.
Now, we don't support violence, but people need to be responsible. Don't allow yourself to get this clear this fast.
240 million. Uongo. Hiyo ni uongo bwana. Hakuna. Hiyo ni uongo hiyo. Uongo. Acha ni uongo. Yaani kusema hiyo ni uongo.
Kaa chini.
Acha uongo. Ndio tutagame sana yetu.
Watu wamekataa kudanganya.
Nyinyi mmekuwa kisirani sasa huko Nandi, mmekataa sana Ruto. Nyinyi watu mkate miti.
hawataki kufuata mkondo. But all the same, I was saying about, just to emphasize about IBC, kumbuka, ukicommit any election crime, you will go to answer alone. There is no more of accusing IBC. The person who commits the crime will answer for it individually. Just like muliona huyo polisi vile amechukuliwa juu kwa juu na saa yako kisimbani, ako peke yake. So hata kama alikuwa ametumwa na mtu ama amelipwa ama ameagizwa, all those people are in their houses right now enjoying their bed. Yeye ako kisimbani anasubiri kesho yake vile itakuwa. So it is important that you hold that responsibility you've been given with an understanding. Anayekupigia simu akwambie badilisha hii, badilisha hii, badilisha hii, hata kuwepo wakati unaanza kujibu hayo maswali. Wakati unaingia kamiti, hautamuona, hata kuwa nakuja na kapu cha uji kila jioni, hata nakutembelea kwa sababu ulimsaidia. So watch out. Take that responsibility serious, understanding that anything going wrong, you're going to answer for it individually, not corporately. It is no more IBC. It's no more the institution. It is the individual that did whatever that went wrong. So jihadhari, tahadhari, utapona. Asante. So tumsikilize Mike tafadhali. Quickly, kuna Mike na kuna mwingine yule Philip, sijui ameenda wapi. Mike tafadhali, make it fast and then we move.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening. And Chairman wa Miti Association, I greet you.
Feature hiyo ya panya, wewe ndio panya sasa.
Yeah, I've taken the responsibility to take care of the agrochemicals. You take care of natural resources, the rivers and the trees. Straight to my point, Bernard, what you've just mentioned, I think when you hear somebody of the stature of Martha Karua re-emphasizing a point, it is not without reason. The statement you've just put lastly, before I joined in, of the IBC official being warned of their consequence if they take part in animal practice, was re-emphasized twice by Martha Karua. And I don't think it was out of general talk. I think it was out of very, very serious understanding of the avenues of manipulation that are available and she thinks the opponents might want to use. I think last time we were discussing, I mentioned that since, of course, Ruto'S is going to lose, he has to make every attempt to see who he can use and how he can use to manipulate the results. That one is for sure, because when you had the ICT minister say the systems and the processes have been secured, then it means the only other available avenue is the human resource, because the systems have been well secured. So if that's the case, then it is only the agents and the IBC officials who can then be the avenues for manipulation. I think Martha is well informed of that, and she has actually fired a warning shot to that group that they'll be held personally responsible for any misconduct or malpractice. So I think the warning is loud and clear. They will hold themselves to, they will have themselves to blame, because people need to appreciate and understand the Martha. Martha is not a person who gives rhetoric statements. She says what she means and means what she says. And I can assure you, in the judicial process will be one of the finest in Africa once she gets in. Hizi cases zinachukua miaka 30 will be dealt with in 3 months, because most of them, Bernard, are just out of corruption. Somebody just buys time. Mtu anasema, oh, nasikia homa, they adjourn a case because he has a flu, and the case is adjourned for 2 years. So those are things that I'm sure Martha will deal with. But just to come back to the point of the day, Bernard, sorry to have digressed. if you watched the 2013 Jubilee Manifesto launch, I observed something very interesting, Bernard. A manifesto is supposed to be articulated by the team leader. But I think in the wisdom of Uhuru, when he read the script, he found so many lies and he opted to take a back seat. You could see most of the things that were being enumerated were being done by Ruto. When he kept saying and giving gestures that in the next 3 months, the historical stadium will be complete. In the next, Huru was just standing there looking and laughing in his heart that why is my brother promising things that I know him and myself cannot deliver. So I think what we are seeing today was not new. It is part of the rhetoric, but it was also very boring and very academic. And that's why people are saying Wajahkoya stole the show, because Wajahkoya, as much as he has presented an unconventional way of handling issues in our community, he has opened our eyes and ears to look and think critically as a country on what we can do in a very radical way to resuscitate the economy, because Wajahkoya is giving pointers on how to get to generate revenue for this country, which is what Ruto should be concentrating on. When you hear Ruto's manifesto, it is more about spending, allocating money. And yet this country, he himself has said, is the economy is on a deathbed. We have borrowed to the limit. So how can you start your government by spending billions, throwing money to this group, and this group? I think that is where everybody should see. Anybody who understands business in a very basic way, when you take up an insolvent company, when you take up an institution that is not a going concern, one of the things you look at is where it went wrong, what you need to fix first. You don't take up a business that is dying and the first thing you throw in money. We have seen how Mumia's case is. They have thrown in over 5 billion in the last few years because they have not dealt with the issues that were bedeviling it. So Ruto is going to throw in money in a place where we have holes in that basket, with the expectation that by giving small groups, youths, children, mamas, mama mbogas little money, he can buy their confidence, buy their love, and continue on a survival mode. But this country is reaching a place where people are going to revolt if things are not brought back to track. 200 shillings for a packet of flour is not a laughing matter. And the next government should not be spending money, but should be controlling the little money we are paying as taxes to address our real issues. So I think Wajahkoya stole the show because he was very practical, though very basic, but very practical. And he won the hearts of very many people, as much as his approach and his ways are unconventional. So Bernard, I would love to leave it at that, because on the other issues I'm not very familiar with. I didn't watch the other forums of KISII and Nandi. I would like to leave it at that with your permission. Thank you.
Bernard, I have a very quick question for you, Bernard. If you allow
Carry
me.
on.
Bernard, there's a fellow one day that came to ask, that came for a job interview to do gardening. Na alikuja na suti. Alikuwa amevaa suti kufanya gardening work. Sasa nikaona, today I saw my deputy president amekuja na IVC ya boda kuona IBC. Is that really presentable? Alafu akuja na second wife ule wa kando badala ya first wife Rigathi. Explain to me what happened. Na alikuwa amechelewa kwa hiyo mkutano. Alafu please explain what happened yesterday, and also ile tactics alijaribu ile karata alikuwa anajaribu kufanyia Wajahkoya Raila na Martha vile ati alikuwa anakuja kuchelewa. You know, he's tried these tactics before. Alifanya hivyo kwa ile breakfast meeting. So explain to me, what is in Ruto's mind kuja kufanya hizi tactics hapa na kuja kuvaa hivi kwa meeting ya IBC na hakukuja na bibi yake wa mchele?
So you want me to answer that or Mike to answer that?
Anyone,
Mike,
I'm just confused. Either one of you.
I will help you, Bernard. What my brother is giving is actually an observation that not necessarily need an answer, but we can confirm that that is bad manners for a leader when you are called for a meeting. Part of the discipline in a civilized in leadership and in a civilized society is that you honor meetings in appropriate dress codes and with the respecting the timelines that have been given, because they were not told to come at will. It was not a wedding party or a place where Regatta intends to set up where people will be eating rice. It was a very serious official meeting. So I agree with you that it shows arrogance, it shows lack of respect for institutions. That is one. It also shows pride in the person of the deputy, of feeling superior. Humility is a virtue in leadership, Keep. And you don't have to act and talk big for people to respect you. You can be silent, but your authority will speak for yourself. DP is already a deputy president. He doesn't need to pull stance to exert authority. He was already an authority in himself. So for him to go that level, it means that even that position he has, he feels already it is threatened. That's why he needs to do more to find space where he can be felt. And that's the danger of it, because then it tells us that once he gets into office, he will really want to exert his authority for us to feel him every time he's around. Thank you.
Okay, maybe on a lighter note, the DP is you know, since he was he wanted AZIMIO to name a deputy running mate before they named theirs, but Baba played for them a very high-tech card until they ended up choosing whatever they chose. So from that day, he doesn't want to be first anywhere, because when he first chose deputy, he chose the wrong one. So even appearing before IBC, he doesn't want, he wants Baba to go first and then he can follow. That way, he doesn't make many blunders. So he's trying to avoid the blunders. And of course, everywhere there is a microphone, Gachagua has to be kept away. Not the microphone. They keep away Gachagua because he may land on the microphone and things may fall apart. So when they see microphone in the hall, they say Gachagua should not enter that place because there is microphone. In the ndio hivyo hivyo, so itakuwa hivyo, lakini zimebaki sasa 38 days 38 days to go. The microphone will still arrive. Atajenga nyumba ya watu kwenda kukula rice na ingine kukunywa uji. Nakwambia Kenya kwanza ni Kenya kwanza kweli. All the same, so he's taking precaution.
Wanawake wakunye uji.
Wakidance. Yani, that man needs to be helped. All the same, so it is that one. He's taking precaution not to go and blow up or mess up. But all in all, atapatikana tu. So naomba sasa tu mix kwa sababu kina dada wamekuja na kuna ndugu walikuwa wametangulia nao. So Stafford nimeona wewe, Lamek nimeona wewe, lakini relax kwanza kidogo tu, tutakuwa tunachanganya. So Eliza atakwenda kwanza, alafu tuende kwa Stafford, alafu ndio tuende kwa dada Mkenya Spain, alafu ndio tuende kwa Lamek. Let's keep that order and I want to give you powers to to chair for a short while when I'm putting myself together. Leo niko hapa peke yangu, watu wangu wameenda mazishi. The incident that went to Nakuru, so and thank you. So this house is big. So Eliza kwanza, alafu Safford, then Mkenya Spain, then Lamek. Carry on.
Okay, pole sana Bernard, pole. Eliza, tuendelee kazi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Habari zenu?
Good morning, Kenya.
Okay. Okay. Mimi nimeongoja sana Bernard anipatie time niongee. But umekuwa ukiangalia wasee wa mandefu sana, unatuacha sisi. So, mimi nitaongelea issue yenye imefanyika Kisii. This issue is not good. Mr. Ongwae is in Azimio, hawaje kutuma security wake. Kama kuna shida na Simbarati, wasiharibu mkutano ya Martha Karua. Because inasemekana huyo askari amekuwa ni askari wa Ongwae. Sasa yeye ya wamama, haikuwa ya wanaume. I saw yesterday, the other day, Mama Martha Karua alikuwa Homa Bay. Na mkutano ilikuwa mzuri sana without any disturbance. Mbona amekuja Kisii, hiyo mambo yote inafanyika? Shida iko wapi? Yeye anapigana na Martha Karua ama anapigana na Simbarati ama yeye ana retire? Mnanisikia? Naona kama mmekwa.
No, unakuja ukienda lakini tunaweza kukusikia. You can continue, Liza. Hatarudi msijali. Startford, unaweza changia tukingojea Eliza kuje.
Nawasalimu nyote, mjambo. It's been time. I'm back once again. Unajua mimi I'm a typical politician, so sometimes we get to the ground kujua hali ya mambo. So tukirudi kwa nyumba unakuta tumechoka. But kwanza nataka kuanzia Kisii hapa mahali niko. In fact kitu nimegundua na some of our aspirants and the incumbent governor hawataki kuelewana. But now this is spoiling the day for AZIMIO because you know this is one house. The other time I was under sharp criticism from the from here when I tried to say that there are other things that as aspirants should stop. So today I was there. In fact, I was there. Even I'm injured because of the mayhem, and we're not happy. Today ilikuwa mkutano ya mama akutane na akina mama. And beginning from where Martha addressed now the public at the roundabout, there were signs. In fact, if at all our gubernatorial aspirant Simbarati is not going to play mature politics, I'm assuring you that is going to lose, because you cannot not fail in goons from where people don't know, strangers, They come, they break the gates, they disrupt old mamas wenye walikuwa na amani yao, mkutano yao, wanangoja madha akuje, wakavunja gate, wakaingia, wakasumbua wamama. So all those incidents, we were there. And I'm sorry to say, huyu mwenye alikuwa na room governor, even governor was not around. Na ukiwa na wageni, wewe ndio unapanga nyumba yako, unahakikisha protocol ziko. So the Kanjos were not wrong. Wao walikuwa na wanaingiza wamama, wanawaadmit kwa stadium, wengine wakitoka. So Simba came with the goons, all happened, and we were not happy. And if that's the politics that is trying to play here, I think anaeka Azimio kubaya sana sana kwa hiyo kiti ya ugavana. It might end up going somewhere else because of the kind of goonism he's trying to bring about kwa mikutano ya siasa, kuleta watu, wanapiga watu, wanaharibu. Hata hapo mahali madha alikuwa anahutubia watu, akipea Mama Ida nafasi aongeleshe watu, Simba anaingia na wanyamazisha, wanaanza kuimba jina yake. So it was like how huyu mtu akwaje. So we don't like such politics. We should learn to accommodate each and everyone who is in authority. Ndio mambo iwe sawa. Yes.
Kuna kaswali hivi kutoka Mama Selina, alafu bado tuendelea.
Nataka nisikize hiyo swali.
Okay, swali langu ni hivi. Watu waliokuwa wameketi walikuwa kwa dais. Hiyo ilitubwa kwa dais. Kama ingekuwa imetubwa kwa wananchi, kwa sababu sisi wote tumeona kiwanja ilikuwa imetulia. Na wakati Martha aliposimama akikuja kutaka kwa trace, hiyo tear gas ikatubwa kwa dais mahali yako, kumaanisha ya kwamba thank you because you were there, na tungetaka mtuambie ukweli. Niliona wakati ni hiyo tu, nataka kujua kwa nini alitupa kwa yes.
Hiyo tear gas ilikuja kwa sababu hiyo dais hapo nyuma ndio main entrance iko ya VIP. Saa gate yenye ilivunjwa ni hiyo ya main entrance ya VIP. Hapo ndo insecurity ilitokea. Hiyo haikuwa by mistake. It was intentionally thrown idispatch watu wenye walikuwa wanaingia wengi. Haikuwa although ilienda to a strange place, but ilikuwa intentionally kuprotect watu wengine because walikuwa wamepiga hii security ya county, so police waka-intervene. Ilikuwa hivyo. Sababu hapo mahali Martha alikuwa hapo nyuma ndio kama if I don't know whether you might understand this. Hapo nyuma hapo ndio main entrance iko. Na hiyo gate ndio iliekewa gari ikaivuta ikaivunja. So people were almost being disrupted there. It was like that.
I think yeah, as you continue from this, I think it's best that we get different angles of
leave alone the clip. The clip was recorded by one of the youth reps from Nyamira. They recorded your clip. Yeah, so
sisi wengine tulikuwa tunaona live. Unajua YouTube vizuri, saa ile Martha alikuwa kwa mkutano. Kuna wakati walikuwa kwa barabara, kuna wakati watu ya Arati walikuja, kuna wakati Martha Karua na Gladys Wanga na Mama Aida, na wakakuja watu wengi na wakajoin. Kuna wakati Arati Gladys Wanga aliintroduce Simba Arati na Ongwaya alikuwa hapo. To me, as a politician, umesema wewe ni politician. Shida ilifanyika kwa hiyo stadium, kuna mtu alichora, kwa maoni yangu kama mwanasiasa. Wakati Simba Arati kiwanja wakati walifurahia sana. Unakumbuka na wewe ulikuwa hapo. So wakati Martha Karua alikuwa anaenda kuongea, ni kama alikuwa anaenda kuendorse, kwa sababu pale Gladys Wanga alikuja akaendorse Simba Arati. Then ndiye Martha Karua kukuja kusimama Ongwae, na unakumbuka wakati women reps walikuja. So hii mpango hiyo ni mtu alikuwa na jaribu Martha Karua. Unajua hiyo stadium vile mlikuwa wengi, so somebody was planning that mimi sijui, mimi siko Kisii, lakini nasema kwa sababu nilikuwa nafuatilia that Martha Karua angeendorse. Unajua vile wamefanya huko Migori na kila mahali, governor anakuja anaondoka, alafu wanaita ule incoming, ya kwamba kwa hiyo mkutano Ongeri sikumuona. Kwa hiyo mkutano si kuona huyu anaitwa nani? Obure. Kwa hiyo mkutano ilikuwa Simba Arati, ilikuwa na governor, current sitting governor Martha Karua, na hiyo group ya kina mama of course walikuwa wanaendorse Simba Arati because he was in the meeting. Alikuwa disturbed ili endorsement ya Simba Arati isifanyike kwa sababu kiwanja ilikuwa imetulia. Na ndiye tunasema thank you for that, lakini tunataka tuone kwa njia yote. Ongeri ni mtu na Ongwae alisema ati hapa Kisii yote ni AZIMIO. Huo umetoka chama hii ama umetoka chama hii. Ile kitu tungetaka utuambie for real. Martha Karua as the deputy president, Mama Aida Odinga angesema huyu mtu ya chama hii Ongeri angeongea kwa sababu ako kwa AZIMIO. Huyu mwingine Obure angeongea kwa sababu ako Jubilee. Alafu na sasa Simba Arati angepatiwa nafasi. But hawa wawili waliskip mkutano ya Martha Karua. So hata kama wewe unaona makosa ilitokea wapi, ndiye asiongee, ndiye stadium wasianze kuona Martha Karua wakiendorse the governor who was there. That is how it was, because mimi si kuona kwa YouTube, niliona live ikifanyika wakikuja kwa barabara, wakiingia stadium.
Mama Selina, a minute Mama Selina. You know, hii kitu kama Simba Arati wa angelan, because since yesterday wamekuwa wakiongea hata kwa some social media platforms within the county here that we strictly want women in the stadium. Sasa walikuwa angesoma tu, angemalizia tu mkutano huko kwa roundabout, because kwa roundabout we were over 10,000 watu wengi, and the endorsement was so good sababu Martha Karua alisema kabla vile Simba Arati aliingia, a few minutes later akasema nataka Simba Arati awasalimie. Kama mlikuwa mnaangalia, mliona vile watu walishangilia vizuri sana. People were very happy. So the next point, they were trying to insist Simba Arati watu wako wasiende stadium, and they were purely doing that intentionally.
Sorry.
You know that Simba Arati akiingia huko.
Sorry Statford, I don't mean.
Why watu ya Simba Arati ni wa AZIMIO wasiende stadium? Kwa sababu mkutano hata kama ni ya wamama, Homa Bay ilikuwa ni mkutano ya kina mama, lakini all candidates walikuwa pale. Ulikuwa nasikia Martha Karua akikanya watu ya na Kenya. Today kwa hiyo mkutano yenyu ya Kisii kulikuwa wafuasi ya na Kenya wengi sana. But Martha Karua was saying leo si siku ya na Kenya, ni AZIMIO. Ukiniambia sasa ati Arati vile alikuwa na watu wengi kwa kumshangilia, and then unamunyima yeye ni candidate, unamwambia Simba Arati ati usiende mkutano ya kina mama, na huyu mama anasimama, huyu women rep, wote wa mama wale wote walisimama, walikuwa karibu 6. Kila mtu alikuwa anapongeza Simba Arati. So ukituambia saa hii ati akutane na mama kwa roundabout, and then kama watu wanaingia stadium, Simba Arati atoke na watu yake wakatae kusindikiza Martha Karua. What was that supposed to be? You are a politician, umesema. Hapo unasema hapana.
Sorry.
Sasa siliona Seli, what happened next? Watu wakaanza kupigwa, akina mama wazee, it was not so good. Vitu zingine hazikuenda on camera, but unajua kuna watu waliumia.
Let's be organized here. Let's be organized here. Wait. Let's be organized here. Just wait. Okay, this is becoming a hot topic. Now I want this to be very organized. I think there's different opinions about this, and I think there are some people that are from this community. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think if we all, because we want to have this question answered. So if you're from this community, I don't want to single you out. If you give me a 30-second question, because it's a hot topic, to Stratford, because he's got a different opinion as to what happened. So if Katwi can ask that question, because I definitely know he's from there. And then if Miss Mora, I'm sorry I put you on the spot, if you could ask a question, and then Lamek. 30 seconds each to Stratford, and then we can close this topic. Tafadhali. So Katwi, tafadhali. Ask a question. And I think Mugoi, you're from there. 30 seconds question, yeah, please. Then we close it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this time. I really want to ask this question. Why would two important candidates in KISII skip a venue, a function, and then one of the candidates who went there, who is a gubernatorial seat, chaos erupt? There was clearly, I don't understand why it would have happened, because there were no counter measures between one candidate and the other. If Ongeri would have come there and Obure would have come there, then we would have said that these are goons for Obure and Arati fighting. But clearly it was one candidate. So why it was someone skipping that meeting only to disrupt it, so that Simba Arati can be seen that is a goon in his own way, because that is the narrative that has been going around, that is a goon from Dagoretti. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Mora, if you have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Stanford. I really don't. I think maybe from the past, maybe Simba Arati maybe has been involved in maybe using goons. I don't know. But for this one of KISII, Aki wanamwekelea. Honestly, they just want to taint his name. Why would those older guys, Obure and Ongeri, why would they skip such an important meeting that is in KISII, and yet they are in AZIMIO? Why wouldn't they attend? This thing was orchestrated by somebody, but if anything, maybe Simba Arati, he has to come out publicly and tell us, give us his story. But I'm not gonna believe that Simba Arati was responsible for messing up a meeting that he is attending himself. If you can explain that.
Okay, Lamek, 30 seconds tafadhali, alafu tutenda for the last question. 30 seconds, Mogoi.
Thank you for having me. I need just to go straight to the question to Onyanja. And it's a very simple question. And he has ideally said he's a politician, and you can understand what his expressions are. Why do you think Arati was the issue during this event? That's the first question. The second question, why do you think the policeman who was being chased away by the crowd saying they want to kill him? So those are the two questions I've asked. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's a lot of questions. So Mogoi, last final question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Onyanja, I'm very sad about the situation. It is very embarrassing to happen at this moment. Martha Karua is a dignified woman. She has done a very good politics. It is so embarrassing such a thing to happen in KISII. KISII, as all part of the country, KISII is very embarrassing. For one thing, I want to ask my friend Onyanja. It was daytime. It was night. It was not nighttime. Obura is running for governor. Ongeri is running for governor. These people are AZIMIO. All of them are looking votes for AZIMIO. Why are you selecting a group of people to go to the stadium to meet the deputy president? We are looking for votes. All votes count. Why Ongeri is scaling down that he wants only the women to be in the stadium? And himself, he was there. What was he going to do there? Thank you.
Asante sana. So,
I beg to respond.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Quickly,
beg to respond.
Keep,
I beg to respond.
quickly.
Yeah.
Let me just
Quickly.
let me ask something quick. Who this police officer, is he from the county? Is he a county police officer?
Yeah, he comes from within the county.
So, and that's the one that threw the tear gas. Someone must have ordered him to throw the tear gas. The tear gas was ready there to be used. So someone, he was taking orders. He was taking orders from somebody.
You know, in any meeting, you know, police are ever prepared. No, let me respond quickly. You know, Arati, before, I think he is a man to blame. Before this meeting today, Arati was at Kenya. I was there.
You know, when you keep saying Arati is to blame, you are not answering our questions. You are already.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, dear. You are already prejudging Arati, and that's not fair. Just answer the questions as they are. Do not make your judgment like who is to blame and who is not to blame.
Okay.
Stanford, hold on a second, Stanford. So, Kenya, Spain, you're gonna just bear with me. Bear with me a second. I think this is a very important topic, so I think you're going to be next. So, Stanford, I think the best thing to do is to answer the question, and if you are going to blame a specific person, provide the evidence of it. Then I'll allow Ms. Mora, please. I understand that this is a very important. I'm going to allow this because I want it to be questioned. I will allow him to answer the questions with evidence, and then again raise your hands up if you want to rebut it. But please, Stanford, come with evidence, and then the rest of the community will then raise their hands and rebut you.
I beg to respond. Yeah. So when he was at Kenya yesterday, he had a meeting with one of the Bomachoge Borabu member, Bomachoge Borabu aspirant for ODM, and the statement that he made there were clear. He said this: kama eti wameita Ongwae sijui wakasema sijui ni nini, aliongea maneno mengi, akamalizia kusema atapigwa teke hadi anguke huko chini. So kuna maneno aliongea ambayo si mazuri concerning this meeting that was today. So as if he had known what was to happen and he was very well prepared to handle this day. So kukuja leo, alikuja na watu tayari amejipanga. So I mean, the mayhem haikuwa inakuja tu hivi, ilikuwa imepangwa ikaisha, na hao wengine kuskip mkutano pia walikuwa ni watu wameangalia tuharibie Arati na sisi atuharibie. So it's not something for a community.
Point of order.
If you go to
keep point of order. We are going to take much of our time here.
All right.
Hold on, everybody.
Bernard.
Stafford. Let me have Stafford answer my questions. Okay. The meeting was convened by who? The meeting in the stadium.
Which stadium? Kenya or here KISII?
The meeting where there were scuffles. It was convened by who?
This meeting was convened by His Excellency, the running mate, and Ongwae. Ongwae was the host.
Ongwae was the host.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Arati was not to attend the meeting. Why?
Arati was not to attend the meeting. He wasn't.
So you're saying Arati is to blame for the scuffles because he entered the stadium and he was not to enter the stadium, if I heard you well.
Arati wasn't denied, but he was told that your people should not enter the stadium. There are those people
Why?
who followed him because one, they were noisy and they felt like they were to disrupt the meeting.
Stafford, I think you need to convince us more than
Number
that.
two,
Political crowds are not political crowds are not school children.
Number
are
two,
not school children who are told that this class doesn't enter here and this class doesn't enter here. So let's do this. I don't think we have time to beat around the bush. Mr. Stafford, if you have any serious evidence to prove that the scuffles were brought about by Simba Arati, then give the evidence, not that hearsay you're telling us. You are in the meeting. There is a Caroline here who says she was also in the meeting. So you are not the only one in the meeting. You have also said you are over 10,000 people in that particular meeting. So you don't have the monopoly of what happened. But from the explanation, you seem to have an idea and concluded mindset about Simba Arati and why he should be blamed, even where he shouldn't. If I am called in a meeting to be endorsed, my bishops call me, they want to anoint me, then I go to the meeting. How do I now become the problem of the disagreements that may erupt from the place? Ongwae is the governor. Arati is the incoming governor. Between the two of them, who has the authority right now over KISII? Is it Arati who is incoming or Ongwae who is the sitting governor? If Ongwae was the host of the meeting, then Ongwae has much to say about what transpired in the meeting.
Okay, Bernard,
and
before
if he was afraid of Simba Arati being endorsed, okay, there are different mechanisms to go about it, not that endangering people's lives. There is nothing reasonable about endangering people's lives, especially women and children, because you are afraid that somebody is going to be endorsed. Hiyo ni utoto, and I don't think anybody in their right sense should be supporting that. Not even if Simba Arati is young, yes, he may be hot-blooded, yes, and all that. But any person endangering the lives of women and children should not be, nobody should hold a brief for them, in my opinion. And that's why I'm saying the security of the VIPs is not supposed to be a reaction. It's supposed to be proactive. Proactive means all those things you are saying have all come into play, have all been put in consideration. That's why the meeting was approved. That's why the meeting took place. So any disruption of that particular meeting, it was within, not without.
Okay, Bernard,
So,
just to be fair, because I don't think, for me, in my opinion, I don't see any evidence that Stratford is coming for. But just to be fair, I think that we need to listen to Mkenya first, and then tutakuja kwa Lamek, and then for gender sensitivity will come to Miss Mora, and then Katwe next, and then Mugoi, because I think they can give us, I think it's important we hear also from the community as to what happened. So if Mkenya can do her presentation first, and then the way I've just said it, we have that line going on. I think that is best. Stratford, I have to cut you out because I think I'd given you a chance to give evidence and you did not give evidence. So we'll wait for you to come for the next round so as to pick up the other questions, because there's no camera. We all saw the camera feeds and what you're saying does not add up. Okay. Then Bernard Dakwachevo. So Kenya, Spain.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Hope you are all well. It's long time, tangu niingia hapa, but no problem. We are okay, going on well. Doing great here in Europe. Soon we are coming home because it's like we are counting now days. I think we have like 41 days remaining for the election. So soon we'll be there.
39.
39.
Wacha kurudis days bana.
Few days remaining. Wow. Okay, to my point. Okay, today was a funny day for me. Evening time when I just entered Mutembei TV. I saw that manifesto of Wajahkoya. She is called Wajahkoya. Wajahkoya.
Wajahkoya.
Wajahkoya. Okay. In fact, if I can ask, are we Kenyans really? Are we serious with what we want? Because when I listen to the 10, those promises doesn't exist in this continent. Maybe we will create our own Kenya on the space. Because what he promised us, nothing can happen like that. Where will you sell all that bank? And by the way, not all countries bank is legalized. There are some countries where even you can't when the police smells that smell of bank. I think many of us we know the smell of bank, how it is. You can't even go in some streets like here in Europe. So where will he sell that bank that is promising us that when he just enters that like that, Onyeri will be a bank plantation? Oh my God. People, we should be serious. I think it's time to be serious and to know type of leaders we want to elect. Because if we just let them be misled by the few people who doesn't know what they want. Because what I saw today was just was just like a show, a free show which was going on in the name of Manifesto. Because that's what I can say. I know there are many people who are listening me who are supporters of Wajahkoya. I'm not against that, but what I can ask you, my fellow Kenyans, is to think and to become serious of what we want for our country. Because all those promises I've read, the 10 of them, that one does not exist. That we can't talk of something which can't work on these. Imagine we are an African country that is, they call us third world country, and you are planning and you are giving us stories of exporting dog meat. Where will you take that dog meat? Some things are very hard. We have to work on the simple things before we start thinking of climbing the tree. You can't climb a tree without roots. You have to shake the tree and know, is this tree strong enough toward me? Because if not so, I will fall. We will fall both with the tree. So after listening the 10 of them, hanging people, I don't know what. Surely you are telling us to I think today was just a shocking day for us Kenyans. We end a free music, that is the reggae. Those who we like the reggae music, we enjoyed it a lot. The beat was of a higher level. But when now they started talking of their manifesto, I'm not criticizing anyone's manifesto, but what I can tell my fellow Kenyans, let us be serious of what we want. Yeah, he started the show. He had many followers who were watching live. But after listening, what have we gained? I didn't even listen to what Ruto was saying at Kasarani, because yesterday after listening, they're telling us a mobile calls will be free of charge. Those are lies. He promised our children that they will have free laptops. Even from 2017, we are now 2020. Even it was not 2017, it was 2013. We are now 2022, and still we are being promised info and digital promises which doesn't exist. Who will pay for all 30 million, 47 billions of Kenyans we have, and we are using mobile? Who will pay all that that debt? If as Kenyans we have a debt that they have caused themselves, and they are now telling us they will pay for our free calls and they will pay for our mobile calls, that one can't happen. Let us not be led by false promises, so that we can vote people who want to just to gain for themselves. Let us think of what as Kenyans we want. What can bring something good for for the future generation of our country, and also what will make us, we as Kenyans, have a good life, at least to enjoy our country. Because everywhere, even here in Europe, life is becoming hard. Things have prices have gone high. Everything has gone high. Not only in Kenya. When I've been listening, people have been reading messages of people complaining that Ati Uhuru has meant the economy to be high, has done this. No, even here in Europe, we are experiencing that pinch. Because if I can tell you, something which we were buying last year, €1, it has increased almost 120% of what we are paying now. You bought something last year, €1, now we are paying it €250, and that's a lot of money. When we compare the prices which we were paying before the COVID-19 and before the Ukraine and Russian war. Let us not complain about let's not say that Uru is the person who has meant the economy to be that tough. Everywhere life has become hard. Everywhere things have changed. Everywhere prices have gone high. So who is to be blamed here? Yeah, we know they borrowed. That's another case. But now when it comes out to this, also we have to look the other side. We should open the book and read out inside the cover. Let us not read book outside the cover, because we will not get the message which is there. Because if we don't, we will just stick at we will be always talking the same thing of this and this, and we will be cheated, we will be promised lies, we will be just like people who want who don't want to liberate their country. And I think for our country to liberate our country, what we need is to vote wise and to vote to elect good leaders. Thank you. Keep uwanja ni wako.
Kenya, Spain, it's always nice to hear from you, my neighbor. Unakuanga mali iko joto joto, mimi niko hapa kwa baridi.
Hacha tu tunafika 50% degree Celsius kwanza hii wiki. It's very hot.
Lucky. Tutapatiwa free internet na Ruto.
Lucky. Now we have to start going to beach, and that's a lot of money, you see.
Great. Okay, sasa inafika sasa kwa hii community yangu napenda sana, my kamama. Lamek.
Keep. Onyanja must have taken much of our time. Nevertheless, he's a politician. We wish him well with this propaganda. Back to my point, I have 3 items today. Actually 2, not 3. the manifestos for the Kenya Kwanza and the Wajahkoya, but I will not dwell much on Wajahkoya. I want to maybe to speak a bit of Kenya Kwanza. If you looked at the presidential candidate of Kenya Kwanza, the deputy president, you could see that today he did not have that energy of discussing issues, expressing issues, and putting points across to Kenyans. Yes, manifestos are like another manifestos. What matters if they are implemented? The deputy president of 2013, 2017, when they used to give their manifestos with the president, today it looked a bit different. I don't know, it was intentional. He must have been advised. Even the way he was articulating those issues, you could see he did not have that energy. Yes, there are those points he put across. If he happened to form the government, he can implement them. But again, manifestos for politicians is, to me, I always say, and I agree with the lady from Spain, it's not their lies to Kenyans. They want just to appeal and encourage Kenyans to vote on their side. So we wish him well. I would not want to dwell on that. The thing is, today we did not have that energy. Maybe the way he is putting it and the way he's seeing it, he must be projecting what may be happening in August during the elections. Going to Wajahkoya, yes, people may dismiss that guy, but it's a presidential material. Is on the list. We never know what will come in 2027. He has set his base. There are those voters who feels like Wajahkoya is the best guy, not necessarily now, but in the future. So he is building his foundation, and I think he'll be getting there. He may be giving suggestions about if he is elected, what he will bring in the country, but not for now. So at the same time, we wish him well. He's a guy who can cause a runoff very easily. So we should not underrate him, but wish him well. The third thing is about what happened in KISII. Yes, I watched online. I watched during the evening news, and I could really not understand what the other panelist or Onyanja was trying to explain to us. But ideally, it's wrong. What we will condemn, that whatever happened there is wrong. And this is where now IPC needs to come up and maybe implement those election practices, because it is spelled in the law. So whatever happened, it should not be there. As much as they're saying the policeman was is the one who had the tear gas, I think it's for the government now to investigate and find out. I've seen he has been arrested. Is now within the premises of the government cells, so we'll be able to know what really happened. But it's to ask Kenyans, they need to be very careful during these campaigns, and is to ask Kenyans not to be used by these politicians. That's the most important thing. I need to talk about zoning. I said it last time, and I wish Bernard was here. Zoning is going to be an headache to both coalitions. It's not going to be very easy. So you can imagine, apart from the Luo Nyanza, for them, zoning is not an issue. The same county, KISII and Nyamira and other counties, zoning is going to be very difficult. Even from study with the capital city, Nairobi, the issue of zoning at this moment is going to be very difficult. And telling somebody that, you see, now you need to step down for someone else, because you've done the polls and you feel like somebody is a bit ahead of each other. So it's gonna be an headache, and it may, most people who you think they're very popular, they may lose some seats. So the strategy they're going to use, even now, I don't need. I'm unable to understand. I wish Bernard was here. I still stand at this stage. Zoning may not work. Zoning may not work, but it's for particular those coalition to have a strategy so that they can win more seats. Thank you, Kip. I'm always very brief, and I think after some few minutes I'll be able to step out because it's 12 midnight. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So you're in Europe, huh?
No, I'm not in Europe. I'm in Kenya. It's 12.
It's almost 1 for you there.
Yes, so
Lakini
I need to sleep and catch up work tomorrow.
subiri kidogo uone watu wakisema points kidogo hapo. Very, very serious situation here. For me, before Miss Mora comes in, I think, first of all, I think the fellow is with AZIMIO, but in KISII, it's a bit of a complicated scenario there. There's a lot of, when they can actually master the art of clan rotation in terms of leadership, or where political parties can master the art of allowing the different clans in KISII to rotate power or share it amongst the 6 Ps. That would be great for KISII because they do that in Kwale. Kwale does that very well. Right now, it's between the Digo and I don't know the other tribe. They are rotating power, even if it's cross political parties, even if it's rival, they're doing that. And I think that would help in KISII. As for my second point about what happened in KISII today, even if we will let the police do investigation, there are so many camera angles that I've seen from KTN, NTV, Citizen that shows me that that police officer shot that canister straight into the podium. Because if it was the crowd that was being targeted, that would have been the police officer facing this other direction, away from the podium and protecting the VIP. Because at the end of the day, this is a very important person in our country. So we will let the investigation go in. And at the end of the day, this is also an example of what will happen to you if you try and steal our election. If anybody dares to steal our election, we'll pick you one by one. So that's a very good example. And I like Martha Karua's message after what happened there. People in Nyamira and KISII love this woman. Wachana na hii nyang'ao inakuja kuharibu mambo Nyanza. So Miss Mora, karibu sana. I know you are really waiting to answer this, and then Kat will come in. But take your time because it's also your presentation, Miss Mora. So don't feel like you're under pressure to rush. So you can answer the question about what the politician said, and then also your presentation for the day.
Okay, hi guys. Now I'm saying hi to you because earlier it was a kivumbi. Anyway, about this issue in KISII, I think that's my opinion. I think Ongwae is afraid of what Arati might find in that office. I think that's the big problem. Ongwae wants somebody that is going to protect him. Whoever comes to take over from him should be able to protect him. I think too much misappropriation of funds, too much corruption, and then plus they say, I don't know, they say like he stole a lot of money, and people say like there are so many ghost workers in KISII, and some of us know a few. So all those things, Ongwae is afraid that whoever comes is going to find all those things. So where is that going to put him? And I think he's eyeing an office, like in the higher office in the government, because you've seen him like with the Baba everywhere. So he does not want anything to taint his image, to taint his name. I believe that's why he wants to make sure that whoever takes office is his mole, someone that is going to protect his interests. Other than that, I think it's gonna get worse before it gets better. And I would suggest a really close talk between Ongwae and Simbarati. I mean Simbarati's group and Ongwae's group. Otherwise, man, we're gonna see someone dying. Someone will even die in Kisii because of what's going on. So they really have to find a solution before things get out of hand. And for the police officer that threw that canister to the podium, that endangers like VIP, very important people. Whoever ordered him to throw that canister is responsible as much as the police officer is responsible. You don't do that. I mean, Martha Karua was there. The wife to our fifth president was there. Miss Ida Odinga was there. There were so many like dignitaries on the podium. It's just not right for someone just to throw a canister like that. You may never know, someone could get injured, someone could be stampeded on and they die, you know. So it's just not the right thing to do. So it really has to come out and be honest and tell the investigators exactly why he did that and who ordered him to do that. And as we all know right now, Ongwae is still the boss. Ongwae is still the governor of Kisii. So whatever happens around him, he's responsible. He just wants to turn things around and say Arati is responsible because he doesn't like Arati. And that it's not fair. It's politics, but some of these things are gonna come turn against Ongwae. So other than that, Wajahkoya, oh man, that guy is on a mission. He's giving Ruto sleepless nights. I mean, he had like a big crowd the other day, and then today his manifesto actually made a lot of sense. The only two things that he runs for that I don't like is the bangi and the marijuana and the snakes. I don't know what else he runs. Like those are his major points. So if you could articulate more about other things, maybe he could be a president in Kenya in the future. Not now, but in future. Like someone said, it's probably being used, which is true or maybe not true, but I don't think Wajahkoya is gonna go all the way like to the ballot. He's gonna step down for somebody. So it's a njama. I think it's a planned njama. Other than that, Ruto, I actually watched his manifesto presentation online, but I have to be honest, I never paid so much attention because from the get-go, the moment Ruto stepped on the podium, he did not leave. It appeared to me it's a one-man show. He can't be the MC, the like the one that is inviting people to talk. He cannot do everything. He has dictatorial tendencies that are not going to really augur well for him. Some of the things he said may be helpful, I don't know, but he's been in government. Why didn't he implement any of these things? He's been in government for 10 years. If he's being honest, he could be telling us like, okay, you see, for the last 5 years, we implemented this and it worked and we want to continue doing it. He's been in government for like 10 years. Why hasn't he implemented any of the things that he has on his manifesto today? So that is my question. And then AZIMIO in Migori, oh my God, there was a huge crowd. That is very good. Other than that, I'll hang around and I hope that guy, whatever was Stanford, I hope he left to go find more information and come back and give us the correct information. He cannot mislead the country when there were people taking pictures, people taking recording whatever was going on, and he cannot come here and start blaming one person without evidence. That's it for now, you guys. I'm still here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. And to add on to that, politician is always a politician. I think there's self-interest there. I didn't want to put him on the spot because I was about to ask what party he's on, but it doesn't matter. AZIMIO is AZIMIO. Sometimes we've got some crazy people in within our coalition, and they'll be weeded out.
You know, I believe in is in AZIMIO, but I think he's in Ongeri's camp. That's my thinking.
I have the same suspicion, but I didn't want to put him on the spot because, you know, nowadays it's like asking, going to be a bit racially insensitive. It's like asking a white man what party they are in. They don't like that. For me, I think there's a question that is lingering that we've not answered, Ms. Mora, before you go. It's about zoning. And I think I was trying to allude to that about when I discussed about the politics in KISII. And I was wondering, is it possible to do zoning in KISII, or is it something that we will have to let it go and let it run off like that? Because we've got Chama cha Mbolea there, and we've got ODM there in KISII. So, and I think even NAC is there. So should we let KISII run freely?
I don't really know, but one thing I know is that KISII people, and let me say KISII men per se, have a big ego. You know, when Katwe, you have to agree with me.
He's coming next, so he's going to do the rebuttal or answer.
Yeah, you have to agree with me. They have a big ego. Like for someone to change their mind about something, it's going to take so much. So someone like Ongeri, I think he believes like I remember one time he called Simbarati Omoisia, which means like a small boy. You know, that's they have a big ego, and it's so hard to change their minds. I don't know. It's gonna take like centuries before someone is gonna say, okay, Ongeri, you've been the senator. Okay, you'll step down so Simbarati can be. You know, it's gonna take centuries. I'm not sure if zoning can work in KISII. The men we have a huge ego.
Hi, Katwe. You can bring your ego in, and you can also tell us how your papa is. Is he 87 years old or 89? And I'm not bringing ageism here, but tell us about your Ndovuku tuambie.
First of all, in KISII, we do not practice toxic masculinity. We exercise toxic masculinity. That you should understand.
Exactly.
We actually exercise it. It's the order of the day in KISII, and just to preempt, just to demystify about the politics of KISII today. I think I don't know why Stafford has gone, and actually I can call him that he's not a stable politician. He should have stayed here, and we should have told him what really happens in politics when it comes to these chaos and all that. In Wajir in 2019, when Maendeleo, it was Inua Mama initiative, that which had Sabina Chege, Mama Miradi. There were women going around distributing gases and all that. There was a canister that was thrown in Wajir in a field called Orai. I was there, and it was a police officer who released that canister. Heads rolled. And I want to tell you for a fact that there are protocols to release a bullet, there are protocols to release a canister, and to which direction are you releasing that canister? Was the crowd agitated? Did they start throwing stones? What warranted you to throw that canister? I don't want to preempt investigations as it is right now. But what I do know is that Simbarati, from where Simbarati is coming from, and Chris Obure, these are siblings of the same clan. And Ongeri vis-a-vis Machogu, these are cousins, first cousins of the same house. So you can imagine right now, we are playing politics. Politics in KISII is very hard, but I'm not surprised that it is coming at a time when it is a national discussion that KISII and Nyamira are becoming notorious in terms of sibling rivalry, because in KISII we do not actually do what happened in Northeastern. There panga huwa zinatembea usiku, people hit each other, people fight. And it is a narrative that has gone round that Simbarati is very good in terms of public oration and handouts, and the way he's controlling his crowd. Is a man of the ground. And Obure was just coming in because he felt like, now that I'm coming from the clan of Bobasi, why would a young boy come and become a governor before me? He wasn't going to run for office. Ongeri was not supposed to be running for office because the contract between him and the KISII community was, now that you missed in 2013, you are going for retire. Kindly, let us just give you as a sign of respect so that you go home with something. The way we wanted Nyachai to go home with dignity, but he decided to fight with a son that he contributed in a fundraising to go to school. Robert Monda, who is now the deputy running mate for Simbarati, he decided to, and that is why Nyachai lost. He said, Omoisioyo mwenye nilichangia, how comes anakuja kuninyang'anya hii kiti? I mean, if the time has come, ni kama sasa Mama Selina, I do believe you uko na miaka kidogo, ujipate unafanya maneno yenye wasichana walikuwa wanafanya. It does not make any sense. Ama upate, in politics there is speed. Simbarati has speed, and it is allowed for him to have speed in politics, like the way Ruto is having speed. But when it comes to wisdom, I am expecting Ongeri and Obure to have the wisdom yenye Raila akonayo. Remember, Ruto has a lot of speed. And to counter that, Baba is running a marathon with, there is no gold that is bigger than, like the 100-meter gold and 24 rounds gold. All of them are gold. It depends on how much time you take. So I'm expecting maturity from Chris Obure. I'm expecting maturity from Ongeri, such that when we look at Simbarati, we question his character. We tell him, you see, these wazees are quiet. Why are you disturbing them? Why are you abusing them? But when we find that it is these two wazees that are abusing a young boy, when a young boy is being abused, it is perceived like this old man is threatened. There are two types of news. When a dog bites a man, it's not news. But when a man is biting a dog, it is news. So it is to me, I don't think like these people are going to agree, but let us be careful that we are handing power to the opponent. Remember, Machogu is moneyed. One, Machogu has money. Remember that one, you should understand that he has good money to fund his campaigns. Secondly, Machogu is running alone. In that, from Kenya Kwanza is the one who is running alone. If these wrangles continue from AZIMIO, I cannot be surprised if Machogu becomes the next governor for KISII County because of these wrangles. Remember this: if Obure is going to gawanya those 89,000 votes for Bobasi, which means Simbarati is going to get around 40. Then from Bogetutu, from where, if he's not going to consolidate those votes and AZIMIO is not going to agree on who is going to run, we don't want Ongeri not to run because of the threat of Machogu. If he stops running, Machogu will sweep away all those votes for Nyaribari Masaba and Nyaribari Chache. It's KISII politics, it's a different thing. So allow me to go to the national politics. And today I really want to focus on the effect of Wajahkoya in this election. One, in the art of war, you invite your enemy to the streets that you know best. You fight your enemy in the streets that you know best. Ruto masqueraded to be a hustler, but now the true hustler is here. If you compare these two lives, the way they've led their lives. In 1992, Wajahkoya was fighting to present evidence that Robert Ouko was killed when he was in the DCI. What was Ruto doing? Ruto was busy looting from YK92 now is masquerading as the true hustler. When Ruto is dancing to the tune of hustler, Wajahkoya is removing shoes because he's not afraid. Even if he has jiggers in his legs, he knows that those are true jiggers that are presented. But when Ruto is saying that he has jiggers in his legs, you cannot believe that he has jiggers because he has never tested. One, Ruto has never sat in an interview to say that I want this job. Wajahkoya, in the other end, he was vetted in somewhere in a police camp to become a police officer who rose to the rank of a police inspector. The effect of Wajahkoya is bringing, you can imagine if Wajahkoya is now being compared to Ruto. When Raila said that Ruto ni kitu kidogo, people thought he was joking, and those are some of his normal semantics of saying that Ruto ni kitu kidogo. But it is true, Ruto ni kitu kidogo, because look at what Wajahkoya is doing. When Ruto is calling himself a hustler, the true hustler has come and he has taken over his camp. This is his territory. Wajahkoya is the hustler. He knows vichochoro za Nairobi zote. If you place Wajahkoya today in River Road and Ruto, who will need more security? And why would Ruto need more security if he is a hustler? So today I am seeing, and look at the confidence of Wajahkoya. He decided that he's going to present his manifesto on the day that Ruto is putting across his manifesto. That shows you that this man has guts. I wouldn't want to taja the other name, but this man shows that he has guts to fight you. He is bringing the fight of hustlers to the door. If today a hustler is not going to vote for William Ruto, what is the option? It is Wajahkoya. And Wajahkoya is coming in as a force to show Ruto that now, because you decided to come to my territory, remember this, in a kingdom, shamba la wanyama, kuna konga na territory. Na simba anakonga na territory yake. Whether a tiger has the best power in terms of claws and speed and climbing trees, a tiger will never hunt in the lion's territory. And this is what Wajahkoya is trying to tell Ruto. What you are trying to present to Kenyans is a fake. You could see the kind of confidence that Ruto had. He did not have any confidence like the time when he was telling us in 7 months' time, in 6 months' time, in whatever month's time. That confidence, I don't know why he's not having it right now. It's like saying that a bad servant, but a good master, vice versa. But I'm not seeing any confidence today telling us that all markets are going to be interconnected with fiber and all that. It's not a new thing. We have fiber even in KISII. I come from KISII and I'm using internet there. So does it mean I'm going to wait for William Ruto? No. You could see Hussein Mohammed tried to bring out the history of liberation, and they are ashamed to mention Raila's name in that manifesto of them, because without that liberation, they wouldn't be standing in those podiums to say that it is. I agree with Miss Mora. It was a one-man show. I don't know why Rigathi did not speak and give us what he thinks. I am not quite sure. Maybe it was because he was ashamed of Rigathi Gachagua to present him. Come on, ukizaa kilema usifiche kwa nyumba. Kilema pia ni binadamu, mtoe nje tumuone, at least tujue huyu ni kilema badala ya kumficha. Why are you hiding your lame kid? Thank you so much for the night.
Katwe, it's always a pleasure seeing you. Unanichekeshanga na hizi vitu. Kwanza unapatianga points. Bernard, I'm telling you, hii story ya KISII imetupatia the most views in the last week bana. Nimeona tu sasa hii watu wa KISII wametuongezea views. Very well done. You've got very many views now. Ben, I'm about to go sleep. Miss Mora, just 1 second. I'm about to go sleep. Kuna video ya watu wangu nimekuwekea hapo ya KISII hapo. If you could download alafu you show them, it would be very nice. And for Katwe, I'll tell you one thing. It's not about hii mambo ya marathon. I like your analogy about marathon and 100 meters. Kuna kuanga na specialist of each race. Yeah. Wajahkoya is a specialist for 100 meters. He's proved us. Amekuja hivi amechapa 100 meters hapa na ameenda.
I don't know. Did you see the caricature today from the People Daily? Was it today or yesterday? when he was seated on a rocket and the Raila and Ruto are wondering, is this person going to reach Canaan before us? And Ruto is saying this kind of velocity, I'm not quite sure.
That is why I'm telling you, Katwe, I will not be surprised if Wajahkoya, he has never abused Raila. Never. So what I'm trying to say is this man might just in the last minute aseme watu wangu hasla, ebu vukeni hapo Canon nje hapa. Huyu mzee nimemjua na atawasaidia kwenda hivyo. I believe that. Me, I hope that is what's going to happen. But I also believe he's a more formidable opposition leader than Ruto. Me now, I prefer him. Hata kama ataongea mambo ya bangi, ni afadhali si mambo ya wizi. That is what I'm saying. Better the devil I know than this other stupid devil here. Finally, unajua umeniletea points mingi hapa. I think I'll stop there. But if Bernard, you could let a point he may evaporate. If Bernard, you could continue me lazima niende kulala. If you could download the videos for me, it would be nice. And yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Ama bado Katwe tutaendelea na hii ping pong about KISII.
You know, one thing I like about politics is that if you watched that documentary about goons for hire or crowds for hire, you'll understand the way politics is played. That guy who was here right now, he cannot be able to answer logic questions. How comes when you're saying that hii ni mkutano ya mama, si mkutano ya wamama, ni wamama wameorganize. The women were the organizers, not a meeting for women. If it was a meeting for a women, it would have been done in a town hall somewhere where there was this controlled crowd going in. But when you come to say that hii ni mkutano ya mama and you are a man there with a trouser and a suit saying that hii ni mkutano ya mama, it doesn't make any sense to me. But let us
No. What do KISII men practice? You just told me that. I'm not going to repeat it.
Yeah, KISII men do not practice toxic masculinity. They exercise toxic masculinity. That is the problem.
Ebu patia Miss Mora dakika moja hapa alafu Bernard achukue show.
Katwe, I honestly like listening to you. You're such a very smart young man. You are very, very knowledgeable, and my goodness, you bring out the points as they are. So I was just gonna add to what you said. The guy, whatever, Stanford, yeah, he should have stayed. He should have stayed. So I'm sure he's listening. I hope he comes back in, so at least he can watch the clip with us. I'm just waiting to watch the clip, so we can see exactly what happened.
Bernard, ni yako sasa, acha mimi niende kulala. Asante sana. Thank you.
Are you sure Bernard is okay? Because I'm not seeing him being responsive to these stimuli of ours.
I'm okay. I'm only that there is a video I'm working on. Mwache gossip.
Basi patia mama Selina hapa ama bado ako kwa gossip hapo ako kwa simu. Najua tunaweza check hapa na maongea.
Okay, the one video is ready. Let's play it as the other one gets ready.
What is it? Crispy.
were those people who are going to cause fracas, Bernard. And you see where the canister went.
Because I am not quite. If you look at even that clip itself, I think a canister is supposed to be controlling uncontrolled crowd, a mayhemed crowd, because a canister is supposed to be protecting the VIP against people rushing. So when you throw that canister to the VIP, and you know this is the spot for the VIP, what are you? Look at the way the crowd is relaxed. They are not even moving. Very calm. So who was it? Because I can see the time Martha Karua was taking the microphone is the time that canister was being thrown. So whose benefit is this after the canister being thrown when Martha Karua is standing to present his speech? You see, if it is Simbarati, the time Simbarati probably was loitering around and wanting to speak on all that, if that is the time the canister would have been thrown, then we would have said this. I'm starting to imagine that this is not about the gubernatorial race in KISII. To me, it sounds like it's not about this thing, because if Martha has been moving around the country and has not been getting any kind of retaliation, and I will want to know where that police officer is coming from. Clearly, it will give us the genesis of what really happened and what was the intention of that police officer. Because if there was no agitation, there was no, unajua, before a canister is being thrown, they should be like, the crowd is very resistant, the crowd is moving towards the VIP, because you're supposed to be protecting the VIP, not these other people. These other people will find their own way. There are officers who will protect them if there is kunavita. But when the crowd is not agitated, there is no movement that is showing that there's going to be maybe fracas or something. How will you release a canister? And how was it released? You know, kama ingeanguka bahati mbaya penye yuko, we would have said that is bahati mbaya. But it was thrown, which means it is something that was pre-planned. I'm just trying to imagine. Let us not look at this on the gubernatorial race only. Let us look at this on the national level too, because there is a mix-up that is going around. I don't want to preempt investigations, but can you try to look at it on a broader picture? Because when you're practicing politics, do not look at politics from one angle. Look from all sides of the angle to establish what really happened. Thank you.
This is UDA. This is UDA. Bernard, sorry.
Keep. I have said that the security for the VIPs needs to be beefed up. Secondly, is we are dealing with a desperate competitor who is capable of anything. And so nothing should be left to chance. Let us not play games. When somebody is losing and is losing badly, he will do anything. And one of it is taking advantage of the situation, because the last time Baba was in KISII, there were fracas, okay? This is the second time. So there must be somebody who is trying to play, to take advantage of the wrangles around, to do his own thing. Then he will not be blamed, because it will not be easily be detected as the cause of what is happening. So there is a third party here that is taking advantage of the situation on the ground, and probably the really issue here was the meeting not to take place, or the meeting to end up being chaotic. Then it will be said that it is the usual ODM goons and all that blame game taking place. So let the investigation be done. But like Katwa is saying, when we look at it from the local perspective, we may miss to catch the person who is behind this. From the fact that the police officer is the one who threw that tear gas thing, and he did not throw it to the people, he threw it to the dais where the guests are, and there was no charging crowd, because the tear gas is thrown in the middle of a charging crowd. I've been in this in so many times, where when the crowd is charging and is coming and is is not listening to anything, has refused to back from the warning, first warning, second warning, third warning. So it is thrown in the middle to stop the charging crowd. But these people are already in the stadium. They are already in their position. They are listening to the conversation. So how are they disturbing? Who are they disturbing? So hii kitu iko na mambo mingi ndani. Tusiangalie tu at looking at the local players alone. In my opinion, will miss out the person who is really behind this. This must be that aspect of trying to implicate the right party in the name that they cannot handle their own affairs just that way. So it's a very a very good thing that needs to be reinvestigated na iangaliwe vizuri. Wajahkoya's performance and instilling the show, that one, congratulations to him. He's doing very well. He will be number 2, like we said. Ruto will be number 3, and that is going to help us, so that since we know Wajahkoya is not going to court, he doesn't even believe in court. He doesn't believe in the constitution. So Wajahkoya is a better number 2. He doesn't believe in court. He doesn't believe in the constitution and all that. So when he loses, he will go with his roots things in the root wherever. But this Ruto man is the one who needs to be beaten by Wajahkoya. He will be humbled. Atanyenyekea, hatafanya chochote kwa sababu Wajahkoya has beaten him hands down. And I see that happening. Because from the look of the performance on the online, Ruto is struggling. Wajahkoya had his comfortable 2,000 people viewing when Ruto could not get to 100. So that means there is something about this Wajahkoya guy. And let him keep doing his magic. Only that his extremism, it needs to not to be left on its own. Inaleta kizaza na it's misguiding, because the people dancing there and the excitement is baseless. No structures, no nothing. He say we will suspend the constitution, and you will let the people who have stolen the chicken to explain why they are stealing. And then if it's because of hunger, they will ask the owner of the chicken if he could forget the case. Now, hata kitambo haikukwanga hivyo.
Bernard, what do you think the paper of today is going to read? Is it going to be about William Ruto, or it's going to be between William Ruto and Wajahkoya manifesto? And is Ruto really happy about a paper being divided into 2?
He has no choice. He doesn't have a choice, number 1. Number 2, he has no respect for the media, so it will be just what we have said. Wajahkoya steals the show from William Ruto. Wait for the paper. Wait for the paper. They are going to copy this one.
Exactly. Headlines. I want to see the headlines out now.
Exactly. Actually, what I said is like Wajahkoya stole the show, for real. He really stole the show. So whatever the papers are going to say, it's going to be between Wajahkoya and Ruto. So Ruto is not going to be the main factor in the news today. So Wajahkoya won. In a way, he really won big.
You know, funny enough, when Ruto is saying he's a hustler, then you know the way the gangs behave whenever you take, for example, marijuana or cocaine, you're told to test. Wajahkoya is simply telling Ruto, can you test marijuana for who smoke this thing as hustlers? Can you really? I can smoke it. I am a hustler. I can really smoke it. Can you beat me on this? As in, he's trying to show him a particular finger of the hand, but anyway, it's okay.
There is somebody, Geoffrey Wafula says, remember Garissa, Wajira, now KISII, AZIMIO are failing very fast. That's why we need to make the investigation. It is not AZIMIO, in my opinion, it's not. there is a third party here who is tracking this thing since he cannot. Kuna video nilicheza hapa kitambo ya Mwalimu Nyerere. Anasema wakati mwanasiasa analemewa kisiasa na anaona kwamba kura zake zinapotea kwa sababu point zake hazivutii umati, ata revert back kwa ukabila, ama kutumia ukabila, ama kutumia dini, ama kutumia fujo, kwa sababu siasa zake, sera zake haziuzi, okay? Watu hawafurahii. Kwa hivyo ata revert to the three easy options, which are violence, religion, or tribalism. And that is, in my opinion, what is at play here. Since the Kenya Kwanza are trailing in this debate, not in the debate, in this election, they are trailing, and they seem to be doing more of defensive or responding to what AZIMIO has done. That's how it is appearing. And in that case, they are struggling to keep in the race. That struggle is not going down with them. And so they will opt to either bring about violence that may mess up the elections, or reduce the votes by scaring people to leave particular places so that they don't vote. So all those things need to be properly investigated, and the perpetrators to be brought to book. Matiang'i needs to slow down, in my opinion, level-headedly deal with this matter seriously. I did not like his statement about what he said on the Nakuru issue. You don't deal with insecurity matters by, this is not exam cheating. This is not education. This is security. And when it's matter security, you need to deploy everything in your disposal, ensuring that only credible people are on the ground and you are acting on credible information. Sio story ya kusema tumesikia kwamba kuna informed sijui what, we are confirm, we are coming to confirm you, and you jokingly talk as if it's a political issue. That needs to be dealt with decisively. And so the participants in the internal security docket need to wake up and trail this thing, follow it closely, because there is a calculated move. We can see a calculated pattern, okay, happening. Sio Wajir, sio Marsabit, sio KISII. That is something that needs to be followed closely, and see who are these that wants to cause chaos in this meeting, because they want to blame it on the local politics, but this thing, there is more to it than the local politics. There's more to it than sibling rivalry that we are explained with. That is my take on that. Unless somebody has a response, let's listen to George Ogutu. One Ogutu, how are you?
A long time.
Yes, long time. You are still mute, unmute, and speak up.
What's going on? Is it okay now?
Yes, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, okay, I've been busy a little bit. This we are in America where you have to look for how to pay your bills, but it's okay. What I want, I just had some. I saw the guys presenting their manifestos, Raila and Ruto and all that. And fortunately or unfortunately, there's quite a number of mishaps. When I start with Ruto, there's a lot of lies. Whatever it was trying to replicate what it did what is said there are other times. You know, somebody's trying to tell you that I'll bring internet in every home, which is not even, it cannot even work in America. We have, this is the most developed country where I am. I'm in New York, but I go upstate, I cannot even call. When I go upstate somewhere, I cannot even call. Someone telling me, I'll make sure you have. Does it even think properly? Does it? If it had come to America, even to other countries, and I mean, it doesn't work out. This somebody lying and lying, and then is double speaking on virtually everything. Double speaking on everything. Today is that, oh, he goes to Kusuma and says, oh, the pot is nice. The next day he said, oh, all the money was taken to Kusuma. The next day he goes to Mombasa. I mean, it's all bullshit. I think this is not a guy we can trust. Personally, you know, on record, I know him from the university. I know him from the university. He was some years ahead of, just 1 year, less than 1 year ahead of me. I know him. I know who he is. It's not a guy you can trust. It's not a guy you can trust. And Kenyans should start thinking proper on what the kind of leader they need to have. You look at who he has appointed as the deputy, another third. I know Gachagua, like it says I was never a deal in Molo, and I know him. This is a guy I've always told you. This is a guy I know so well that it was a special deal under Moi regime. And I know him. I can mention names, which your time I wanted to mention, I didn't like to mention. I know him. So let's not talk about all this nonsense. How does someone deny that he was never deal in Molo when we knew it was a special deal during Moi regime? And these are guys I knew who are passing through Oyugi Ogango, the PC. I mean, we have these records. Now, you come to the issue of, I mean, if they want us to give documents, we can do it. Because we know where and when they were at any particular time. I even met him in Cabernet, in Kibera. I said, guy, no, you cannot cheat. I can give documents on that. Because we used, that Michelle and Nyama, we used to eat it at Cabernet. We used to go there as students. We know that. That's what it's going to implicate. Now, when I go to the issue of KISII, it was quite unfortunate. It's a bit of I observed because I was online throughout, from Oma Bay, and because I take my time. My office, I'm at liberty to do everything. What happened there was so simple. Somebody was just given a mandate with little money to bring confusion. That is it. Very simple, to bring confusion. That's it. Mother and everybody were for that thing. There was no the disruption was from a very simple guy who was just given some little money to throw a canister. That was it. So I've talked to some of guys I know. They told me that was a small confusion and there's nothing. But there's so many battle between Simbarati, Ongwae, and these other guys got to have whatever. They're just feeling that okay, this young guy is coming take over from us, which is unfortunate. Let them talk. I mean, sit down and talk things because whether somebody's old or young, just give the opportunity. I know Super because I used to stay in. Actually, I have my house in. I have a house in Kawangware. We used to meet for a long time. I know him. I know him. He's a very smart guy. He's okay. He's very ambitious. I know he's going so fast. I'm like a Kawangware person, you know. So so I know him and how is one guy who wants to work his through. It's just some guy who has done things which people need to expect. So I think there's a fear, a simple fear about him picking up things. But that's a guy who you will like him because he load these things very simply. But this we have these leaders who have had the notion of that we are the first. We have to go. We have to be the top, which is not always the case. Life is such that somebody give the space. If the community likes your something, just give it the space. So the KISII case, the KISII case was very simple. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it. It's because somebody was just given some little money to do it. I've talked to some guys there, and they told me I have guys there. I have guys in KISII town, and they told me, this is somebody was just a drunk. One of them told me that this was just a guy who was given some little money, drunk, and then with the canister, and then he throw it just go for confusion. But when you go to what else? We'll talk about me generally. I want to talk on principle.
Naomba umalizie tafadhali, tunasonga mbele.
Yeah. So
make your conclusion, sir.
Basically, we as Kenyans need to focus on how we do our things, not relying on lies. We have politicians who want to tell us things which will never work. Like somebody telling you, I'll bring the internet, I'll bring tractors and all that. It doesn't work even in developed countries. It doesn't work like that. But there's a way they can work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Ogutu. We appreciate that. And the authors of confusion, we pray that they be brought to book. This Geoffrey Wafula, we are not crying here. We are calling matters on attention. Story about Bowino in Jacaranda, you know, like I do, as ODM members, we don't perform like that. If we wanted William Ruto not to step in Jacaranda, there was no way William Ruto would get to that Jacaranda. It doesn't matter how we would be determined to. So whatever that happened in Jacaranda was state managed, and I think that's what they want to duplicate everywhere, in the pretext that it is chaotic everywhere. So that excuse will not go down well. We will nap everything that is being worked out. The trailing of Kenya Kwanza, they need to own up. Why is Mudavadi crying? Why is Weta crying? Or why is William Ruto crying? If they are doing well, they are not doing well. That's why they are crying. And they have bloggers like you who come and put a brave face here, trying to look like you are on top of this thing. You are not. You are not. You lost this thing long time ago. 4 years ago when you missed the step by ignoring the elders and going to hang around with people who cannot help you win an election. So own it up, but don't mess up this country, because we will not let you do that. Hata kama itabidi tuongeze acres za kamiti tutaongeza, but nobody's going to mess up this country because of an election. You lose an election, uenda nyumbani pole pole kama umenyamaza. And like I've said, Wajahkoya will just play the magic. Mtu atakuja number 3. Mjiandae kwa hiyo. Naomba tumsikilize Henry. Henry sasa. Bwana Henry, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, we can get you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Habari ya leo?
Tuko salama tashukuru.
Yeah, nilikuwa najaribu sana, unajua nimekuwa nikisikia. I've been trying to hear what you say about Kenya Kwanza, AZIMIO, I don't know, Wajahkoya, all these guys, the presidential candidates. So all of them have presented their manifestos. So I thought what we would be saying, or what we've been talking about, is just to think about who gave the best manifesto, but not just coming and saying, oh, so and so stole the show, so and so, presented the best manifesto. First of all, Wajahkoya, I wonder how how some people want to make our country, make our country look like, it is a bangy state. That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Even if it is to sell bank to China, or if it is to sell to any other country, I don't think they will buy in bulk like that. Even if it is, now they are coming at the Gunai, the Magende Afisi, they are selling it again. Is that the manifesto we want in our country? Is that where have we reached that level where we can sell shit to our country so that we can save our country? So that is, Wajahkoya, I think, is out of his mind. In fact, one of the candidates said, how comes that I think Wajahkoya needs to undergo medical tests, because what he's doing is out of context. So with me, I don't recognize Wajahkoya as if he's producing a third force, or maybe no. So what we are trying to do, we as Kenya Kwanza, I belong to Kenya Kwanza, that's why. And I'm sorry, Kenya Kwanza, I thought what I saw today was that, Deputy President William Ruto gave an elaborate manifesto, where to get the money, how we gonna fix it, the policies, how we can do it so that we can get there, what are we supposed to do, priorities. But during the AZIMIO presentation of the manifesto, they just gave a shallow, sham manifesto. There was nothing elaborate. There was nothing to be explained. They just came and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to, there is this cash transfer. We're going to put it 6,000 from 2,000 to what are you, where do you get the money? Give us, what are we going to do? Give us what we are going to do to get the money where that we are, to capture all these people. Cash transfers is, I think, it's a very big, it's a large population. So you cannot say, okay, we're going to transfer money. Everybody now at home, everybody there is, the level of poverty is at high level. So we need somebody who can solve the problem once and for all. Because the country, if we continue like that, then the country is just ditching into a very deep hole. We will not come back again. That's it. So I did not see Raila.
Bernard, is this guy aware that Amico has not been paying taxes for so many years? Amico Suarez.
What did you say? What did you say again? Come up again. Come slowly.
Are you aware that Amico Suarez has not been paying in revenue
Amigo,
taxes for a long time?
Where is Amigo Insurance coming in?
You know that?
Where is Amigo Insurance coming in? We are talking
Amigo
about
Insurance is
we are talking
Ruto's
about
company. Are you aware of that?
where is insurance? Where is
Come
Amigo
on.
Insurance coming
Don't
in?
Order,
Where is
order,
Amigo Insurance
everybody.
coming in? Where is Amigo Insurance? Tell
Hold
us about your
on.
manifesto.
Henry,
Tell us.
stop getting worked up. You
Tell
started
us.
this,
Tell
you
us.
need to
This is what
respond to the
we want
questions,
you
not
to tell
shout.
us exactly what we want to
Amico,
tell us.
No,
Where is the
Amico
manifesto of
Insurance
AZIMIO?
is for deputy
everybody.
president. That
Please,
is why we are
order.
talking about it.
Hold on, please, everybody. Thank you. Hold on. We will interrogate what Henry is saying. Okay? Henry is claiming,
Yes.
he's telling us about Deputy President's manifesto. Then before he even tell us what the Deputy President offered us, he has already jumped on trying to run down the AZIMIO manifesto. We are discussing Wajahkoya's manifesto and Deputy President's manifesto. You are yet to tell us where Deputy President said he will get the money. Kumbuka, there is money for Mama Mboga, there is money for Mkokoteni, there is money for markets, there is money for the artists, there is money for the athletes, there is money for everybody. All of it has been promised by one man, Deputy President William Ruto. So where will he get the money?
Exactly. So this is where we get the money. I thought, I think what the Kenya Kwanza team are trying to do is just to increase the tax bracket. Now, at the moment, we are only taxing a few people. You see, at the top there, you know, any civil servant, that is where we get our taxes. Anybody who is working, you know, some people don't file their taxes, some are filing zero. So where do you expect the government to get the money? No way. So unless you increase the tax bracket, that's where you can get the money. But without that, regardless of what, you will not get the money transfer for your people the way Raila is saying, I'll give every country, every household 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. That will not be possible unless you increase the tax bracket. Let people work, put people to work.
Please,
I mean, tax bracket when Amico and his companies are not paying taxes. Surely, we tax bracket from the poor. From the poor.
Everybody hold your horses until I give you an opportunity to speak. Tafadhali.
Yeah,
thank you.
I know.
Let us get this thing done, please.
Okay,
Don't
tell him,
interrupt.
We don't, but we want him to tell us.
So
what is
that was what
Kenya
I was thinking that maybe
Ruto. When I say hold on, I mean hold on.
Ruto is not paying taxes.
I don't want to send anybody to quarantine right now. So Ogutu, mute your mic. I'll give you opportunity to interrogate Henry. So Sawa.
Yep.
I don't want everybody speaking at the same time. We shouldn't be here to create the confusion. So Henry.
Yes, sir.
I'm a preacher, okay?
I know.
But I'm a trained banker. All right? I'm a trained banker. So I understand something about economic and money circulation. All right? Even if you increase the tax bracket that everybody pays tax, and the money in circulation is not sufficient for the people in that particular economy, what difference would that make?
So my question, I will also ask you a question, Bernard.
Let me ask you answer my question. Don't ask me a question. We have 50 million. We have 50 million mouths to feed. Okay. The money we have in circulation, that is circulating in the economy, the entirety of the economy, okay, is not enough to feed the 50 million mouths. All right.
So
then you say we're going to increase of these 50 million mouths that we can't feed, of which 50% don't have an income. All right. We will increase the tax bracket so that we tax even these people who don't work. All right. Then we increase money for the government.
No, Bernard, I think you're wrong there because I think you are wrong because you didn't understand me very well. What I mean,
No.
yeah,
In fact, I
you
don't
didn't
want you
understand.
to
You're just putting some words on my mouth. I didn't say like that. I say that, you know, the main thing is that you know how the government collects revenue, and that is our main. That is our main.
The government does not collect revenue outside this country. We have 50 million Kenyans. Okay.
So I didn't say that we are collecting money out of this country. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
10% of Kenyans are productive. 10% of the 50 million Kenyans are productive, and they're the ones that pay the tax. All right. Then you begin to tax 20% of Kenyans. Of this other extra 10% are also not productive. So where will they be getting the tax to pay?
And that is why Ruto is making everybody now to go to work. He's trying to put everybody to work. If you are a farmer, produce to the level to the maximum. If you are a businessman, work to the best level, to the best of your level. If you are anything, he's trying to.
Henry, look here. I really don't want to push you further because, in my opinion, from where I sit, you also don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you cannot increase tax bracket without increasing productivity.
I want to give you an example, and then you will give you the difference between. Why don't you allow me? Why don't you allow me to say that? What I got.
You are creating confusion. You are not listening. You are responding.
Okay. Let's leave that. Let me go to AZIMIO rally in KISII. I'm not finished.
We have a question to this man. We need to Bernard, he cannot go to KISII before we ask him questions.
Now, I'm really getting worked up by people who wants to come to the debate and they don't want to debate. Thank God Alex is here. Alex, we've been waiting for you. Thank you so much for arriving in good time. But Henry, man, wherever you are, please, if you come on this platform, come to discuss the manifesto conclusively, not to jump from one issue to another in the pretext of trying to run this show. This show is run from long time ago. We've been here since time immemorial, and we know exactly where we're coming from and we know exactly where we're going. And when you come on this platform to twist the debate so that you turn it into a UDA, a propaganda machine, we will not allow you to do that. And nobody want to gag you, but reason with us. Don't come to lecture us over nothing. Okay, let's go straight to Nanuyo. Yes, Katwe.
I strongly believe that the guy who just came here was trying to, in my own opinion, I strongly believe that there is a problem with these people, because when he's talking about that the government is will increase the tax bracket, and these are the same people who are attacking the same institutions like KRA. You remember the case with Keroche and the KRA, and these are the same people. Ruto is on record saying that he imports maize from Uganda, and he's the same person who is saying that he's going to increase production. The same person who, I mean, Bernard, hata nilikasirika nikafinya hiyo button ya kutoka, but kindly, such people, anyway, it's okay.
We will understand them, but they are, you don't get brainwashed to a level whereby you refuse to use common sense. Common sense. If you have 50 million people to feed and the money in the country is not enough to feed 50 million people, and you go and increase the people you are taxing from the same money that is in circulation, that money is not going to reproduce itself. Ni kama kwenda kwa pilau umepikwa ya watu mia ngapi? Watu 10. Wageni wamefika 100. Ukirudi kwa hiyo sufuria ya pilau, useme hii sasa naenda kulisha watu 100. Where are you going to get extra pilau to add in the sufuria so that it feeds the 100 people? It's simple common sense. But people who are grown up with beards still don't want to reason beyond their noses. And this is very annoying. Support William Ruto, but don't come up to abuse our intelligence by bringing us things that have no head or tail. Now I don't want to lose it. Let's listen to Ogutu. What did you want to say in 1 minute? We bring in Alex.
Just 1 minute. People are confusing this issue of raising revenues. Revenue is not a matter of taxes only, but where do we get the taxes? We need to create jobs. Like let me give us a simple analogy. When I realized my children wanted money during COVID, what I did was to initiate a project. I said, it's okay, let's see, can we build something? And my kids said, okay, Daddy, it's good. So I didn't need to give them money, but I sent money, they were building something simple as small housing, and they were getting money from the contractor. These guys think it's just the taxes and taxes. But the taxes comes as a secondary thing. But how do you create the jobs? Very simple. You use them. If I had like $4,000, fine. If I was giving out for free, it wouldn't make any sense. But if I create something to be done so that the kids and the people get some money out of it, it makes sense because they'll have their money, they'll pay taxes, they will procure things, and then the whole community. Imagine if a small community of like 100 people, I pump in $4,000. What do you think it brings in that community? $4,000, maybe in a month, and I do that every month. How do you imagine that the difference it makes that community? So this guy thinks of, oh, we take money here, 10 billion, what? And where do they get money from? These guys don't have the economic sense. These other guys. That's it. Thank you.
There is Geoffrey Wafula. Common sense is not a monopoly of AZIMIO. I talked about using common sense and common, simple, basic economics. If you cannot explain your economic from the domestic arrangement, you cannot apply it on a national scale. And so it is simple common sense. It has nothing to do with dancing the AZIMIO song and rejecting the AZIMIO song when it's making sense because you just want to be opposed and you need to have a contrary ideology that has no head or tail. It doesn't work. Everything that DP Ruto talked about, why hasn't he done any of it in the 10 years he's been in office so far? Why has it not worked with Amaco Insurance? A doctor of economics, now that he has a cure on how to fix the economy of this country. Why has his own business not been able to pay one person who has made a claim in the Amaco Insurance? I don't. Let's face it. Whatever William Ruto is offering us, it's not even workable. It's just theoretical narration of what he has imagined, and all of it is geared towards getting people to vote for him, hoodwinking Kenyans to vote for him, of which I don't think many will do that, but all the same, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Let's listen to Hillary, I think. Yes, let's listen to Hillary. Alex dropped. Of which
Hello.
I don't think many will do that, but all the same, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Let's listen to Hillary, I think. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hillary. Alex dropped. Yeah. Okay, Hillary, you are listening from two feeds. That's why we can't hold a conversation with you.
Okay, just give me a second.
Yes, Hillary, what you do, Hillary, you mute whatever feed you are feeding or you are listening through either Facebook or YouTube first, so that you get everything through the studio.
Yeah, I've turned off one of them.
Hillary, you mute whatever feed you are feeding or you are listening.
I've turned it off.
Either Facebook or YouTube first, so that you get everything through the studio.
Yeah, I've turned the other one off.
It's still on. That's why the conversation is on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was sorry, it was two screens open. So thank you very much, Bernard. I've been following your channel for a long time. I'm actually a UDA member, by the way, and I actually supported Raila for a very long time. Actually, this is the only time that I think I'm not going to support Raila. And just to clear a few things, I think generally there's a lot of conversation that I think is not useful and is so biased against Ruto. Actually, it took me a very long time to be a supporter of Ruto, and I'm a very professional person, but I think this conversation of being against Ruto is not really helpful. It's not healthy. And I'll just give you an example. I think Ruto needs to be given a chance. And I'll just use one example. Let's look at, sorry to talk about our departed President Kibaki. But actually, if you look at Kibaki, even when he was the vice president, his ability actually as a leader was not very, very, most people actually underestimated. I'm telling you, but the thing is, when he was given a chance, he did better than any other president in Kenyan history. So what I'm begging people is, let's give everyone a chance. And this idea of Ruto is this, Ruto is that, I just heard somebody talk about his insurance company. The thing is, we need to separate between personal things and things somebody does as a leader. And let's not, I don't think we should try and drag those two. So, and I think once Kenyans are able to step out of, that kind of conversation, that is when the country will move. We've got so much respect for Mr. Odinga, but I think, as I said, I've always supported Odinga for a very long time. But I think the issue right now is actually the economy. The problem in Kenya is the economy. It's not all about governance. We've got so much laws, so many things, that the Constitution has. But I think we just need to take a sort of a break from that and really try and address matters economy. Now, when I come to the two manifestos, actually, if you look at Ruto's manifesto, it's actually bottom up, and he has actually addressed a lot of things that can sort employment issues, that can bring everyone, on top. And it's actually a very good model. So what he's saying is, for things that we can do locally, why do we have to bring them from abroad? But actually the manifesto for AZIMIO, I actually went through it, I read 100%. And what I can say is the problem with AZIMIO Manifesto is there's so much talk and very little, context. I mean, I'm a member of diaspora as well. I mean, one of the Western countries, and I mean, we all know that the foundation of the economy in the West is actually the people. Let's look at, during COVID. During COVID, a lot of governments, including Western, they quickly, the finances quickly, went on the red. Why did that happen? It's because it's the people that drive the economy. And actually, the bottom-up model that Ruto is actually proposing, I think, is the only solution for Kenya. Honestly, I don't see any other solution. Personally, I've lived in the US. I've been hearing you guys, talk about so many things over here. But to be quite honest with you, of both candidates, the one that is really, really very close to what Kibaki did is actually Ruto. That one I can tell you 100%. The other thing, let's consider one thing. I know some people have been saying, oh, Ruto has been in power for 10 years, but I've actually given you an example. Unless you give somebody a chance, then it's so hard to tell. And that idea of
hold on.
Yes?
Mama Selina, what is it?
Bernard, Nashukuru, Rono is telling us to give Ruto a chance. And then the something I'm wondering ni akisema anafananisha Ruto na Kibaki. And then he say I've been supporting Raila. And then I'm not supporting Raila. Ukituambia tufananishe Ruto na Kibaki, Ruto amekuwa deputy president for 10 years kwa Kenya. Utuambie kitu moja Ruto amefanya akiwa deputy president inafananishana na kazi yenye Kibaki alifanya. Na wakati Kibaki aliingia serikali ya Kenya, baada ya retire, serikali yenye Ruto alikuwa ndani. He was in Kano. I was in Kano. Kazi ile ilifanyika kwa serikali ya Kano, Kibaki walikuja kupata kama nchi imeisha. That government, Ruto was inside. Tumekuja serikali ya Kibaki ikafanya mzuri wakiwa na Raila. Kibaki na Raila wametoka. Ruto amekuja akaingia na Uhuru. Serikali tena imerudi chini na corruption. Alafu ya mwisho ukasema kwa nini tunasema mambo ya Hamako insurance na ni kitu personal. Ukiwa kiongozi, ukiwa na wanawake wawili wa Kenya wanataka kujua unafit hiyo wanawake namna gani. So nisipoenda mbali, kwanza tutampatia chance. Tell us ni nini amefanya kwa serikali ile amepatiwa. Ile ya KANU tuachane naye. Utuambie 2013 kama deputy president ya Kenya, mambo yenye amefanya. Tumeambiwa mahali popote wanaenda ni nduru, mambo ya wizi. Utuambie vitu amefanya ndiye tumpatie chance.
Okay,
Even
let me answer you, Selina. Okay, let me answer you. The first thing that I think the Ruto has done is that you remember this fertilizer subsidy. That one actually happened under his watch. And one other thing that he said is that if you remember, there was this problem of students taking so long to go to the university because of the strikes. And I can tell you, the people who are ahead of me, they really lost so much time. So he actually streamlined that one as well. And then Selina, what I've actually told you
that is wakati hiyo mambo ya fertilizer, hiyo mambo ya university was the time of Kibaki, Raila and the minister hiyo wakati ya Ruto. I won when he is the deputy president of Republic of Kenya from 2013. Sijataka uniambie mambo ya huko nyuma. Hiyo ya nyuma ilikuwa Kibaki, Ruto na Raila.
Okay,
Yes?
Okay, what I can tell you, Selina, is that Ruto was actually as well in power, so there's no way, if for example, Uhuru is taking a lot of credit for development, I think it's not really appropriate for you not to give Ruto credit. I totally understand where you are coming from. And then secondly, what I've actually told you is, unless people really forget about all these.
But Narono, do you notice that you're contradicting yourself? You say William Ruto.
I don't think
you
Rono
said
knows what
William
is
Ruto needs
confused.
to be. Hold on. You said William Ruto needs to be given a chance. We are telling you he has been given a chance for 10 years. Show us one thing that he has caused to happen.
But
I'll
you
give
know,
you an
Bernard,
example. A simple example.
No,
when
Bernard,
Michuki was Minister for Transport, okay, there is a mark that was left in the Ministry of Transport. When Matiang'i was made Minister for Education, there is a mark he left. It's something we can credit to Matiang'i when he was Minister for Education. When he was acting Minister for Communication, there is a mark of what it caused to happen during that, and that's something that we can say this happened during Matiang'i's time. Ruto has been in government, is still in government, 2013 to 2017, when the economy went down.
Let me tell you one thing.
Tell us, what is it? Let me
tell you one
can
thing.
we accredit to William Ruto? Not the general government. William Ruto as a person.
There are so many things you can credit Ruto with. So, for example, Bernard, just think about this. When Kenya was having problems, one of the negotiators in the table was actually DP Ruto.
Oh
and
my God!
Wait a
Tell
minute.
this man to tell us as deputy president.
Deputy
president.
Hold
Utuambie
on.
mambo
Thank
ya
you.
amepata cheo kubwa kwa serikali ya Kenya.
Okay,
Mimi
let me tell
nataka
you,
kuelewa.
Selina, as deputy president, okay?
Laptop, ansia laptop, ansia Kimwarer, wacha nikukumbushe. Vitu mzuri ametufanyia, wacha nikukumbushe. Ile laptop, kuchenga stadium, simeisha ngapi, shule ngapi simepata laptop, Kimwarer, na hiyo ingine 7 billion pesa kidogo. Ile walipanda mahindi inaitwa nini, munisaidie, unajua washosho wajui ile
Galana Kulalu.
Kolanu. Nataka uniambie from there, wakati ya laptop tuko na mashule ngapi ilipata, wakati ya
na mahindi kutoka Jamaica.
Alisema akiwa deputy president ndio tunampatia chance kuwa president. Ile nimekumbuka kama Selina ni laptops, nilisikia akisema mambo ya stadium, nilisikia akisema mambo ya pesa kupotea kwa Kimwarer, alitoka akasema 7 billion pesa kidogo. Mambo ya kupanda mahindi 100 million. Mambo ya Mexico kukuja kupomoa masto yetu mpaka ikakuwa wasi. Mimi hiyo nataka uniambie hiyo tu, alafu watu wengine waseme.
Bernard, I think you are giving so much time to Selina. She's not giving me time to respond.
Hillary, let's do this. Hillary, let's do this, okay? We are not here to interrogate William Ruto. You are the one who brought that up. But what I wanted you to tell us is articulate clearly to us, okay? Which chance William Ruto needs that he has not gotten. Because William Ruto has been in government since 1992, okay? To date. There is even videos going around that is the only man who has never lost an election, okay? That means he has always been in government and he is lucky. So which other chance does he need? Do you have to be president to serve Kenyans or help Kenyans?
I can tell you. You know the chance that he needs? The chance that he needs from everyone is to actually avoid avoid this bias, okay? Avoid this bias, and let's give him a chance. Let me tell you one thing.
We are not going to give him a chance other than him telling us what he has done. I will post to you the question Matiangi posed in the parables of talents. Okay,
you see
you showed what you did with the past, then you are given the new one. So tell us what he has done, the chances he has had, what has it caused to happen. That
I
we
gave
can
you,
accord
I gave
to him.
you two
In fact,
examples.
do you know the song "Freedom is Coming Tomorrow" doesn't look like Ruto? It is even at campaigning him because he is not associated with freedom. He doesn't look like freedom. He has never fought for any freedom. So which freedom is he bringing tomorrow?
I mean, to be honest with you, I know you guys, you are leading me to kind of buy into your narrative. Because as I said, nimekuwa nikisikiza nyinyi for a very long time, by the way. This is the first time I've actually come to the studio, and I've come to the studio because actually Kenya Kwanza launched the manifesto. And as I said, in my opinion, when I compare the two manifestos, okay, the only one that I can see having hope for Kenya in that it is a smart one. You know this business term of smart. You know, he has told us where he'll get the money, what he'll do. So tell me, what has AZIMIO actually provided?
Give us what you tell us Ruta amefanya.
Mama Selina,
Umetuomba Ruta, tukasema tupatie Ruta chance, na tukakubali tupatie Ruta chance. Ukatuambia unataka kutuambia vitu ametufanyia nje tumpatie nafasi vile Kibaki alifanya. Tulikwambia mambo ya Kibaki ni wewe ulitacha. Sasa ukatuambia Ruta mambo yake ametufanyia inafanana na Kibaki. Can you tell us
Mama Selina,
Kibaki?
Sorry, Selina.
The
reason I didn't want to enter into this. Bernard, can I say one thing?
Let's agree to move on, please. Let's agree. Bwana Hillary.
Let me say one thing, Bernard. Sorry. One last thing. Sorry.
Hold on. I'll give you time. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think this is your first time to be here, but you're welcome to be here. Secondly, is that you don't have to hold brief for what you know is wrong because you are mature from the way you look, and we need mature people who can provide leadership to the country, not just support things because they appear good or they look good. You can't handle Kenya without its historical realities, its current problems, and how Bernard, they can be solved.
Just allow me one thing. Just one line.
If you listen to me, I will give you a chance. But
okay,
if you are waiting to answer even before you hear me, it simply means you are not having a conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So hold on. I'll give you time. You will prosecute. You will respond. But I want us to understand each other. Kenya did not start yesterday. Kenya has been around. We have seen different presidents, different leaders, different regimes, and their performance. Kenya has been bottom before, okay, and got up. It has now gone bottom. That is even why you're offering us bottom-up economic model, because when Kenya was handed over to Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto in 2013, it was not at the bottom. It has gotten at the bottom between 2013 and 2022. And the two people that were head of this government who presided over it until it went to bottom, one of them is telling us he now has an answer on how to remove it from the bottom and put it back to the top. That leaves a lot to be desired. That leaves a lot to be desired, because if we handed a school, let me give you a local example, handed a school that was performing well to a headmaster and a deputy, and they ran the school for 10 years, and the school went bottom. And then you tell us now that the headmaster has retired, the deputy should be promoted to be the principal, and he will help the school recover from bottom and go back to performing. I don't think so. If he was really helpful in this particular service, he would have stopped the school from going down. But now that he supervised for it going down, we don't trust him. I will allow Nani to ask a question, then I'll give you 2 minutes to respond to Fungeyo chapter. Bob.
Henry, jambo habari yako. Henry,
He's Hillary.
He's
Hillary.
Hillary, yes. Now, 2013, the government was formed by Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. I believe that is true, and I hope you also believe that is true. Now, I'll just ask you 2 questions. One, in 2013, Uhuru Kenyatta appointed ministers and gave Mr. Ruto a chance to appoint ministers. How many ministers did Ruto appoint from any other community other than his ethnic community, the Kalenjin? Number 2, today you said you're comparing the manifestos. Today, do you realize during his I don't know whether it was a manifesto or it was a budgetary because I can't describe it as a manifesto because he kept on referring to it is in the manifesto. It is in the manifesto. But do you realize that during his presentation, Ruto did not and had to be reminded, had to be given notes by Hussein. He never spoke of corruption. He never spoke of water, and he did it deliberately because of the Aror and Kimwarer issue. He had to be reminded, and then he said, yes, water is very important, after being given some kind of note by Hussein. But the main question about governance is the ministers. I want you to tell me why he did not think that Kenya is bigger than Kalenjin, while he was trying to form the government with Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob. You've directed those questions to me, and the first one is the issue of ministers, and I think I'll be very blunt with you on that one. Of course, it was his discretion to decide who goes into, who gets a cabinet position that time because they were sharing the government. But having said that, though, I wouldn't be worried at all. As a Kalenjin myself, I wouldn't be worried at all. You know why? We had 24 years of Moi. I'm very sure there was a lot of Kalenjin people in power. But the thing is, did the Kalenjin people actually benefit? I would say no. In fact, myself, I'm one of those people who left Kenya when just before Kibaki took power. So really, as a Kalenjin, I did not really benefit aside from Moi's government. So the idea of he appointed Kalenjins rather than others, to be honest with you, to me is a non-issue. If somebody can come up with something that can balance Kenya's ethnic communities, then that's fine. Sorry, let me answer the second question.
Please answer the question. Kenya has 44 tribes, 46 now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have been given 50% of the slot of the government. And then of the 50%, you give one slot to one semi-literate person from my village, Western Kenya, Echeza, okay? And the rest are from your backyard. Does that paint you as a person who has national interest and national values?
Sorry, Bernard, I'll answer that. Let me answer that this way, in a slightly different way, okay? At the moment, if you look at DP Ruto in terms of his team, okay, and that is public knowledge, it's not really a heavy kind of Kalenjin group. So that's why I'm saying we need to distinguish between old baggage and the way forward. If you are planning a strategic plan, I think if you dig too much into the past, then that's not a good idea. I'll answer the issue of so the second question was on Manifesto today. Why you didn't talk about water and something else?
Hilary, you are not moving until you either accept that it was an error or not.
Okay, let me say,
way.
Okay,
In fact,
let me answer that one then. I'm happy to answer that.
Even before we look into the motive behind, okay? What are the scandals that rocked the Jubilee government 2013 to 2017? Okay,
I'll answer that.
Which
Bernard.
dockets? Which dockets of the slots
let me answer that
were shared in the Jubilee government that were leading in terms of corruption? Energy, treasury, okay, agriculture. All the dockets that were under William Ruto until now are the positions of the limping of the Jubilee government.
Sorry, Bernard, can I answer that? Let me answer that.
Come to that first.
I'll answer that, okay? Let me answer that this way, okay? I totally agree on what Bob said, that maybe in the initial appointment, maybe I haven't actually looked at it because I don't look at the tribal thing. Maybe the number of Kalenjins in power maybe was more than other communities. That one I agree. And if you ask me my personal opinion, I'll say that one is not right. So that one with you, I agree. But whether I want to keep talking about this conversation of ethnicity, I think I just want to put that one aside. So is that fair? Now, on the issue of corrupt, I don't know, cabinet ministers or whatever, the thing is, the way corruption has been handled in Kenya is that always, and it's not just one administration, it's all of them. There's always a scandal, and the problem is it's always put so as to disadvantage the person that the leadership at that time doesn't want. So again, this
I think we're wasting time with this guy. It should be the way scandal has occurred, not happened. It's the way corruption has occurred, not handled. The corruption has occurred through your tribes, guys. Ruto'S, Gitar, all these buggers. Don't talk about how the corruption has happened, not as been handled.
Please,
you don't need to shout. You don't need to shout, by the way. Calm down. You don't need to shout. What I'm saying is, a lot of things most of you are saying, you are reading in the paper.
Don't relax, everybody. Thank you very much.
Bernard, I think I'm just going to interject. I think Hillary is just wasting our time. He's not answering any question. He's just going around. Let me answer. He's not answering anything. Just let's go to the next person. That's my opinion.
That's okay.
Fine.
Ms. Mora, hold on.
I don't have a problem.
Let's do this. Hillary.
Yes.
I want you to go and have conference with yourself. In the view that Kenya is a multi-tribal community.
I know that.
Kenya has a history of marginalization. Kenya has some communities that don't feel Kenyan. When they come to Nairobi, they say they are coming to Kenya when they are still within the boundaries of Kenya. And that has been going on for now over 50 years. And then with that in mind, you're given an opportunity to constitute a cabinet, and you choose everybody from your backyard without considering these other communities. That does not smell good. Then if you chose people from your backyard because of their competence and that they are going to perform very well and feed all the Kenyans, nobody will have a problem with that. But a problem arises that the same people you pick from the backyard are the ones leading in corruption. That simply means the only reason why they were picked is so that they can execute the losses that the government was suffering from. And that is one thing that makes us afraid of the William Ruto leadership. If siku njema huonekana asubuhi, kama ulipewa nusu ya serikali na hiyo serikali ikaangusha uchumi, ukipewa yote hakuna kitu kitabaki. Kwa hivyo, until William Ruto proves to Kenyans that he is in a better position to help Kenya by demonstrating or showing us how much he has saved for Kenya. He has saved for Kenya as deputy president and as cabinet minister and all the other times he has served. I don't think he's fit for the job. The rest of the story is leo. We will wait and see. Black, your hand is up. What is it?
I would like to respond to one or two questions that have been asked by panelists that did not give a chance to Hillary Rono to respond, if I may be allowed to do that. I may begin with Bob to start with. He asked a question as to why the deputy president, or if at all the deputy president said anything to do with corruption. It's in the public records that in the past and even today, when he was giving out his manifesto as to what he would do to the judiciary, to the police, and to the office of the prosecution by the funds that he was going to be allocating to them. He said that in the police sector, in the Police Service Commission, he's going to give funds to the Police Service Commission and as well appoint an accountant specific to an independent accountant specific to the police, whereby the investigating authorities, because there's one thing that people never know, that when it comes to investigative matters, there is a fund that is given to them that is never audited. Why? For example, if you're going to be giving funds to the investigative authorities to go and investigate a thing or so, let's say undercover or something like that, you do not say that I need this amount of money to go do A, B, C, D, and this money is coming from the president who's handling this account for the police. So by giving an independent accountant to the Police Service Commission and giving funds allocated to them, which they would decide how they're going to be allocating those funds by themselves, is enough separating the police, allowing them to operate independently, to enable them to do the investigations and come to conclusive and successful outcome. Now, in regards to the prosecution, they're going to be allocated funds whereby they can be able to hire more staff.
Order Black.
Allocating more funds to the judiciary. They're going to be able to hire more staff at the judiciary.
Black, William Ruto thinks the problems of Kenya is funding. Kenya doesn't have a funding problem. Kenya has a governance problem, and the main hemorrhage of the Kenyan economy is corruption. So police, it's not that police are not funded, or that if their fund is from the president's office, it has stopped them from investigating cases. How many corruption cases have been brought up? How many scandals have been brought up? So William Ruto wants us to dance to a music of funds. There is fund for women, fund for athletes, fund for artists, fund for Mkokoteni, fund for Mama Mboga, fund everywhere. We have corruption problem. Okay, it should account to us. Okay, the 2 billion that is lost every day. Is that not funds?
But
now, if
let me address to that. Now,
is put to good use, will Kenyans be complaining about anything? So if somebody cannot manage the small resources that is there, and now he wants to multiply it, put different centers so that there is a commission for police has their own funding. There is a judiciary have their own funding. I think they're just stationed for collections, in my opinion. and I don't buy into that. So
Bernard,
tusimalize muda kwa
if a police officer,
tafadhali.
if a police officer is not being paid well, what do you expect him to do? He's going to try to find funds in a way because he's a human being. He has expenses.
I'm a pastor and I'm not salaried, okay? And I've not stolen anything from anyone, okay? So lack of money is not the root of evil or less salary. Evil is an issue of the heart, number one. Two, being opportunistic. So you can live on 20,000, you can live on 200,000, you can live on 500,000, you can live on 3 million. The more the money you have, the larger the life you have, but the more the problems you have. So this issue of thinking that if you give more money to people, they will stop evil, that they will not just multiply evil. In our village, kuna watu wanakata miwa, wakilipwa, wanaongeza 3 wives. Okay, the more the money, the more the evil they multiply. So let's not just go there.
Let me ask you one question, Bernard. Only one question.
Let's do this.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are you gonna ensure that corrupt individuals are successfully prosecuted to the point of which they have been convicted? How are you gonna ensure that corrupt individuals are successfully prosecuted and convicted? That's a question I've asked you.
When somebody is suspected for corruption, he's first of all needs to step aside, okay, according to general principle. Then the investigations are done. When there is enough threshold, the matter is taken to court. Where this corruption will get lost is at the court, where people begin to come up with excuses. Mara, their doctor has said they cannot be imprisoned. Oh, the doctor has said this and that. Those excuses are the ones to be done away with. Corruption cases must have a deadline. When that is placed on a deadline and there is a special judiciary, segment of judiciary that is strictly dealing with corruption cases, we don't need another law or we don't need another funding. We just need a good governance whereby the segment of whatever the particular part of judiciary that is dedicated to corruption is allowed to do their job without any interference from anywhere.
Thank you.
When that is done,
question is
that work without anybody supporting anything. So in my opinion, we have enough machinery to prosecute corruption. What we have been lacking is goodwill. And this goodwill is coming in with the 2 freedom fighters. Okay, the 2 freedom fighters.
Thank you. Now, thank you. Now that
2 freedom fighters are going to provide us a conducive environment to get our money back, our land back, our resources back, this country will be dancing within a short time. Let's do this. Bwana Black, you will get an opportunity to make your submission. When
what makes them fail then? Now, what makes them fail?
What made who fail?
What makes them fail now? These institutions, the police, the prosecution, and the judiciary.
The police have not failed. The police have not failed. It's an excuse of William Ruto. Okay?
I've just asked you, what makes this institution fail?
Is known to the whole world. His name is William Ruto. The person who has been perpetuating corruption from within the government is one William Ruto. The defender of everybody who has ever been accused for corruption is one William Ruto. The explainer of why people are being prosecuted for corruption is William Ruto. He says because they associate with William Ruto. So let's get rid of William Ruto from the picture. Then see who will be prosecuted because he's working with William Ruto. So, all these things I'm saying are in the public domain and you know them. You know them. Waititu, defended by William Ruto. Sonko, defended by William Ruto. Who is this Waluke? Everybody And William Ruto is mentioned everywhere. There is a scandal, any smell of scandal, William Ruto name will be near there. So if you are mentioned everywhere, you may not be everywhere, but if you are mentioned everywhere, you become a suspect. In fact, the person who needs to be investigated for corruption, as soon as the new government comes in, is one William Ruto. And this time, he will not be crying which hand. It will just be, we are looking for what we lost. If it's in your house, we need it. Kenyans need their money back, need their lands back. We need to get our resources put to good use. Our children need to have schools. We need to have healthcare. We need to have the future of our children's children guaranteed by this nation. Right now, we are all in deficit. No guarantee for the future of our children. Even the unborn are not guaranteed of anything in this nation because of few greedy people who can't allow this nation to progress.
Bernard.
And there are people who still have got sense who want to defend the same. We will not do that. Thank you. Let's keep it there, please. Let's keep it there. Sikiliza bwana, subiri utapewa. Everybody mute your mic. We are making progress. Sawa sawa. So if you have any matter on that, we stop there. Kwanza, subiri, let everybody relax. Mzee Chakindube, what is it?
Nataka kusema hivi. Umasikini hauleti corruption. Corruption ndio inaleta umasikini. Kwa hiyo video watu wanasema au kina Black wanasema corruption ndio inaleta umasikini. Sio the other way around, eti umasikini inaleta corruption. Corruption ndio inaleta umasikini.
Okay, thank you. I think that's enough. That settles it. Corrupt people are just corrupt. Now I'll give you an example. There's a mama who was caught in the supermarket stealing banana. Okay, she's in the supermarket stealing banana, but in her wallet or her bag, okay, she had thousands and thousands of shillings. So wizi hautokani na kukosa pesa. Mwizi ni mwizi tu. Ukimwachia nafasi ataiba, awe na hela asiwe na hela. So tusichanganye wizi na umaskini. Kuna maskini wangapi wanalala njaa na hawezi kwenda kuiba hata kwa shamba la mtu. So let's not look for justifying evil and call it good. Yes, Katwe, nataka tusonge mbele tafadhali, wale watu waja submit wafanye submission.
Thank you, Bernard. It has been heated. When we said that William Ruto is reading from the script of Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, it was true. Because you see, the kind of solutions is giving a solution. When something used to happen in the government, Moi formed a commission of inquiry. And when the commission failed, he formed another commission of inquiry to look after that commission of inquiry. When that commission failed, he did the same thing just to form a commission of inquiry. I'm just wondering if William Ruto has, and I don't know why Black has run away, if William Ruto has made his point to make his boss look senile in terms of governance, what will he do when he's at the top of that? Because what Black is not telling us, that Uhuru Kenyatta has just inaugurated the biggest DCI laboratory in Central and East Africa. That laboratory itself has made DCI to go and investigate cases in countries like Seychelles. Why is he not telling us that that is a good thing to do? What if he thinks, if William Ruto is behaving like a man, whenever a man cheats on his wife because he has money, he'll tell, let me take you to Swaziland to go and spend my money there so that you can feel that I'm sorry. The issue is not about money. The issue is about the governance of a country. When he's speaking, the other guy was speaking about that William Ruto brought the double entry and how many students perished in the KISII University College because that university didn't have charter 1,200 students perished for 4 years they were studying because of the greed of William Ruto trying to make universities have fake charters. How many zombies have we created? By the way, do you know, guys, that half of the students of those of Langata Primary School that that William Ruto stole that land are going to vote this time round? Half of them. Where will they vote? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katwe. It is good to defend people, but defend what can be defended. Uovu ni uovu tu, hata ukivalishwa nguo gani utakuwa tu uovu. Kwa hivyo naomba tukue soba na kila mtu afanye jukumu lake. Wale wanataka kutetea uovu wako katika unabii wa siku za mwisho. Watu watapenda maovu, hata ukiwaletea nuru watatoroka nuru waingie kwa giza, kwa sababu wamependa giza kuliko nuru. Hii ndio tunadeal nayo sasa hivi. That corruption is funding. God help Kenya. Tuanzie wapi? Bob, make your submission. Jakindu Bay, alafu tusonge mbele.
Thank you very much, Themba. Sally is Katwe. There is Selina. You're Selina. You're Selicheb. You're twice on the screen.
Not
There
me,
is,
not me. Somebody else put that. Let me get out and then come back.
No. Selina is okay. The Sally will get rid of it. Don't worry.
There is Miss Mora and Jakendu Bay. Santeni. Thanks for this opportunity, Bernard. Now, I want to start from the events of the day briefly. One William Ruto met the observers, and he labeled our police IG as the most incompetent in the world. Jesus, hey, that man has been lowered to a level that is, I don't know. Now, I just want people to know that it is one Adam Duale, who is a appointment of William Ruto, that moved an amendment to the National Police Service Act and transferred the powers of recruitment and appointment of the inspector, the appointment of Inspector General from the National Police Service Commission to the executive. So I don't know why William Ruto would start making such remarks to the international community, yet he is a part of the problem. And going back to the menu, let me start with the ANC. ANC is irrelevant. It is always losing its people because they feel homeless after their father, Wana Mudavadi, decided to move to somebody else's house. On the Wajahkoya issue, Wajahkoya is doing his thing. I don't want to disturb him. I just want him to continue doing his thing because it's working for us. So let's give him an applause for what he's doing. He knows best, you know. And then AZIMIO, I'm very disappointed by what the events of that took place in KISII. That is uncalled for. You know, I don't know whether it was self-inflicted. I don't want to judge, but definitely there are people from other quarters who are very excited that such things are happening to us. So we need to be very careful on how we are handling ourselves. Because that creates a selling point for UDA, and we don't need to behave in that manner. And to add on that, I don't want to imagine if anything would happen to Martha Karua, because anything that can, if anything bad happens to Martha Karua, you can consider it like it is Baba who has been touched. So it can be catastrophic. We need everybody safe. We don't want this kind of drama. Now, to touch briefly on the Ruto'S Manifesto, he is a very interesting gentleman. In fact, when I switched on my television, I was thinking he was reading a budget, because every time he kept on talking about how much money is going to allocate for ABCD. And to me, it did not sound like a manifesto. It was something else, because a manifesto is supposed to communicate with the audience and or the people that it's going to benefit. But when you want to tell Mama Mboga that you're going to allocate 70 billion, and Mama Mboga does not know those figures. She doesn't want to hear those figures. And yet he claims this is it's a bottom-up economy that should benefit Mama Mboga and border borders. And if you continue to listen to him, you realize that, let me pick, for example, agriculture. He talked about agriculture several times with different budgets. He talks about agriculture that he is going to spend 90 billion in 5 years with 500 billion return, as opposed to what the stipend that AZIMIO is proposing for needy families. And then he comes back again with another agriculture. He's going to spend 700 billion. So this gentleman, for sure, I did not understand what he was trying to present. And yet I want to believe that at least I went to school. If I could not grasp, what would Mama Mboga or Boda who has not gone to school grasp? So it was, for me, it was just drama and something that is trying to excite people with figures. So it was not very, very, very important for him to give us all those long stories. And to finalize on that, it is, I have never seen a manifesto launch where there is a Q&A. That is the first time I've seen it. Because, when you come to launch a manifesto, you need to be confident that what you're presenting to the people is what you're going to do for them, and there should be nothing to be questioned about. Because it's like you still want to the people's input. A manifesto is supposed to be a document that details what you are going to deliver to the country for the next 5 years. You don't need to invite people to give you direction on what you have presented. That tells you that you really do not know what you are presenting. So it was a very bad idea. It was not a manifesto. In fact, if I would have known, I would have spent more time with Wajahkoya, because from what I'm reading, Wajahkoya had some very radical ways of trying to uplift this economy. I really regret that I wasted my time. So in a nutshell, something else that struck me that the manifesto. I want to mention something, because something small that touches on the manufacturing industry or the Juakali industry. I'm surprised that William Ruto does not know that doors in Kenya are standardized to 32 by 8 inches. That is something that I do not understand. Now, trying to convince us that we should now have the same type of doors and windows, I think he's lost it totally. He should know that these are things which are standardized and are not going to make anything or change anything in the building industry. Let me leave it at that, because it has so many flaws, and I wouldn't want to tear it in one day. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Bobu, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na tunaendelea kuchangia. Tafadhali kila mmoja karibisha mtu atazame kipindi, na kama huja subscribe Mtembei TV, tafadhali fanya hivyo ili usiachwe nyuma na lolote lile ambalo linatukia. Cha muhimu ni tuweke Kenya mbele. Kuweka Kenya mbele ni kuhakikisha kwamba uongozi unaochagua uwe uongozi unaofaa kuendeleza nchi, si uongozi ambao utapora nchi na utuache bila chochote. lazima tukue concerned na vizazi vijavyo, kwa sababu kwa hilo tu ndipo tutakuwa responsible parents. Responsible parents are worried about their children and their children's children, not about their own welfare. If we are not able to forget ourselves long enough to think about our children's children, that's when we begin to play these games of for 50 billion and 2 billion and 3 billion here and there. We need to have a country that is self-sustaining. A country that is self-sustaining must be built. It does not happen. You don't go to bed and wake up and suddenly the country is self-sustaining. We must put together policies and the machinery to ensure that the country is self-sustaining. Lakini ingine at funding for this, funding for that, it doesn't add up nothing, in my opinion. Morao, ulikuwa unasemaje? Nataka tumsikilize Jackie Ndube.
Yeah, I was just going to add on what Bob said. That unveiling of the manifesto, that wasn't unveiling a manifesto. That was like a town hall meeting, in my opinion. That was a town hall meeting.
I wouldn't agree any better. Like Bob said, William Ruto seems to be cornered, and he's trying to do anything that looks like different from what AZIMIO has said. In the process, he's making a lot of blunders, and he's trying to survive. So it's understandable. But the character, we cannot, Black has gone on the comment section and say we discuss the manifesto, but not the person. We can separate the character of the person from himself. The person is as equivalent to his own character, just like to his own name. Okay? If your name is Black and we shout Black, it's Black who respond. It is not the name Black that will respond. It's the person who bears the name that will respond. So if your character is wrong, your manifesto will be wrong, your vision will be wrong, your pursuit will be wrong, and it doesn't matter how long we give you, you will continue being wrong until you begin by changing your character. Then you will correct your manifesto, you will correct everything else. So William Ruto manifesto is as good as William Ruto. And if William Ruto is given responsibility as Kenya's president, he's not going to behave like Kenya president. He's going to behave like William Ruto, who is occupying a seat called Kenya's president. That is why, if he has any questionable character, we don't give him responsibility. Sorry?
Bob, Link, Rono wants to come in. Link.
I will share the link. I will share the link. But let's hear from Jackie Bay. Before Jackie, kuna video kadhaa hapa niliachiwa. Wacha nicheze kwa sababu muda wangu nao umeanza kuyoyoma. Mtaanza kunidai na wakati sipo. Okay. So tuanzie hapa, tutacheza mbili alafu mzee Jackie Bay aje.
Nandi wameendeleza kampeni ya kumpigia debe mgombeaji wa urais wa muungano wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga na mgombeaji mwenza Martha Karua katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao, wakisema kuwa wawili hao wana suluhu ya matatizo yanayokabili taifa hili. Wakizungumza kwenye mkutano na wanawake hao mjini Kapsabet, kaunti ya Nandi, Daktari Sally Kosgei ambaye anaongoza kampeni za muungano wa Azimio la Umoja Bonde la Ufa pamoja na mwenyekiti wa maendeleo ya wanawake kaunti ya Nandi Sarah Kosgei wametaja hatua Raila Odinga kumtaja Martha Karua kama mgombeaji mwenza kama kichocheo kikuu cha wanawake kupigia muungano huo kura nyingi mnamo Agosti 9. Kauli hizo ziliungwa mkono na Beatrice Akinyi na Priska Munai kutoka maeneo ya Mosop na Nandi Hills wanaosimamia makundi ya kina mama katika gatuzi hilo la Nandi.
And therefore they are out to get votes for the Azimio candidate and more so his deputy whom they empathize with, and they want to make sure that this time the women of Kenya have a deputy president who is a woman and a potential president. Apart from that, it's not only because Martha Karua is a woman, it is because she has credentials that are well known and very well respected.
Tumependelea sana manifesto ya Mheshimiwa Rais tarajiwa Odinga kwa sababu aliweka manifesto mzuri sana yenye inafurahisha kila mtu. Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema sisi tutaunga mkono na tutafanya kampeni ya kutosha kuona ya kwamba huyu Mheshimiwa Rais Raila atapita.
He has remembered women. There is no president in Kenya among the 4 presidents that who are predecessors of Jomo Kenyatta have remembered women other than Raila Amolo Odinga. We tell people, we preach the gospel of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Sisi tunataka Martha Karua atakuwa deputy president, the 5th one, but kama wamama tunataka aendelee mpaka kuwe president ya Kenya.
Canister was lobbed at a podium where AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate Martha Karua was addressing a rally in KISII. One policeman has been taken in for questioning. And as NTV's Melita Oletenges now reports, Karua was not injured as she was whisked away to safety. Meanwhile, AZIMIO La Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga held rallies in the county of Migori, where he once again reiterated that the use of a manual register by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission (IEBC) is critical in the coming elections, insisting it is an irreducible minimum by the AZIMIO coalition ahead of the elections. Take a look.
Had the AZIMIO La Umoja Deputy President nominee Martha Karua uttered a statement at the podium in Gusii Stadium, the Natia canister went off. A moment of confusion for Karua before security officers acted swiftly, whisking her away immediately to avoid any security threats. And as supporters of the AZIMIO La Umoja coalition scampered for safety, a scuffle ensued between the police and the rowdy youth. The tear gas canister was recovered by the public. Police spokesperson Bruno Shioso, in a statement through the National Police Service Twitter handle, has said that a police officer is being questioned in connection with the incident and that more investigations are ongoing. Meanwhile, the AZIMIO presidential candidate Raila Odinga, while campaigning in the neighboring Migori County, said that the use of a manual register in the coming elections is crucial for backup and to ensure free and fair elections.
If technology fails, there's a recourse to the manual register. So you can come and check the manual register to see if your name is in that register. That is the reducible minimum.
IEBC for the first time tunawahimiza jamani, don't mess up this country. This country is more important than you IEBC. Si ni kweli? Ikiwa nia ni kuzuia Raila asiwe president, then you better go home because he's going to be the president.
In a rejoinder to a statement by ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi on an alleged deal signed by government to mortgage the Lamu, Mombasa and Kisumu ports to a Dubai-based company, Raila loyalists have fought the statement, saying Deputy President William Ruto was privy to the discussions as he sits in cabinet.
Wakati Ruto aliulizwa opinion yake akasema I support 100% kupeana bandari. Alafu leo unatuma mapimbi watu kama Mudavadi. Kwanza Mudavadi mimi mwenyewe wacha kupeleka baba. Mimi mwenyewe hatoshi kwangu.
Ati anasema ati mambo ya port sijui imeuzwa ya Kisumu sijui nini. Sisi tuko na thibitisho ya kwamba hiyo maneno ilikuwa discuss kwa cabinet. Na yeye ndio amekaa pale na Uhuru Kenyatta. Mbona kupinga? Mbona kupinga? Saa hii ndo napiga kelele hapa ndani ya town kama mtu kichaa. Shetani?
Wakisema hivi asubuhi, kesho wanasema hivi. Jana wamedanganya watu ati watapeana bundles. Kwani hao ni Safaricom?
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukur Yatani, Government Infrastructure. Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga has kicked off his 4-day campaign in his political turf, largely talking in his mother tongue, a move to solidify the votes in his political turf. His clarion call to his supporters is to turn up in large numbers to vote in the August 9th general elections. Melita Oletenges, NTV, Migori County.
Yes, Jakindube, you're welcome.
Asante sana Bernard, na wasalimia wote. Mama Sali na Bari, hamjambo wote?
Salama sana Jakindube. Ngawa tuko na raha, tuko na usuni, but we are fine.
Nataka kusema kwamba mimi nasikitishwa sana na hizo fujo ambazo zimekuwa zikifanyika kwa siku kadhaa ambazo zimepita, hata ambayo imefanyika huko Kisii. Ni fujo ambayo haifai. Jambo lingine tena ambayo nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia, wacha tu niseme tu saa hizi kwamba naomba sana sisi wana Kenya wote, wanaume kwa wanawake, tuache fujo, tuache kuwaonea wanawake, tuache kuwadhulumu, kuwapiga, kuwatesa. Tuache wakina mama na watoto, tuache, tuwe watu. Mwanamke kama mnaona mmekosana, hakufai, mwache aende, tafuta mwingine, badala labda kumkata mkono au kumfanyia madhambi. Sisi wote ni watoto wa mama. Hakuna kiumbe hapa duniani si mtoto wa mama. Hata kama ni fisi, hata simba, hata ng'ombe, hata chochote ni mtoto wa mama. Tafadhalini tuheshimu wanawake. Mtu hata kama ni mtoto, mwanamke lazima umheshimu. Ni mama. Wote tumeumbwa ndani yao. Wote. Kuna vitu vingine Kisii, ukiona kina mama, hata duniani tu kote, ukiona kina mama saa zingine vile vitendo wanafanyiwa, wengine wanafanyiwa na wanaume, wengine watoto, kingine bwana. Mimi naomba tu kama mwananchi mwenzenu, watu kama wale wananisikia, tafadhalini, kama mwanamke amekukosea, achana na yeye, tafuta mwingine, badala ya kumudhuru, kumuumiza. Asante. Baada ya kusema hiyo ni kwa sababu niliona yale yalitokea Kisii, ya kuhuzunisha sana. Naweza kusema kwamba kampeni ilikuwa nzuri, na mimi nafikiri Azimio, kule Raila maneno ambayo alizungumza, kama wale walimsikia, nafikiri alizungumza kwa namna wale watu ambao walisikiza hiyo inatakiwa imewaingia kiasi cha kwamba mtu atangojea hiyo siku na kwenda kuvote. Hiyo naweza kusema hivyo. Mtu kama Wajahkoya sitaki kuzungumza juu yake kabisa. Vile Ruto, mimi sitaki kuzungumza juu yake, juu ya manifesto yao, kwa sababu sikuwa na matumaini, na kwa kweli sina haja ya hata kujua wanasema nini, kwa sababu kinachonifanya niseme hivyo ni kwa sababu Ruto mwenyewe ni mtu ambaye tabia yake si nzuri. Kwa maoni yangu, Ruto hana tabia nzuri, na Ruto sio kiongozi, ni mwanasiasa. Na mwanasiasa hawezi kuwa kiongozi wa nchi. Hii kitu nataka ni waambie kwamba lazima tutambue uongozi na hii mambo mnaita usiasa. Mtu kiongozi asemi uongo. Mtu kiongozi asemi maneno ovyo ovyo. Mtu kiongozi hawezi kusema maneno asubuhi leo hivi alafu kesho anasema maneno mengine. Mtu kiongozi sio kigeugeu. Hiyo ndio kuna tofauti ya uongozi na ifujo. Tunaona watu wanajiita wanasiasa. Unajua watu unajua tumetoka katika hali ya uongozi. Zamani tulikuwa na watu wanaitwa viongozi. Mtu kiongozi ni mtu ambaye hasemi maneno ovyo ovyo. Ni mtu ambaye hageuki kama bendera. Hiyo lazima tutambue. Tukitaka nchi yetu iongozwe vizuri, tukitaka kupata mafanikio, ni lazima tukitaka kuchagua tuchague kiongozi. Tusichague mwanasiasa. Hawa watu wakuja kufanya harambee ya kujenga shule, kufanya nini, alafu mtu mnasema huyo ndio mnataka kuchagua. Huyo sio kiongozi. Huyo ni mtu tu amekuja kwa na pesa. Kiongozi ni mtu ambaye ana maono ambayo ni ya kuendeleza jamii kwa muda mrefu. Ni mtu ambaye anapenda haki. Ni mtu ambaye sio binafsi. It's not a selfish person. Huyo ndio kiongozi na hiyo ndio tunataka. Sasa mimi nataka kusema hivi. Kwa wakati huu mimi nasikia watu wanasema economy sijui nini. Mimi nawakumbusha jamani. Kwanza lazima tufanye kitu ya kusema lazima tuwe na msingi ambao inaleta Wakenya pamoja. Kitu ambacho Azimio inafanya. Hiyo iliharibika baada ya uhuru. Na hiyo ndio maana tumekuwa tukitangatanga. Kenya inaenda juu, inarudi, inaenda juu, hiyo msingi tumekosa. Na ni ukitaka kujenga, mimi nawaambia, ukitaka kujenga economy, hii mnasikia watu za yote wanakimbilia hati ndio Kenya kwanza. Okay. Hawa watu wa tangatanga wanakimbia ete economy. Huwezi kujenga economy ya kudumu bila kuwa na umoja katika nchi yako, kuwa na political stability. Ninyi ndio hiyo ndio muhimu hata kwa boma yako. Kama wewe na mama hamsikilizani, hamko na msingi mzuri, watoto hawatakuwa vizuri. Utakuwa na vurugu katika hiyo boma. Lakini kama kuna msingi wa kusikilizana baina ya mama na baba, hiyo boma ukiingia ni safi. Hata akiwa na bibi wangapi, kama kuna msingi wa kusikilizana, hiyo boma inakaa safi. Yeah? Hiyo ndio msingi ambayo inatakiwa nchi yetu iwe nayo, na hiyo ndio inatakiwa ijengwe sambamba na mambo ya economy. Uwezi kujenga economy. Mimi naweza kuambia kwa maoni yangu, Kibaki aliniudhi kwa sababu Kibaki alipewa nafasi ya kujenga nchi yetu, lakini katika mikono ya Kibaki tulikatana na mapanga. Wakenya walikatana na mapanga kwa sababu alisahau kujenga kwa sababu alisahau kujenga ile kitu ambayo imekuwa tukikosa, umoja. Alisahau, akajizungusha tu na kabila, akawaza bila kufikiria kwamba hii ni Kenya, lazima nijenge. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Lazima tujenge nchi hiyo Kenya, tujenge kwa umoja. Vile nani anasema, mnasikia siku zote mnasikiaga Ruto anaulizwa, wakati wewe ulipewa uongozi, ulichagua watu gani uliteua watu gani? Nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ya makabila, na makabila huwezi kuteua tu kabila lako, lazima ufikirie hawa wote sisi tuko ndugu moja, tuko jamii moja, tuko tu na mama mbalimbali, lakini sisi ni watoto wa mtu mmoja, mtu anaitwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo ukiwa na mkate lazima ugawie kila mmoja apate sehemu, na hiyo ukifanya hivyo hakutakuwa na malalamiko, watu watafanya kazi vizuri, kutakuwa na economy, kutakuwa na utulivu, kutakuwa hakuna hata hii mambo ya watu wanasema corruption. Hizi zinafanyika kwa sababu ya ulafi wa ubinafsi, kwa sababu tunashindwa, kwa sababu tusipokuwa na umoja hatuwezi kukemea. Lazima tuwe na umoja ndio tukemee mtu, ndio tuseme hiyo kitu unafanya ni mbaya, hatutaki. So ni jambo la muhimu kabisa tuwe na umoja. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka kuzungumzia ni kwamba jana niliona hawa kina Mudavadi wanasema hii mambo ya port. Unajua, mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya, unajua kuna mambo mengi sana sisi tunakuwa, yani ingawaje sisi Wakenya tuko nje, tumesoma, unaona watu wengi tu wako nje. Sijamsikia mtu anasema hiyo mambo. Efficiency, hizi ports nyingi tu duniani, hizi ports mnaona, hata hizi katika Amerika, hizi vitu nyingi haziendeshwi. Hata ukienda kwa airport kama hizi airport za hapa zote ziko contracted. Hii airport ya Manchester inaongozwa na company ya Spain. Company ni ya Spain, na ndio inaongoza, ndio inasimamia facilities za airport. So na unakuta nchi bado inapata faida, kila kitu hapo ni efficiency. Sasa hawa watu wanafikiri, mbona uwezi kusema ati wamemortgage airport yetu, wamemortgage airport yao. Hizi timu ambazo tunaona Kenya, Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, sijui hizi timu ni za Waingereza, lakini zimenunuliwa. Wale watu ambao wanaziongoza hizo timu si Waingereza. Manchester City imenunuliwa na Waarabu, imenunuliwa na watu watu wa Oman. Hiyo nani Manchester City, na wamejenga Manchester City, wamefanya facility wako, wamejengea hata academy nzuri sana. Hiyo inafaidisha watu wa Waingereza. Na watu gani wameleta pesa? Ni Waarabu wameleta hizo pesa. Arsenal imenunuliwa na watu wa nani, Arab Emirates. Hata hiyo stadium yao zimejengwa na Emirates, ndege ya Emirates si ndio imejenga hiyo stadium. Liverpool imenunuliwa na Amerika. Ni watu wawili wa Amerika wameinunua, ni yao. Manchester United imenunuliwa na Amerika, na timu hizi ni za Uingereza. Kitu wanataka hizo timu zikuwe kali. Wale wachezaji wa Uingereza ndio wanawakilisha Uingereza. So waache hii mambo ya upuzi, hiyo mambo ya kipumbavu kusema ati Uhuru amemortgage. Uhuru anaangalia 2000 years to come. Kenya anaangalia efficiency, anaangalia maendeleo gani. Tafadhalini muache kusikia hii upuzi ya hawa watu wameishiwa, hawana kitu ya kusema, wapuzi kabisa. So hiyo ni kitu ambacho nilikuwa nataka kuelezea Wakenya wajue kwamba efficiency, kuna vitu vingi hizi nchi zimeendelea hazifanyi hata nuclear plant ambayo Waingereza walikuwa wanatumia imejengwa na kampani ya Wafaransa. So hii mambo ya upuzi wanasema ati sijui nini. Waambieni hawa watu wameishiwa na vitu za kusema, na hawa watu hawawezi kuleta maendeleo katika nchi yetu, hawawezi. Ingawaje wamepeana hizo kwa macontract hizo. Waingereza saa zingine wanatafuta hata watu wa kufanya kazi, si wamekuja kutafuta watu wa nani hapa Kenya, manases na nini, wanatafuta wa kufanya kazi wengi tu, kwa sababu wana makazi mengi. So hata sisi tukitengeneza hizo tukipatia company wale ambao wanajua wale ambao wana ujuzi wa hizo habas, watafanya hiyo. Lakini sisi wafanyikazi ni wetu, faida tutapata sisi. Wacheni ya mambo ya utapeli wanatuletea. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, nafikiri nimeeleza kutosha. Kama labda nimeeleza vibaya, lakini mimi hivyo ndivyo ndio ninavyoelewa. Asante sana.
Sawa, asante Jackie Ndubei, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Kuna huyu Moses Nanje. Moses Nanje, it's good for you to listen and learn, not to wait for a conversation or rather submission to end. I suspect you have a lot to learn in this life, and you need to embrace it. Don't assume that every conversation should be cut because of time or the other. There are different submissions from different people, and listening to different people helps you learn a lot. So don't just be here to oppose whatever that is being spoken because you don't like it. You don't have to like it. There are many things that we learn, and even when we were in school, we didn't like all the subjects, but we never canceled those subjects from on the timetable or the teacher from coming to class because we don't like the subject. So let's mature up. Tusikilize hii alafu tusonge mbele tumlete Christine.
Johnson Sakaja has suffered yet another blow after the Commission for University Education officially revoked his degree certificate allegedly obtained from Team University in Uganda. In a letter addressed to the IBC, the Commission investigations revealed that the university was not accredited to offer a Bachelor of Science in Management external. At the time, Sakaja claimed to have studied at the institution.
11 days after the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee dismissed appeals lodged against Johnson Sakaja's nomination as UDA Nairobi gubernatorial candidate, the Nairobi senator is not off the hook yet. This after the Commission for University Education officially revoked his degree certificate allegedly obtained from Team University in Uganda. In a letter to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the Commission for University Education indicates that it had concluded investigations into the candidates' academic qualifications. The Commission found out that the documents submitted by Sakaja from Team University indicated that he undertook a Bachelor of Science external, which at the time was reportedly not accredited by the Uganda National Council for Higher Education. The probe also revealed that the institution is only accredited to offer Bachelor of Science in Management and not Bachelor of Science in Management External, which Sakaja had enrolled for. Professor Mwenda Ntarangi-led team also found out that Sakaja had in 2017, while vying for the position of senator, declared that the only higher education qualification he held was a degree from the University of Nairobi, and that there was no declaration made pertaining to Team University, where he obtained a degree from in 2016. The University of Nairobi has since written to the Commission, confirming that Sakaja enrolled for a Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science in 2003, but he did not complete his studies. The Commission for University Education in their report say they have not received any evidence from Uganda National Council for Higher Education, Team University or Sakaja to prove that the senator pursued studies at Team University and earned a degree in Bachelor of Science in Management external, a move that renders the degree certificate submitted insufficient to prove that Sakaja studied and he holds an academic degree. The Commission for University Education now wants the IEBC to revoke the recognition of the university degree, adding that the senator who has been informed of the decision has the right to appeal that decision. Sakaja, through his lawyer Adrian Kamodho, who spoke to Citizen TV on phone, said the letter was in bad taste as it amounts to contempt of court, as there exists a court order that directed that revocation of his degree be put on hold pending the hearing of the judicial review application filed by the senator. Sakaja, in another application in court, wants the chairperson of the commission, Chacha Nyaigoti, arrested for disobeying a court order after he issued a letter revoking his degree certificate, an application that Chacha wanted dismissed after the Commission for University Education withdrew the letter pending investigations.
Yes, Bob.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to mention something in addition to what Jakendube was talking about, because I realize we have people who still don't want to understand the comment section. Now, regarding the national assets, yesterday I said that there is something called the Privatization Act that came into force in 2005. And in that Privatization Act, it details how national assets should be managed. And the chairman, there is a commission that is formed in that act, and the chairman is the finance minister. And anything that will be done to our national assets must have cabinet approval. And the DP sits in that commission. So this idea of trying they still don't want to understand, and they're trying to tell people that Kenya has been sold. Kenya will not be sold to anybody. We have seen African countries who have even borrowed from the Chinese, for instance, Togo, and a new administration comes in and refuses to pay as per terms of the previous government and renegotiate. So there is nothing that can be sold. There is nobody who is going to sell Kenya. Those stories that Mudavadi and the company are trying to peddle to Kenyans is all hogwash and rubbish. More especially when you have somebody like Wetangula, who is a lawyer, and he understands the law very well, but still comes to the podium and cheats people that Kenya is being sold, underhand deals are being made. These deals are made with the approval of the cabinet. So that should be very clear, and nobody should cheat the public that Kenya is being sold left, right, and center.
Thank you very much, Bob. And there is the propaganda that cabinet has not, there has never been a cabinet meeting for 2 years. Yani Kenya Kwanza sijui wanakaaje kwa sababu kwanza ilikuwa Jubilee haijakuwa na mkutano. Sasa imekuwa ni cabinet. How come the government has been functional, and then chairing of the cabinet was removed from the deputy president and given to Matiang'i, and then the cabinet meets every Tuesday, and then they claim that for 2 years cabinet has not met. I think wajinga waliisha Kenya. Sijui mbona tunapenda kubeba wajinga hivi? Tafadhali, Kenya Kwanza, tafuteni urais, tafuteni uongozi, lakini mtafute kwa ukweli, sio kwa uongo. Bad-mouthing Uhuru Kenyatta and bad-mouthing Raila Odinga will not make you president. Tell us, what are you offering us that is better than what they are offering us? What makes you a better leader? Show us your track record. Don't tell us stories. This country deserves better leadership. We are where we are because of bad leadership. We cannot tolerate another bad leader in another office. And there is no room for experimentation. There is no room for experimentation. And so anybody wants to experiment with this country, we don't have room for that. We need time-tested leaders who will report in the office on Monday, and by Tuesday we begin to see results. Wale wanataka kwenda kujaribu bottom up waone kama itafanya, wasema sasa bottom imekataa, tuanze middle up and all that. Hiyo experiment waende kufanyia nchi nyingine. Ikishafanya kazi huko, wakuja hapa tuambie inafanya kazi ndio tu implement. We will not be another experiment. Now they want to dismantle all the treasury, dismantle everything so that they start afresh on a fresh slide, experimenting everything, experimenting fund for women, mama mbogas, experimenting fund for police. Those are just avenues for corruption. Let
Bernard, I have
the
a question.
country take off, not remain in the same place. Thank you. A question to who? Not to me, I believe.
To Bob.
What is it?
Yes.
Make it brief.
Yeah, Bob has talked about all those capital investments which were built using foreign borrowing. Now, the question I really have for you is, I know that you've tried to defend, but how can you defend a situation whereby government is really borrowing at a high rate, and yet, the common people, for example, some of them understand they have this thing called Fuliza. I've never really understood what is that because I'm not in Kenya, but I hear it's so expensive. So if you remember during Kibaki's time, he actually managed the economy in a way that it was actually very cheap to borrow. So this idea of Fuliza actually came with this administration. And it's a very serious thing actually, because here in the West, actually, the likes of Fuliza, these countries have brought in legislation to protect, poor people from being exploited. So how do you actually justify that? And the thing is, with capital investments, you have to really do it in a very smart way. But I think the way it was done in Kenya, unfortunately, is not actually good. We can only pray to God that those capital investments will pay back very fast. But we know it's not that easy. So I think the problem I see is that you are trying to defend something that is so hard to defend. And hope the new administration that will come in, whether it's Kenya Kwanza or AZIMIO, hope they address that one, because that is a very serious problem. It's like credit card here in the West, for example. If you have credit cards, you'll never be able to pay it if you are just paying minimum. And that is where the country is at the moment. So let's not defend things which are not, it's not possible to defend.
Bernard, can I just answer you quickly?
Wacha nijibu. Mimi nijibu huyu jamaa.
Ngoja kidogo bwana Jakedu. Hillary, I will advise you to follow the central bank on Twitter. Then you will be getting updates on what is happening in the financial market. One, any mobile lending, central bank has put down regulations on how to manage mobile lending. You talked about Fuliza. So there is clear legislation. And in the first place, nobody is forcing you to borrow. You can go to the bank. This is something you do out of your own volition. Number two, you talked about the foreign debt. The foreign debt is what happens. Any government can go and borrow, but it depends on the terms you agree with your lender. And there is always room for renegotiation. So it is not that you are forced to go and borrow at high lending rates. It is upon any government to borrow from whichever lender, international lender, but you can still renegotiate. It is not cast in stone. And lastly, let me tell you, there is no country in the world, including the US, where you say you are, that has ever revolutionized their economy without heavy investment in infrastructure. Even the Americans, they moved from an agricultural economy to a manufacturing economy through heavy investment. So if you think that you're going to sit down and imagine that the development comes on its own, it comes at an expense. Likewise, democracy is expensive. That is why we are spending heavy on our elections. We are spending heavy on governance, so that we get it right. America did not just become America. America has evolved since 1776. Thank you.
To be honest, Bob, I mean, I've been...
Okay. Ngoja kwanza, Jakindube.
Nataka huyo Henry afanye hivi. Kwanza mimi sitaki azungumze juu ya hizo madeni, kwa sababu wale watu wanazungumza juu ya madeni hayo, wale ambao wanazungumza juu ya madeni ndio hao watu waliparticipate kuchukua hizo madeni. So don't talk about kama ni Ruto unazungumza juu yake, kwanza resign, atoke kwa serikali. Hawezi kuzungumza juu ya madeni na yeye alikuweko kule, alafu sasa hii unasema ati sijui. Hapana,
sorry, I think
ngoja kwanza, huyo ukitaka tuzungumze juu ya madeni, kuzungumza juu ya madeni, Ruto resign kwanza, resign. Kama haja resign, huwezi kuzungumza. Hiyo ni kukosa adabu na kutokuwa mtu mwadilifu.
That is your own personal opinion. In fact, sijaongea maneno ya Ruto actually. I was just talking about the
nilikusikia.
Why you bring Ruto in this discussion? I don't
understand. Your point. Thank you. Now, Bwana Hillary, it's not even discussing Ruto. Okay, Ruto has been on record to have the majority of the numbers in parliament that he has used to terrorize Jubilee all the second term. That aside, the rules, those legislations about Fuliza and the dates were done during this particular regime, where Ruto has enough numbers, 160 members of parliament. The person who introduced this act is none other than Bwana Ndwale, who was the leader of majority. Hizi vitu zote zimefanyika under the watch of Kenya Kwanza.
Totally agree, Bernard.
Okay? Now, if that took place then, and it was passed, okay, you can't turn around and say it is bad and blame it on Uhuru Kenyatta without owning up. The reason why I don't agree with Ruto is because he never owns up on anything. He looks for who to blame. And that, from the leadership school of thought where I am, it makes somebody immature, therefore unable to lead. Leadership begins by accepting responsibility. Unakubali, I was misled, nikaenda kwa bunge, tukapitisha hii maneno ya Fuliza, lakini sasa tumeona imeanza kutuhujumu, tunaomba tuyabadilishe. You don't come and say Fuliza inasaidia familia moja, hii inasaidia familia moja. All you are doing is inciting people against a community, against a family, yeah, dynasty or hustler and all that. That is, to me, too shallow, uncalled for, and unnecessary. It does not do national building, and it does not help anyone except that particular breath being used at that point in time when that conversation is taking place.
Bernard, you see one problem that truly I have with this conversation, You know, I'll just give you an example. Unajua, say for example, you are married, right? And you have a quarrel. Unless, you know, you are able to put past, you know, vitu zenye zimepita ziende, you'll never move forward. And I think the problem I really have with the discussion that we are having here is we keep recycling the same thing. Ona kama ya Fuliza, I've just asked a simple question, right? a simple question. Here you have people being charged a lot of money. It's a very predatory behavior, but it's not being addressed. I know somebody said that there is legislation, but then why is it happening? Why is it happening? Because the same policies actually have been passed in the West, and you know, it's very tough now that you cannot just go and just lend. So if there's a law, as somebody said, there is central bank, I don't know, whatever, then why are people still suffering? I know it's a marketplace, but if something is wrong,
Hillary, if you listen to the problem with you is that you are listening while you are preparing an answer to answer what you have not heard. We are telling you the legislation that took place that authorized this kind of businesses took place under the watch of the same people who are complaining right now. That makes them insincere.
Lakini Bernard, that is exactly what I'm saying is a problem.
It is not going back. If somebody legislates
I totally understand
that law begins to pinch Kenyans, then he turns around and says that law is benefiting this and should be stopped because it's benefiting this. And
that's fine, Bernard.
What is he saying?
So let's assume they were wrong, right? Let's assume
bunge, wait, if you are in government or you are in parliament and there is a law that is bad, you go and institute a change of law in parliament. You don't go to cry on the street and cry to the Kenyans.
Thank
you. So if Kenya Kwanza cannot use their numbers in parliament to change the situation of Kenya, they are unfit for leadership. That's why they should be voted out. We need people who have brains in parliament who are going to legislate laws that are going to help all Kenyans, not help this against this.
Yeah, but the question is, for how long are we going to keep looking back?
It is not looking back. It's a matter of the reason we have election after every 5 years is to be given an opportunity to assess the people who have been leading. If they led well, we promote them. If they led bad, we send them away. That's why we have an opportunity to elect. That's why on 9th of August, we are going out to elect. Any person who did not perform should be sent home. A person who did well should be promoted. That is it. It's not a matter. We must look back. Bwana Hillary, there is nowhere you go, even when you're looking for a job, that they will not look where you went to school. Sakaja right now is looking for a job as governor of Nairobi. Tunamuuliza degree yake iko wapi, anatuletea makaratasi ingine. Makaratasi ndio haya yamechunguzwa, inaonekana haikutoka mahali popote. Hata huko hiyo kosi amesema alipata, haifundishwangi huko. So university haijapewa mamlaka ya kupeana degree aina hiyo. So unaona, we must look back to tell the forward. Even in your driving, you don't look in the windscreen alone. There is a side mirror to show you where you're coming from for you to reach home safely. His story ya kusema we don't need history, we are talking about the future is a lie. It's a lie. The only way for us to understand the book of Deuteronomy is to understand the book of Genesis. If we ignore Genesis, we will never understand Deuteronomy, we will never understand Malachi, we will never understand Revelation. So story ya kusema kuangalia mbele peke yake ni uongo. Naomba nimalize. Let me do this. I don't want to preach because if I start, you can't stop me. Let's do this.
Bernard,
my time is up here.
Bernard,
I want to leave Hillary in the hands of
what's this guy's solution? What's this guy's solution to these things that he's talking? Because everything I hear is a but. What's the solution?
We should just look forward and not look backward. Because when we look backward, we make Ruto look bad. Let's do this.
I think you've been Bernard. I think you've been here for a long way. Enda upumzike bwana.
Asante.
Enda upumzike. Asante sana na pole kwa kuchelewesha.
Hey, let me just say one thing.
No problem.
Let me say one thing to Hillary. Hillary, there's no way. There's no way we are going to forget the past. We judge the people like from their past. We have to look back. Like, are you telling me like we are going to forget all the evils that Ruto has meted to the government of Kenya?
Sorry,
no, we can't forget. If he doesn't win, he's gonna be charged in a court of law. We cannot forget the past.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. It's
Hold
not
on,
it's not forgetting,
Hillary,
not forgetting,
Hillary,
but not
Hillary,
dwelling too much on the past.
Hillary,
That is a problem that we have. We
Hillary,
dwell too much on the past.
Hillary, I have to mute your mic now because we have to move forward. Bernard amechoka, wacha aende akapumzike. We have to move forward now. We cannot have a back and forth, eh? We have to move forward. So Bernard, naona nimekuja I think Christine hajaongea, Martin hajaongea, ni hawa wawili, si ndio?
Yeah, give priority to Christine and then Martin, and then you can now start from Jakidu Bay as you Mama Selina kwanza. Mama Selina hajaongea kwa muda mrefu. So after Christine and Martin, Mama Selina, alafu tusonge mbele. Otherwise,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, pole sana Bernard. Najua masaa imekukosea lakini sawa. I hope you understand.
Well, thank you.
All right. Good night. Hata ni good morning.
I'm off as well. Bye-bye.
Ni sawa sawa Hillary, tutaonana. Asante.
Yeah, tunaona kesho. Asante.
Haya, Christine karibu.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Good to see you. Good to see my Msaklu, Papa Bob. Good to see Jakindu Bay today. Good to see Martin. Good to see Mora. I hope you had a good day or you're having a good night. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. A lot has happened today, according to our time. A lot has happened, like it was just difficult to follow Wajahkoya, Ruto, Matakarua incident in KISII. But I just had a little bit of Ruto'S manifesto. To be honest, I don't like listening to Ruto because it just pisses me off, because all the time he's always rude, arrogant, calling people names. But today, at least I think he had good advisors. He was calm. He didn't show any emotion, those bad emotions. He didn't call people names. I heard him, by the time I was tuning in to listen to him, I heard him talking about agriculture, and he dwelt so much on agriculture. And I'm wondering, because in the Kibaki government, Ruto headed the agricultural ministry. No major impact was felt. I remember the same government where Oparanya's star as Minister for Planning will shine. So I just think Ruto is taking us for a ride. Even when he says that he'll put structures, wakulima, we can make our own oil here. Right now, we should not blame Ukraine for the economic impact we are feeling in the country. Yet the whole world is feeling the negative impact of the war in Ukraine economically. It's a fact. When Ruto says that he wants to empower Mama Mboga, fine, it's good, he can empower Mama Mboga. And he keeps talking ill about the 6,000 that Raila wants to give those people that are the families that really need that money as stipend. But when Raila was explaining the 6,000 stipend, to me, it made sense, because when you get that stipend, you're gonna buy from Mama Mboga, you're gonna buy sugar, you're gonna buy unga, that money will keep circulating. But Ruto is doing the opposite. I'm not against him empowering Mama Mboga, but if Mama Mboga has a big stock of the mbogas there, mbogas are perishable within 2-3 days. Who is gonna buy that mboga from the Mama Mbogas? How many Mama Mbogas are there in an estate, you know? So I think Ruto gives us things on the face value, just like Wajahkoya was saying the other day when he was being interviewed by Mark Masai, that manifestos are just things written in papers. Nobody's gonna deliver them. He didn't mention names, but I believe he was referring to those people that had already launched their manifesto or were planning to launch their manifesto. The last time he was talking with Mark Masai, when he was asked whether he will launch his manifesto, he denied. He said he's not gonna read anything written on paper. And he pulled a surprise for us today, when yesterday he circulated memo inviting media houses to attend his manifesto launch concurrently with Ruto. He stole the limelight from Ruto, and Wajahkoya is so smart in that his message, he really gives messages that resonate well with the youth, which I believe are Ruto's population. So at the end of the day, I believe right now Wajahkoya is giving William Samoei Ruto sleepless nights. Finally, I want to talk about the Matakarua effect in KISII. Whatever happened to Matakarua in KISII, which was very uncalled for, it was very uncouth. And one thing we must know is that Matakarua added value to Raila Odinga. We always say we should look for value-adding friends. Yes, Matakarua added value to Raila Odinga, who is now able to climb the mountain, contrary to what we thought previously. But unfortunately, what people don't know is that Matakarua also inherited those organic or fanatical supporters for Raila. And they should have in mind that right now, if anything were to happen to Raila that people do not believe is natural, of course, Kenya is gonna burn. And now, because Matakarua has inherited those fanatical supporters of Raila Odinga, such things can tear the country apart. It is uncalled for. Previously, I heard people talking like it's clan issue between Arati, Ongwae, Sam Ongeri. But at the end of the day, the question I want to ask us, at the end of the day, if something happened to Matakarua, who stands to benefit? Because there's a rumor right now going on, I don't know whether it is true or it is a rumor, that Ruto is against, you see the way they print the ballot papers, they put the presidential candidate, they want to put the deputy president. Ruto is against the picture of Rigathi being tagged along his. So I want to say that right now, there are so many malls everywhere. There are malls in AZIMIO, there are malls in Kenya Kwanza, there are malls in UDA. And if something was to be done, of course, it will not come direct like UDA and wanafanya kitu. They will use our own people that we believe are supporting us. So at the end of the day, we should just ask ourselves, who stands to benefit in case Matakarua, if something happens to her? What will happen to the country right now? Because Matakarua has won all our hearts, all Raila Odinga supporters, contrary to our perception of her in 2007. So I just want to leave it at that for now. I'll contribute later as discussion goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Martin?
Richie, my brother, how you doing, man? It's been a long time. I hope you're Gucci. The rest of the people, Abuya, Jakilu Bay, and our dear sister here. You know, Jakilu Bay, let me start with you actually, because I was gonna start on a different trajectory, and Mama Selina metukimbia. Jakilu Bay, thank you so much. I really want to appreciate you. You know, unakujanga na unasema vitu na watu, even though unaendanga wacha niende Kiswahili kama wewe ulituambia Kizungu pia tuanze kupunguza Kizungu kwa sababu Kiswahili ndio lugha yetu. Kuna kitu umejaribu explain hapa ya ports, airports na and all that. Now na utaniacha sasa nirudi mahali niko comfortable kidogo, nitachanganya. Like you just said, you know, Manchester, Liverpool, and all those. Watu wengi, people don't understand that. And when you find these leaders that really don't understand, these leaders that just want to changanya kila mtu. You know, now if you go to Ukambani kwetu, uko Mitaboni, you go tell somebody, port imeuzwa. They will think, ni ukweli imeuzwa. It's not sold. It's not sold. When I start my fisheries farm that I have in Ukambani, I want to get the Norway guys to come and show me experience. That's why you go. You don't build your own house. Unapata fundi mwenye ako experienced to get it. But then you make a deal with them, especially what we're doing right now is called PPE. Do this, show how to make it to be a fast wall or to be a kind of nice thing. And then while you're doing it, get this little, at the end of it, it'll be mine. You see, that's how you go, get a nice house somewhere, and that's the mortgage mentality. You go get a nice house, of course you couldn't make that house. You pay your mortgage, and then you finish, and now you have a very nice house, and your kids can live in a very good house. Watu hawaelewi kitu yote, ati mnaambiwa iliuzwe ikaenda wapi? Walibeba na iko hapo. Reli imebebwa, port imebebwa, airport imebebwa. Lakini nikienda nichukue mtu mwenye ako experience kitu kama hiyo, like, you know, Richard is an experience in another different kind of, field, and I want to do something on Richard's field. Who do you think I'm going to go for? I'm going to go for Richard and ask him, hey, can you help me on this one? He's going to ask me, what am I going to benefit from this one? And then I tell Richard, okay, let's make a deal. This is where you're going to benefit. If I have the money up front, if I don't have it, let's make a deal. This is how we're going to make a deal. You show me how to do this because I want to move on to get this thing that you're so eloquent on and where you are, so that I can benefit from it. Thank you, Jacinto Bay, for explaining that. Nikitu imenisumbua sana. I was trying to explain it somewhere else. And singepata mtu anaweza explain venye ume-explain na Kiswahili. Ume-explain vizuri, and I need Kenyans to understand. Mkiambiwa ati sijui port imeuzwa ikaenda wapi? Sasa imetoka Mombasa. You know, it's so sad when you see people not really understanding this. I had a little bit, zenye nilikuwa tu nimeka. Richie, I won't take most of your time because, you know, this is my first contribution. Of course, I'm going to be here with you. Thank you for coming through. Let's go to Sakaja. By the way, can you guys stop talking about Sakaja? This thing, is it Teams? I was watching niliangalia. Is it Teams or Team University? The university is called Team, not Teams. These guys fighting these things, and these are the things that we need to stop. Vyeti za kununua tuachane nazo. If you go to it's not all the elective seats that needs a degree. If governor needs a degree, don't go for it if you have a diploma or if you just went to school and honestly something maybe happened with your family, maybe fees haigeza fikika, ungeza fika nini to that. Just go for another elective seat. There's so many elective seats that you really don't even need that. You know, don't need the degree thing. Just go to something that is not going to put you on the limelight and spoil your, you know. Sakaja is somebody I was one of the biggest supporter of Sakaja. Even though I know Polycarp personally, but I was a person of Sakaja until now. I started seeing this drama, and I'm like, what are you doing? Degree ni degree. Kama hata Sonko alienda na akapata. I mean, what are you talking about? Go and get it. Just take another 5 years, become an MP, or become something else. You see what I'm saying? Somebody was trying to call me. I hope you guys, Richie, can you still hear me? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I can hear you guys very nicely, but as long as you guys can hear me, somebody was trying to call me. Now, let me go straight to Ruto's manifesto before I come to Madakarua. I was listening, and I'm going to talk to you guys while I'm trying to still set my vocals well. So I was listening to Ruto, and Because me naiangaliaga very critical. I looked at a presidential candidate, and to me, I saw, what's his name, Abdul Dida or something, or kina the Wajahkoyas. When you're the vice president and you're coming to launch your manifesto, I mean, he spoke for a good hour and almost 45 minutes. You know, and 80% of that time, everything I had was a complaint about the government. This is where we are not. Okay, no, we need to do this. SMEs, I don't know, this, government, and all that. And then I sit down with myself. I don't know if I'm going crazy or anybody is going crazy with me. Really? Are you the vice president? Who are you? I mean, I would take that from Mwaoria or whatever, the other president, the other contestant. I would take that from Wajahkoya every day. You know, I wouldn't even take that from Raila because he's been an opposition leader and a prime minister. What is this that you're telling us? You're complaining about the same government and at the same time you're sitting on the same goddamn seat. You're in the government. You're the second highest ranking person in the Republic of Kenya. What is it? Then you're telling us, gee, oh, we'll give you. Mimi, I don't know. I'm so sorry, guys. I am confused about what Ruto thinks presidency or governorship or leadership is all about. Because if you get the second, those are not the things that you talk. You don't go to a company, like for me, I'm not the second in my company, in our company. But I don't go to somewhere where we're going to talk about our company and go start talking about what is the failures of my company. It might be an inside joke, but I don't go doing that. And this is something we have to choose. What is this leaders talking? Are they really leaders or are they just competitors? Let me finish with Mother Karua in KISII. That goes back to come from what Ruto is doing and what this politics that we're doing and we're not understanding. And that's why we're having a problem of moving from a third world country to even a second world or going to a first world. Because of this stupid, small politics. But, Mama Selina, I'm so thankful Mama Selina yuko hapa. I'm so mad at Mother Karua today. Unfortunately. Ndio maana nimeiletea mwisho. I'm very mad at Mother Karua. The moment alitolewa, yes, we need to do more security to our VIPs. Najua alikunjwa hivi akatolewa haraka after the guy did what he did. But I would have wanted to see Mother Karua, the iron lady she is, saying, hii mkutano aishi. Like the way even when people went to the capital, when hata kina Pence, they said, is not gonna end. You're not going to take this out of us. Hiyo mkutano ingefaa kuendelea after nini imeisha hivi, watu wote wagerudi na waendelee. The fact that she went away, I feel she would have shown herself to say that I'm not going to be intimidated by these other people and whatever. And there was a lot of people, because I had somebody on the ground and they were saying they wanted to go back. And they hanged around there for a long time. I wanted her to go back and say that hizo jinga zenyu hatuchukui, tunaendelea na mkutano yetu. I know Baba would have done that, but I'll give Mother Karua a free pass on that one. If it was me and for me, I would have told her. If I was her advisor, I would have told her, we are going back and we're going to finish hii mkutano tuko nayo leo, because we are not going to let people intimidate us in what we are doing. Now, to finish it up, I think where we are heading today and where we're going, we are learning by the day, and it's becoming the silly season. I've always said in this channel, this last month is going to be the defection, it's going to be the silly season, it's going to be when now everything stays, because by the time we get to 9th of August, ujinga zote zitakuwa zimeisha, itakuwa ni ballot box, na mwenye ameandikwa kwa ballot box ndio mwenye kuchaguliwa. I don't care if it's Ongwae, if it's Simbarati, I don't care if it's Kalonzo, I don't care what it is. By the end, by Jionian 8th of August, everything will be over. Itakuwa ni mwenye atachaguliwa, na hivyo ndo itakuwa. Call a spade a spade. Na hivyo ndo itakuwa. And we are taking, from what I have, we are taking, I think I'm at 78%, but I think we're going to do close to 80. I want to believe that. But anyways, Richard, thank you so much. I appreciate. Naona mkono imeinuka. Sir, it's been a long time. It's good to see you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mato. I think I'll give Bob Papa 1 minute to make a reaction to your comments, and then I think Jakendube also had raised his hand. Bob, a minute each.
Yeah, I beg to differ with the Mato. The life of Martha Karua is very important to us, and that was a single rally, and we can sacrifice that, but we can't sacrifice Martha Karua. The safety of Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua are extremely paramount. We do not want to jeopardize chances of liberating this country. Therefore, and not only liberating this country, we cannot also invite a situation where the country will be at turmoil because of anything silly that we could that is avoidable. So I beg to differ with you on that. Now let me allow Jakendube to proceed. I'll come back and submit later, briefly. Thank you.
Jakendube, I think he's not. Okay, let me play a video first. I think Jakendube can't hear us. So let me play a video here first, and then we can move on to the next item. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said we raised some concern. The only concern from where we sit is the police. We do not doubt the capacity of the police to handle the situation. We don't doubt that. We doubt the command. We have a serious problem with the command of the police. We have the most incompetent Inspector General of Police, I think, in the world. The most incompetent in the whole world. And that's a big problem. His incompetence may not necessarily play out when things are working, but when things get to a head and you need some decisions to be made, I can tell you for sure, the gentleman we have as an IG cannot make any decision. He simply doesn't have the capacity to make any decision. So the current command of the police is done by others. the IG is supposed to be an independent office. But if he cannot discharge that responsibility, it means he's being discharged by people who don't run independent offices. And to be honest, the current IG is the president of Kenya, who is the leader of AZIMIO.
Ose, naona siku hizi mumebadilisha IG wa polisi. Siku hizi Uhuru Kenyatta ndio IG wa polisi. Remember, these are the guys who never complained when the other inspector general, what was his name?
Timaio ama Siege.
Yeah, see, both of them, you know, they were total failures. In fact, we had 2 terror attacks. I think we had the 2 terrorist attacks, that one that happened in Garissa and the other
Westgate.
one that
Westgate.
and the other one that happened in Westgate. Exactly. And you know, these guys never complained anything. But right now, because it's somebody else, they have the audacity to tell us that we have the most incompetent IG in the world, not even in Kenya or Africa, in the world. And then he says that Uhuru Kenyatta now is the IG. Anyway, I don't know why he's doing that. Maybe he has a purpose. He has something to, he has a point to make to the international community. Ose karibu.
Oh yes. Good evening, Jakindu Bay. Are you Jack and Bay ama Jakindu Bay in the way I know it?
In the way you know it.
Oh, the way I know it. Bob, Christine, is it Mato Amani? When you have changed your name again? And Richie. Good evening, all of us. You know, I'll start with what happened at KISII. You know, sometimes you need to read between the lines. See what everyone is not seeing. If I was to tell you my guess or my analysis or my instincts tell me whatever you saw there was targeted at Matiang'i. You may say, but Matiang'i was not on the podium, isn't it? I'm assuming that it came from the opposite side. It was planned and came from the opposite side. And basically, what was expected there was some kind of an overreaction from the security forces. As much as Christine is saying that, and is it Bob? You are the one who was saying that the security of these people must be that high. It was supposed actually to preempt certain things. And it is so good. I think you can say God is with us because not so many people got hurt. But it was, according to me, if I read between the lines and I see some of the strategies I know are employed on the other side, it was supposed to preempt Matiang'i to overreact. And then, based on what was going to be on, it was not supposed to now come to a backlash on the supporters there. They were expected, after they have been seriously manhandled, then they'll say, how can Matiang'i do this to us? And they know which side Matiang'i is supporting. It was supposed to earn some sympathy votes to the other side. You know, this era, sympathy is the second currency for deputy president. Now, time will tell. If what I'm seeing is what it is, time will tell. But I think the team must have seriously gotten shaken. Imagine you are in there, Bob. Watching the potential damage, because, but by the way, you know, if remember when President Kibaki got hurt during that accident, the Constitution had not passed. So the current consequences would not come into play. But for now, there would actually be no election if any of the presidential candidates are hurt and some unexpected anything happens there. And I've also heard people saying that these people they hope that the security forces are not laxed on the Wajahkoyas because they can also be targets. If somebody does not want the elections to go on, it can actually be targeting even the other side. So anyway, it is a senseless thing, and I just hope some people, because it is a place you don't want to be. It's a place you don't want to be. Anyway, let's hear. We'll hear what happens and how the matter is handled. But thanks God it ended the way it ended. Now, regarding the MIGORI and the KISII functions, the turnouts have been so impressive, and you realize that the more you see this kind of support, the more you get the celebration moods are just around. From the look I see things, like in MIGORI, I think the excitement is, the celebration mood is way with us here. Richie, I don't know whether your suit is ready. You keep talking about it. Well, we may have a reason to do that. We will have a good reason to get ready. I watched a bit of what happened at, was it at Kasarani for the DP? Now I see that our title is saying that Wajahkoya steals Wajahkoya steals the show. Well, the DP does not have a shortage of reporters. As I indicated some time back, the media is doing good business, especially with the DP. So even the reporting you could see, and I did indicate that there are even some of the stations which actually give him a lot of ample time, and you would not be missing any live show or live transmission in any way. So I don't think Wajahkoya Nini would have much impact on him, because he still has his people. They have a series of interviews still arranged for him. He still have other opportunities. So there it is. You realize that his relation with the media is very well protected. Now, I'm concerned about some of the issues that he brought up in his manifesto. He talks quite a lot how I don't really understand the DP at a number of times. You see, when he talks about the achievements they have made with his boss, the next speech he totally forgets what he's talking about. Then he now start pouring blame after blame onto the president. He talks about how subsidies were removed from the agricultural sector to support the farmers, how non-quality seeds were brought there, farm inputs. Now, if you remember, during their campaign, you remember him promising farmers that they would not be going to till the land. They were supposed to do mechanized farming. They were supposed to do mechanized farming. Now he's saying that the high debt has brought a lot of economic instability. He's even blames tax collections. He's saying that he doesn't think the tax revenue collection the tax base is broad enough. He's trying to convince us that his bottom up is going to expand the tax base, and that should bring in more resources in terms of revenue collection. Now, if I look at the high debt ceiling, you was talking about 9 trillion as we speak now, the debt burden, and how it came about. Sometimes, personally, I just wonder, because even some of his teams who sits around there when he delivers the speeches, as far as I'm concerned, I think I thought I understand very well how the tax burden came about. If it came from the Eurobond, you all know, Richie, I'm sure you have the clip on how the DP protected the Eurobond scandal. The dams and the laptops. Now it promises us that it's going to take this internet to every market, every health, every village. And when he talked about that, I just remembered the way the children were promised the laptops. Now, most of what he is promising seems to be the same trend. The way they promise to ensure we do not have water issues, we have proper irrigation through the dams. Now, from the little that I know, all the dams budgets, the irrigation budgets, the stadiums and all this, they were all turned out to be routes to siphon out public money, public funds. So now when he comes out with another host of services, now the way he delivered his so-called manifesto, it looks like Kenya would you'll be such a developed country. I don't know of any country in the world which has the sort of...
Jose, my brother, I'm so sorry. And Richie, I'm so sorry. I don't need to disrespect the moderator. Jose, this is just between me and you. Who is it that is talking about these things and these things that don't work in good tandem of whatever a country should be? Who is it that is talking about this? Is it an opposition leader? Is it a new candidate in the world? I mean, in our country? Who is this person that is talking about those people? I mean, those things.
You see, he says that they have, I don't know, he talked about having 140. He has technocrats and he has advisors. I don't know whether all of them are experts.
No,
I don't know whether
I
all of
think
them
you didn't understand my question. Who is this person when it relates to Kenya? Who is this person currently?
But of course, he's the deputy president.
Okay, so how do you start talking about things like that if you're the deputy president of a country and you're talking like unaanza kuongea kama Wajahkoya, mtu mwenye anataka kuleta vitu mpya kwa country yenye you've been the deputy president for 9 years?
You see, that is why I started by saying that I don't really understand sometimes I don't understand where it's coming from and where it's going. For the reason, you see, when you want to bring up a point, you will talk on how they planned, how things were done you remember this, even these roads and a number of these other projects when they started. You remember the SGRs, the road, 10,000 kilometers that they had budgeted to do. He tells us, you remember, most of his interviews have been at his residence, and he tells you that they were done and signed at his boardroom there. The meetings to seal those preparations and the arrangements were done in his boardroom there. And when you want to tell us how much they have done, some almost 10 times as many roads compared to all the previous governments, he tells you that they were planned there, behind there, and that is how things have gone. So now today he comes and makes more and more promises. You do realize promise after promise you realize he spent so much time on this agricultural sector and what he wants to do there. Now, all these things, you remember the illegal imports, they have all that have frustrated the farmers in the country. The food issue, which he also dwelt on almost 30 minutes, he dwelt on the food shortages and food security. Now, all the plans which should have made things different now, and he goes ahead to say that it is because of it is not because of the Ukraine war that that we have food problems. He dares talk like that. Now you want to pour the blame on the current president, yet the specific things, factors that contributed to the collapse of the agricultural sector, he had more than 50% role in the same. Now, when people go clapping for him there, you wonder. Eh? You wonder. You see, like some people sometimes say that nobody tells the king he's naked. You see, he addresses more or less his supporters, and he tells them how agricultural sector is now no more. Farmers cannot make this. He tells you how the bei ya unga now, when they came in, it was 75. It was 75 during the Jubilee government. Now, because of the high debts burden and all these other problems, all these projects, the dams, you are all aware of the amount of money that has been lost through the dams, lost through the laptops, lost through the stadiums, lost through electricity, for example. You keep talking about electricity connection. Now it was 2.7, now they have done 8 million. 2.7, now they have done 8 million. Now, I keep saying here that where is KPLC as we speak? You see, in the process, you may claim that you have delivered so many connections. Yes. Those connections, you know they are stage managed. They are stage managed. Now, KPLC is having trouble because all these were routes to loot money. The number of contractors which were employed to do the connectivities for the rural electrification and the last mile, I saw him did talk about the same during that meeting. Now, if personally I know more than 5 contractors who figured reports, you know, when you were sent for the least last mile thing, you are supposed to give reports back to KPLC. Those are the figures he keeps reading when he goes out in his rallies, that we have connected this area, we have connected these numbers. I know people in Coast, I don't know, Bob, whether you have heard about that. In Coast, I know people who the only time they saw the steamer was the week the deputy was visiting their area. After that, they have never seen it. Personally, I'm one of the victims.
Ose, can you finish up? I think you've been speaking for 10 minutes now. I'm looking at my watch. I'm looking at my watch. You've been speaking for 10 minutes, and you know you're still here. You'll be given another opportunity to speak. So wind down.
No problem. It's just that.
Okay, 1 minute
I
now.
had goodwill from.
Finish up.
Okay, I'll stop there, and then I'll make a stop, and then come back later the way you are saying.
All right, Alex ametoka tena. Okay, sasa Jakendube, I think you had something to say. Jakendube, unatusikia? Hey, Jakendube, naona ako kwa screen. Let me play a video.
Then after that, I can continue. I can finish what I was about to finish.
Yeah, I'll actually play this video here because I want your reactions to these.
Employs 10,000 in the formally and another 17,000. We can employ 120,000 Kenyans in the leather industry. I want you to listen to me carefully. I am not talking about us importing anything. We have the cows. We are slaughtering them anyway. The only problem is that we are not making use of the skin and hides. I don't want to say it's stupid. Yeah? I don't want to say that. But you see, that's where we are. So, what are we proposing as Kenya Kwanza? We're saying we will turn around the leather industry. We will invest. The reason why we took the SGR to Naivasha is because we thought we would use it to create a big industry out of the steam that is available readily there and out of the power that is readily available there. We will create a huge industry around the leather industry. Leather products, from shoes to bags to everything else that goes with leather, will be a big, and that does not require importing nothing. We have everything here. All we need to do is to leverage on technology and bring transfer of knowledge and skills, and we are good to go.
Yeah, the reason why I play this video is simply because the deputy president is on record saying that it is the handshake team that took the SGR and the dry port operations from Mombasa to Naivasha. You know, most of the times we talk about lying, lies. It is very difficult to sustain lies. So today, the deputy president himself, in front of the camera and all Kenyans watching, whoever was watching, said today that he and the government particularly took the SGR operations in simple terms to Naivasha.
For
Richie, Richie,
Very,
I would have taken what this guy was talking today from anybody else, but not him, the deputy president sitting of the Republic of Kenya. I would have taken it from you, from anybody in this thing, even from Alex, my good friend, long time no see. I would have taken it from anybody else, but not for the 9 years sitting vice president, deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, active.
Okay. Ose, hold on. Ose, you still here, eh? Alex alikuwa amepotea. Alex, piana submission. Karibu.
I would have given my submission of KISII if Themba was not there. I don't want us to take a vote. So I will go off. Thank you.
Okay. Jakendube, you had your hand raised, eh? Hey, Jakendube, unanisikia kweli Jakendube?
Nakusikia. Mkono wangu nilikuwa nilinyoosha mkono wangu kwa sababu ya yule jamaa alienda, lakini nilikuwa nataka kumwambia kwamba nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza suluhu ni nini, kwa sababu ana argue na asemi suluhu ni nini, lakini ameenda.
Okay.
Alikuwa yeah.
Okay, sawa basi. Nadhani wakati alikuwa na rudishiana na Bernard hivi nikaona tutapoteza masaa mingi hapa.
Naona mtu kama Themba.
Themba ameingia.
Oh, mimi sana.
Aya, asante. Okay. Themba, naona we are moving on well, at least kila mtu ameongea. So I'll play another video. Leo niko na video mingi. Kuna mambo mingi sana imeendelea leo. But this one is a bit long. It's about 4 minutes, so bear with me.
But let's shift focus to academic matters right now, where Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja has been dealt yet another major blow after the Commission for University Education revoked his degree certificate again, this time with finality.
The commission gave several grounds for the revocation, including an affirmation that Sakaja did not attend any class in Team University in Uganda to be conferred a Bachelor of Science in Management external degree.
Now, the commission's chief executive officer, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, has now written to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, to strike off the name of Johnson Sakaja from the list of gubernatorial candidates in Nairobi.
Emmanuel To with that story.
The wool surrounding the Nairobi City Senator Johnson Sakaja, who is eyeing the Nairobi gubernatorial seat under the UDA ticket, are far from over. Thursday, the Commission for University Education, CUE, writing to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, notifying it that Sakaja's degree certificate from Team University in Uganda had been revoked. CUE said by the conclusion of investigation into the authenticity of the degree issued by Team University in Uganda, the governor aspirant had not submitted any proof. Sakaja had presented a Bachelor of Science degree in Management external to the IEBC on which he was cleared to run for office. However, CUE went back to dig out for more details about Sakaja's degree on the following grounds: that the document submitted by Sakaja to the commission as a degree certificate from Team University bore the name Bachelor of Science in Management external. CUE saying that Team University was not at the said period accredited by Uganda's National Council on Higher Education to offer such a degree. Sakaja said he had enrolled to the university and graduated in October 2016. Secondly, the commission added that Team University was accredited to offer Bachelor of Science in Management and not Bachelor of Science in Management external. This meaning that the online course Bachelor of Science in Management external is not Bachelor of Science in Management. The commission also revisited Sakaja's clearance in 2017, saying his official declaration then, while vying for the position of senator, indicated that the only higher education qualification he held was a degree from the University of Nairobi. There was no declaration made pertaining to Team University. It is on these grounds that the commission now wants Sakaja's name struck out of the list of gubernatorial aspirants in Nairobi. His political future now hanging in the balance.
We have nothing whatsoever to hide. We have nothing to keep away. We presented the documents like every other aspirant presented. With a degree certificate, it was presented. If it was a transcript, it was presented. And so we stick to what the law demands from us.
Sakaja had previously alleged that the CUE chairperson, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, had been pressurized to sign the first letter that revoked his degree. However, this time round, the letter was signed by the CEO, Mwenda Ntarangwi. This came as the Ugandan government now nears conclusion of an investigation into Sakaja's degree certificate awarded by Team University to Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja. However, according to Uganda newspaper New Vision, the National Council of Higher Education, NCHE, had confirmed that it was investigating Team University over Mr. Sakaja's degree and will share complete reports soon. Uganda's Minister of Education and Sports, Janet Museveni, who is also the First Lady, said the investigations had been initiated by the DCI in Kenya. Sakaja has maintained that the deep state and President Uhuru Kenyatta have been working overtime to frustrate his gubernatorial ambition through intimidation, coercion and prejudice. Sakaja has an option to appeal CUE's decision. Emmanuel To, KTN News, Nairobi.
You're watching
Haya, hiyo nimemaliza Ndemba. Karibu, I think it's your time now.
I thought you'll give me time to close my submission.
No, I'll come back to you later. You're still here, Jose.
Thank you. Good evening, Jakindu Bey, habari gani? Mato, Papa Bob, Kuseo, Waze. Naona watu wanauliza ati, hey Alex, I mean, everybody has a right here, yeah? So, mtu akiamua ku-exercise their right. Mbona mnaniuliza mimi? You choose to come in, you choose to go out. It's a freedom of interaction. You can come in. If you don't like my face, you can
association.
Yeah?
Freedom of association.
Yeah, freedom of association. You can choose to come in, you can choose to go out. And we have several moderators. Deva, Makiadi, Bernard, you can come in whenever you want. If you don't like someone, it's okay. It's a free world. Eh?
Themba, talk about Sakaja and then also talk about KISII.
I don't want to talk about KISII politics. They will sort themselves out. So and it, kuna watu wana insist to go, oh, Thembas, Gene, Alex. You don't have to be with everybody. In this world, you have 7 billion people. Not everyone will like you, and not everyone will hate you. So that's how life is. I want to say
but remember, sometimes you have to be nice to people, bwana. You can't be always. I mean, you know, me, I'm forcing myself to be here. Hata unajua tumechapana, lakini because of my upbringing, I'm here.
Mato.
You don't have to be hard on people.
Mato, wacha Ndemba apeane submission kwanza. You will get an opportunity to react. Please. When veteran hapa.
You know, Mato, you can't force me to attend to, you know, Jesus comes and meets this, it is a story in the Bible. And he comes and there's this person who is possessed by demons. Anatoka kwa nini? Anatoka kwa, I think alimpata kwa ocean somewhere. And then Jesus talks to him. Alafu one person says, we, you know, we people. Now you see the same thing. When Sakaja is cornered, he said, we have the papers, as if the papers were attended to by people. When you start seeing people saying, people, we, you are attending to so many others. So I cannot be drawn into attending to discussions or whatever you have held elsewhere. No, that's not how I work. So let's just appreciate that we don't have to like each other, but we have to get along. You don't have to like Themba, but we are here. So let's just do what brought us here, politics. Yeah. Now I want to say this. I was disappointed by the deputy president in the launch of his manifesto. I expected that the director of Cobra Squad, you know, there's a movie director of Cobra Squad called Dr. Mutua, that he will bring some cinematic, you know, presentation of the manifesto, and we will see the way the thing is going to be put. I didn't see that. I didn't see what they have been, you know, pushing for all this time. Instead, I saw one person coming in and occupying the stage. And, you know, someone came and said that he gave too much details than what was expected, to the extent that some of the promises, I don't know. And I think I want to summarize that by saying, I don't know who advised the deputy president, or he doesn't take the advice, because I think if he does, he would have done a better job than that. So that for me was an anticlimax. But the one that really caught my eyes are Wajahkoya's is it 10-point agenda. Let me look for them. The 10-point agenda. Yeah, Wajahkoya. Let me see. And
I think Ndemba, I might have a video of that. I don't know if I can share it here.
Richie, they are calling it the 10 Commandments.
Presidential candidate Professor George Wajahkoya outlining 10 points in his manifesto, which he has christened the 10 steps to freedom. Let's take a look what he's saying he will do. He'll do. The first thing is he's saying he will legalize bang, and he has outlined that saying that an acre of bang can earn you around 8 million shillings per harvest. That is what he's promising Kenya.
I see.
Ahead and citing the county of Nyeri, which has said Kenyans or Nyeri residents can earn up to 4.6 trillion per harvest. The second thing, it says Kenyans will rear snakes. saying that that is another economic activity that he thinks can benefit this country, saying the vial of venom can fetch up to $6,000, the equivalent of more than 600,000 shillings. The third thing he's saying is another saying that Kenya will export dog meat. Again, going ahead to try and explain why that is lucrative, saying that dog meat costs 6 times what goat meat costs. The other thing he's saying is that a controversial point in terms of the corruption, the war against corruption in this country, saying that he will be revisiting capital punishment, saying that if you're caught stealing public funds, you will be hanged in public. The other thing he has said in his 10-point agenda is concerning the standard gauge railway, which has cost the taxpayer hundreds of billions of shillings, saying that his government would shut down the SGR and that Kenya will build its own railway systems with its own money. The other thing he says that's in this 10-point agenda is that it will reduce the working week for Kenyans to 4 days, that the weekend will include Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and that Kenyans will be paid after every 2 weeks, promising to make Kenya a 24-hour economy. The seventh, I think that Wajahkoya promises to do is saying, what are you calling, suspending the constitution, parts of the constitution that he says do not work, adding that he will ask Kenyans what they want. The other thing is saying that he will shift the administrative capital city of Kenya from Nairobi to Isiolo, citing the example of Australia, whose administrative capital is Canberra. That is another thing he says he'll do. The other thing is that he will introduce 8 regional states, saying that Kenya will have a federal government, and that every of those 8 states which will be mirroring the traditional 8 provinces will be able to make their own decisions. The final thing in that 10-point agenda for Wajahkoya is that he's saying that his government will deport foreigners that he says have taken over Kenyan jobs. That is
Then allow us to laugh fast.
Now,
Julia, kwani wewe Julia utaki kufuka nyoka?
Wacha nyoka. What I'm happy with is idol foreigners.
Alafu na maubwa.
Mama Selina, wewe kwanza ulikuwa wapi nikikugonga? Nilikuwa
Order. Mute your mics kwanza. Mute your mics. Asante. Haya, Ndemba, proceed.
Thank you. I watched the 2. For some reason today, the screen was cut into 2. I mean, those people were not fair to the deputy president. He thought he would have the full screen to himself. They cut the screen into 2, so he was sharing the screen with Wajahkoya. That was a little bit off for him, I'm sure. Then at some point
that was just Citizen. All the stations were like that.
Jose, we'll never finish. If we keep on interrupting, we'll never finish one person's submission. Let's leave one person to do their exhaustively submission, and then we can move on to the next person, and we can actually, interact with that. So wacha kwanza amalize, alafu tutakupatia nafasi ya kuongea.
Thank you. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, so the deputy president has and when you could see the other side guys were so bored. They were not as vibrant as people who are launching a manifesto. You expected that if you're going to be in government and you're launching a manifesto, you'd expect a little bit of some warmth. Wajahkoya's place, people are dancing reggae, and at some point there were some young people, who are the ones who are even making the speeches. It was more hustler friendly than the other one. The other one was a lot of business suits and business looking. So I think the contrast was so wide. I personally didn't want to listen a lot to what the UDA guys were sharing, because it's full of lots of lies. We have videos of the deputy president making the same promises, and they have not been met. They were not met. So if you choose, it is Machiavelli who says that if you are a liar, you'll always find, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, you'll always find people who are willing to be deceived. And it is possible that there are some people who are willing to be deceived. And someone said it so well that you can't listen to the same lie over and over and hope that it becomes true. And even if it's a lie and then you keep adding figure to make it look nice, it doesn't change it. So that for me was an interesting scenario. And I liked that Wajahkoya arrived at his place with only one car and the bodyguard. You know, he's trying to be as common as it gets, which was something that was worth looking at. Wajahkoya might not be politically, you know, having the networks and all, but some of his issues will excite the masses, just like Dida did when the last time. And probably some of his issues, as diverse as they be, they could be considered maybe in future to see if they can be helpful. But of course, he treated us to a little bit of humor, which we needed. Yeah, and I think AZIMIO is doing a good job right now. What they have, they are spreading their, you know, their upfront on you know, trying to galvanize, trying to mobilize their voters. And if you see, AZIMIO tagline is "Get out and vote." Get out and vote. Get out, protect the vote. So confirm that you're a voter. Get out there, vote when time comes. I think that's a very good line to pursue at this time. So I'm fairly excited about the approach that AZIMIO is using. Wajahkoya has watered down everything that the deputy president was going to try to bring today. Probably was imagining for the next few days we'll only be discussing the UDA manifesto, which is not going to be now. We are discussing his manifesto together with what Wajahkoya has said, which is more exciting. Finally, I am kind of not choosing to discuss Sakaja's issue because it's clear. It's in the hands of you know, the authorities. Let's see how it goes. Probably at that point we will see what decisions will have been arrived at. For now, let's get out. Let's call people. Let's have people, you know, galvanize. I mean, mobilize the voters. Let's have stay the focus. If you have friends that you can call, if you have people that you can you know, drum up support for Baba. We are getting into home stretch. They say, do not chase the squirrel while you lose sight of the antelope. We have a race. We have a vote to. I mean, we have a state house to win. We have an election to win. That should be the focus of all of us, those who are supporting AZIMIO, at least for now. Let's stay the focus. And I think eventually come 9th, we will now sit down and celebrate, which I look forward to. I would suggest that we don't discourage people so much. Every time we come, we want to discourage people. Those people who have discouraging messages, kindly. I am with Julia. It's time now we start putting people focused on, you know, putting the masses. This is the home stretch. Home stretch, they say mte chungu uvunjika kama iko karibu kwa mlango. So we don't need to divert our attention. Let's keep the focus. Yeah, and as I say, I agree with Makiadi, tupime suti. Yangu iko tayari. I'm very ready for celebration. Kuseo has come here very often to tell us how IBC is ready for the votes. I don't want to speak for IBC. Kuseo, I don't trust IBC. Okay, I don't trust IBC. I will renew my trust after 9. But for now, they need to keep engaging. They need to tell us. But I don't trust it. I don't trust IBC as long as Chebukati is still at the end. Thank you. Makiadi, back to you.
Brother Makiadi
Hold
na
on,
kila
Mato, hold on.
I gotta go. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia
Hold
kwa
on.
heri tu.
Mato, hold on. I'll give you an opportunity. You want to say bye-bye?
Yeah, and I'm so sorry, brother. I just wanted to say bye to everyone, and Julia, it's always good. I haven't seen you for a while. Hatujakuwa in the same for a while. Just wanted to say bye kwa kila mtu. Kuna vitu naenda kufanya, lakini nashukuru sana kuwa hapa hivi. You guys are great. I'm watching you guys. I'll be watching you guys. I'm traveling, so si tutaongea. Asanteni sana. Makiadi, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Everybody else, I appreciate you guys.
Safi ndugu. Safari njema, tutaonana. I am them, but there is something I wanted you to guide me on because you're taking over. I don't know if you want me to play any video. I have several videos that I know people are asking for Wajahkoya, ndio hiyo nimewachezea. Kama mnataka summary ya Kenya Kwanza ama mtaki kuharibiwa mood, najua Julia hapendi mambo ya Kenya Kwanza kabisa. So there's a video for Kenya Kwanza, just the summary of their manifesto. If you want to listen to that, or if you don't want to listen to that, I can hand it over to Ndemba, and then we can move on. It's your choice. You panelists decide what you want to listen to. Amtaki hiyo.
Personally, I don't. Maybe the rest. maybe Kuseo Jackie Dube.
na amtaki ya nani, niko na ya Dio hapa akiongea juu ya how they are going to tackle insecurity. I don't know if that would be interesting.
No. We don't. Me, I don't want to do anything. I have already watched.
It is just 1 minute and 27 seconds. Pengine kuna watu hawajaona. Let me just play it for the audience. It is just 1 minute, and then Demba, you can take over.
You can show us Migori. You can show us.
Yeah, I will line those up because we have all these things that happened today, so we can always play whichever you want. Let me just play this for the 1 minute.
Hiyo taarifa Matiang'i alitoa kusema ati wakora ati wako na nguvu kuliko serikali. Hiyo sasa ni statement ya kutoa. Na juzi tumeona pale kwa Madaraka Day ile vifaro imepita pale mbele ya rais. Simuliziona? Si hizo vitu iko. Hakuna shida because niliongea mambo ya usalama, kulikosa political will ya kusaidia watu ya Laikipia. Tuko na askari ya kutosha, tuko na vifaa ya kutosha. And I want to disagree with Matiang'i. It's not possible. There is no way criminals can be more powerful than a government. It is not true. Hiyo ni uongo. We have served in this government, we know. We know our capacity. We know our budget every year for the military and for the police. It is in billions of shillings. How can you say, as Minister of in charge of Interior, that criminals have more firepower than a government? That is a very irresponsible statement from a cabinet secretary. I want to assure the people of Laikipia and the people of Kenya that the government we are going to lead has enough capacity to deal with criminals conclusively so that people of Kenya can have peace.
Ndemba, wacha tu ni make a comment juu ya hiyo video, imenifurahisha sana. Unajua Dio aliona vifaru ikipita mbele ya president na inaonekana kuna mtu alimwambia criminals huwa wanakimbizwa na kifaru. Black Ebu, kuja huku tueleze hizi vitu mnafikiriaga namna gani? You know, there is something called internal security na protection of the country against external aggression. Wakati unaona kifaru ikipita hapo, hiyo kifaru si ya kwenda kukimbizana na ule mtu mwenye anaiba ng'ombe. But anyway, I would understand because some of the statements zenye Dio anasema.
We are giving an example and many people think it's not doable. That in the fullness of time, after we review their terms and we agree with them that they need to change their attitude, that Kenyans are not their enemies, they need to protect them, their life and property. We will reach a situation in a year or so where when the police officers find you at night on your way home, probably you have taken 1 or 2 to try to get some sleep. If they put you in a Land Cruiser, they don't take you to the police station, they take you home to your wife. That is the situation we are looking at. And we want to assure our police officers and the prison warders that their cry has been heard by the Kenya Kwanza principles. And even among the recommendations that shall be implemented is their request that all non-commissioned officers, that is senior sergeant downwards up to the constable, at the age of 50, if they want, they will be allowed to serve in their home counties so that they can prepare for retirement near at home. So we are looking at a good situation progressively, where we allow the police to do what they are paid to do, and they are saying, even the police themselves, they feel bad that they have.
Ndemba, umeona hiyo video? Imesemekana ukifikisha 50, kama wewe unafanya kazi ya prison, uende ukaserve home county kwenu, hata kama hakuna jela, wewe uende nyumbani ndio uretire ukiwa karibu. Anyway, that was just by the way. Ndemba, take over.
Yeah. Comic relief. What will be the work of National Police Service? Yaani watu watavunja KEMSA, ati watasema, kuna mali walisema ati drugs ambazo zinakuwa nini na KEMSA, watatoa kazi ya KEMSA. Yaani many people will lose jobs, watu wa KEMSA, watu wa Safaricom, kwa sababu Safaricom na Airtel na nini, kwa sababu calling will be free. National Police Service itakosa kazi. Yani anyway, wacha nisikie Papa Bob anasema nini, ameinua mkono ndio nikuje kwa
I just wanted to mention, kwanza nataka kwanza na ile video vitu mbili tatu briefly. Ile video ambaye Makiadi ulituchezea juu ya the observers, you know, ile kudhalilisha na kuletea aibu the IG of police ni kitu mbaya sana. That was very bad. Those are not, he's not talking to villagers, he's talking to foreigners, and that tells you that the guy, in fact, that is an attempt to even tell the foreigners they are not safe in that country. There is no police. The police is the president, which was a very bad thing. But on the other hand, he fails to tell them that his right-hand man, Duale, is the one who brought an amendment to remove, to bring back the appointment of the IG to be done by the executive. So huyu mtu ile aibu ameleta jana ni mbaya sana. Now, I just wanted to make this other comment on DO. Makiadi, you seem to love this guy. I don't know whether you dream this guy, but I just wanted to shield Julia, because Julia does not like speaking after the DO. Kwa sababu huyu mtu ungeangalia body language ya deputy president after when the DO was talking, the guy was clearly ashamed. Unajua unaweza simama na mume na mke anaweza bibi na bwana wanaweza simama hivi na uone. Saa zingine sisi wanaume tunakuanga a bit you know, we become a bit orthodox, and then we do something which embarrasses, you know, the family. Utaona mama anakuangalia tu hivi lakini a comment. Umeona vile hata ile chemistry, it is clear DP alikuwa ameaibika sana. Huyu mtu sasa ni nini anaenda kuleta hadharani kwa watu, and the other guys were laughing at him. You know, that guy has cheapened the Manifesto launch. It didn't look like a Manifesto launch anymore. At first, for me, I thought it was budget reading. Baadaye nikaona tena ameanza campaign. Manake, you know, you cannot give your budget, and then you start talking about what our competitor is doing. You are doing a manifesto, and you are trying to tell the people what you'll do for them. And lastly, something that I've just learned this evening. You know, I like learning from the best minds, and I'm just informed by watching somebody called Professor Wayandi. And it is he is very scared, and equally we should be very scared that Deputy President, by keeping on telling us about these millions, billions, he will be giving. He fails to understand that the Constitution has, prescribes how a budget should be done, and that it also goes through Parliament, which we all know. But when you start telling people and promising them how you'll give them money, that one clearly tells you this guy wants to disregard the Constitution. And he cannot be now telling us that he's the one who is championing, and by telling people that a freedom is coming. I don't know what kind of freedom William Ruto can bring. It is impossible for us to even think. The word freedom and William Ruto cannot go together. They can't be in the same sentence. And it is simply trying to tell us that the other side is mutilating the Constitution. He opposed this Constitution. How does he even want to talk about, upholding the Constitution? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me allow Julia to speak, and then we can start off. Julia, karibu.
Okay, Bob, thank you for defending me, but I didn't listen to Gachagua because I'm sorry, I don't like his facial expressions and his body language.
Sasa kusema hivyo, kuna wengine hawapendi face yangu. Sasa hawapendi face yangu, wanatoroka kwa panel kwa sababu hawapendi face.
His facial expressions and body language. And if I'm a whole adult and I get scared, I don't know how children feel when they see Gachagua. I think they have nightmares at night. So I really don't listen to Gachagua. But really, I wanted to listen to their manifesto. I tried to sikiza sana, and I kind of came up with something. And I'm asking Black to come here atuambie your story yao. Really, I didn't get anything. I had to look at what the media was saying, Mr. Themba. That is the only time I tried to get some summary. But all the way as the DP was speaking, I could capture some things and here and there. So when I read this from the media, that the DP talked about reviving the economy, lowering cost of living, affordable health care, improving youth welfare, and reforming the education sector. But when I listened to the DP, this is what he was saying. I want to start with education, that he said something stupid, that he's going to combine HELB and TVET. TVET are educational institutions. HELB is a body for financing, for giving students loans, higher education loan board. So I was trying to look at who is combining what to where. And I think for your information, HELB, I think, funds education even for middle-level colleges. I think it's meant to do that. So I don't know what the DP was saying. Then he was saying that to make education affordable, he's going to look at the food program. The problem in Kenyan education is not just the food, it is the cost of education. I mean, I don't know where the food program was coming here. And then he said, to address the economy, the youth, the jobs, he's going to separate some 500 billion, for socio-economic policies. And then he's also going to have some 250 billion hustler revolving fund, which will be given through SACCOs and cooperative. Do you know something, Kenyans? He's just planning to loot our coffers again, because we already have cooperative societies, don't we? We have cooperative societies. We have SACCOs. So he's going to take these 250 billion and pocket it. Now, what really, really surprised me so much, he said, he talked about, this is a big lie here. He said this statement, I had to quote him. Our opponents are planning to change the constitution to make the judiciary accountable to the executive, while we are planning to make the judiciary fund functional so that we can make the judiciary independent, so that we can arrest all corrupt people and send them to jail. I was very pleased with this because I thought DP was talking about himself and Gachagua, and that they were going to arrest themselves and arrest Gachagua and send each other to jail. Because I was asking myself, who is the DP arresting, himself or Gachagua? It was so ironic to hear the DP saying that he's going to arrest corrupt people, and they're going to arrest corrupt people and send them to jail. So when he continued talking, I came out with something. I came out that the DP today was just basically an activist, because he could only say one point and then say another point against the government. One of the things he said that talked about the eviction of Kariobangi. Then I saw a man who worships lawlessness. So that even today, nikiona mimi na kusio tukiwa na shamba ya Makiadi, na Makiadi hayuko, tunaenda tunajenga huko, tunakatalia huko, because the DP will defend us. If we decide to build our homes on the road, the DP is okay. The DP will come and defend Julia and say that Julia ameingiliwa na amefinyiliwa. So I saw a man on one side defending lawlessness, but literally, Mr. Themba, nothing came out of that manifesto, because nothing flowed. You people, you can remember when Baba read the AZIMIO manifesto, he moved from one point to the next point. And I can just summarize Baba's manifesto and say, Baba said, these are the problems we have, okay? And we need to do this way to solve these problems. For example, he said, we have the cost of education. So to lower the cost of education, we will offer free education. You know, Baba said, these are the problems we have. And we are going to do this way to solve them. Like he said, Baba said, we need employment for the youth. We need to create employment. We need to move from manufacturing, from subsistence production to manufacturing production, so that we can create employment. And what do we do with our youth? We need to train them the skills they need in order to access these employment opportunities. So the DP didn't say anything that showed that he had intentions of solving the problems we have in Kenya. The only thing I noted, he had intentions of looting this country more by first allocating 500 billion to looters and 250 billion to looters in the name of the Hustler Fund. Mr. Black, if I'm lying, please come here and say I am lying. Otherwise, sitaki kuongelelea maneno ya KISII, sijui chenye kiliendelea. I think somebody may tell us more details. ANC was insignificant today, but I'm so amused by Wajahkoya. That is so funny, Themba. If you are coming to visit Kenya na umeamua kulalala ovyo ovyo, you will be. Wacha nisimalize hapo. Asante, Themba.
Julia alikuwa anataka kuona kitu imeendelea KISII ama namna gani?
Yes, I don't know what happened to KISII. I heard someone tried to do something to the only Iron Lady.
Mbona mnataka kuona fujo? Mbona mnataka kuona fujo?
Because we want to ask Bob Papa here.
Makiadi wanataka kuona fujo.
Okay, let me see I can find that.
Don't forget Serena ako hapa.
An incident where a tear gas canister was lobbed at a podium where AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate Martha Karua was addressing a rally in KISII. One policeman has been taken in for questioning. As NTV's Melita Oletenges now reports, Karua was not injured as she was whisked away to safety. Meanwhile, AZIMIO la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga held rallies in the county of Migori, where he once again reiterated the use of a manual register by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, is critical in the coming elections, insisting it is an irreducible minimum by the AZIMIO coalition ahead of the elections. Take a look.
At the AZIMIO la Umoja, Deputy President nominee Martha Karua uttered a statement at the podium in Gusii Stadium. The Natia canister went off. A moment of confusion for Karua before security officers acted swiftly, whisking her away immediately to avoid any security threats. And as supporters of the AZIMIO La Umoja coalition scampered for safety, a scuffle ensued between the police and the rowdy youth. The tear gas canister was recovered by the public. Police spokesperson Bruno Shioso, in a statement through the National Police Service Twitter handle, has said that a police officer is being questioned in connection with the incident and that more investigations are ongoing. Meanwhile, the AZIMIO presidential candidate Raila Odinga, while campaigning in the neighboring Migori County, said that the use of a manual register in the coming elections is crucial for backup and to ensure free and fair elections.
If technology fails, there's a recourse to the manual register. So you can come and check the manual register to see if your name is in that register. That is the reducible minimum.
IBC for the first time, tunawahimiza jamani, don't mess up this country. This country is more important than you, IBC. Si kweli? Ikiwa nia ni kuzuia Raila asiwe president, then you better go home because he's going to be the president.
In a rejoinder to a statement by ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi on an alleged deal signed by government to mortgage the Lamu, Mombasa and Kisumu ports to a Dubai-based company, Raila loyalists support the statement, saying Deputy President William Ruto was privy to the discussions as he sits in cabinets.
Wakati Ruto aliulizwa opinion yake akasema I support 100% kupeana bandari. Alafu leo unatuma mapimbi. Watu kama Mudavadi, kwanza Mudavadi ni mwenye wacha kuleta baba. Mimi mwenyewe atoshi kwangu.
Anasema ati mambo ya port sijui imeuzwa ya Kisumu sijui nini. Sisi tuko na thibitisho ya kwamba hiyo maneno ilikuwa discuss kwa cabinet. Na yeye ndio amekaa pale na Uhuru Kenyatta. Mbona kupinga? Mbona kupinga? Shahidi ndio anapiga kelele hapa ndani ya town kama mtu kijaa. Shetani? Shetani?
Kisema hivi asubuhi, kesho wanasema hivi. Jana wamedanganya watu wakiwatapeana bundles. Kwani hao ni Safaricom?
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukur Yatani, Government Infrastructure. AZIMIO La Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga has kicked off his 4-day campaign, his political turf largely talking in his mother tongue, a move to solidify the votes in his political turf. His clarion call to his supporters is to turn up in large numbers to vote in the August 9th general elections. Elita, Ruto'S, NTV, Migori County.
Wameitwa mapimbi. Wacha tupatie Kusee aongee kidogo. Mimi Kusee, tafadhali, mambo ya IBC mimi now maybe before Kusee talks kindly when Kusee dakika moja. When you come to debate here, remember you have over 335 people who are watching you. You don't come here to debate because of anybody who is here. So you don't worry about these people, and you don't have to like these people. You don't have to like these panelists. You don't. There are people who don't like Bernard. There are people who don't like Wekesa. There are people who don't like Kiadi. There are people who don't like Pemba. That is how life is. You come, uko na your ideas. You said you only need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget. You need connectivity. You need a willingness to learn and something to share. Period. You don't have to know anyone. You don't have to like even Pemba. You don't worry about me. So if there's anyone ambaye anakuja hapa tio nimeona sura ya Pemba sijui nimeona, don't worry. Even you don't have to. Just come when you see the person ambaye unataka, or when you come in, don't even worry about me. Come, mimi nitakupatia nafasi ongea. Pemba might not want to listen to you, but you have 300 and something people who listen to you. Don't let them down by using Pemba. Kuna watu wengi sana wanataka kuwasikia. kama kusee hapa kuna wengi, mi wanaambia mtu, I might not like what you say, but I'll defend your right to say what you have to say. Talk to your people. There are people who listen to you. That's what politics is all about. Hii siasa siasa inataka some kind of inaitwa nini? Toughness. You need to be tough. Just come and say, kama kuzee unakuja usibembeleze mtu, we kuja toa maoni yako. I will want to advise all of you. And you will not like me all the time. And you will not hate me all the time. I will not hate you all the time. And I will not like you all the time. We will just have kuvumiliana. That's how it is in politics. So I don't like all the time what Kuzee shares, okay? But like saizi anaongea mambo ya ABC. Mimi si trust ABC, but this is just one person. So let's observe that. Another thing that I think we need to observe is what Makiadi was struggling with. When we come here, because we are many, we need to appreciate. Do not unmute before you are given a chance to talk. Inua mkono. Those are some of the rules we set. Inua mkono, upewe nafasi, uongee, then you allow someone else. When we observe those basic rules, we are many, we will coexist. That's the nature of debate. We should not come in when Makiadi is, moderating, or someone else is moderating. Unasikia kuongea, usha unmute, you start talking. When we don't have rules, that's a chaotic environment. That's not what you want. We want to have some sense of, discipline as we debate. So kindly try and respect the moderators, unmute when you have been given an opportunity to, and you'll be given an opportunity to talk. That's how it rolls. So Kuse, najua si wewe ni defender wa Chebukati, lakini ni sawa tu.
You say so, not me. And in any case, Themba, sometimes they say, take advice. We keep asking here, sometimes we wonder who is advising the deputy president. So, hata wewe, sometimes try to be likable,
No. Likability is not my objective. Likability is subjective. You will like some people, you will not like some people. That's how life is, Kuseo. Ukianza kukati, sijui, mimi nataka kusewa, and like.
That's work on it.
No. There's nothing to work on, don't worry. If you don't like me, deal with it.
Let me talk about this Hustler thing and the Hustler Fund. If you check the history, as you remember in the past, the DP used to tell us that watu wananchi waangalia record before they arrive at who they should choose or who they should elect, which makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately for him, his record is just littered with scandal after scandal, grabbing after grabbing. All it is. I'm surprised he's not even doesn't even look worried. This damn scandal does not even worry him. Now, to come up with this internet connectivity, he's forgetting that the laptop story is still very fresh in our minds, and most of the people who are in Standard 1 at earlier on when they came on to power, the only thing they remember him for are the failed laptops. Now he is back at it again. And to give the example of SGR, you see, SGR, first of all, they inflated the cost price. Then they went ahead to siphon more money through exaggerated compensation to the land where the SGR was passing. Then, as if that was not enough, they concluded it with those bogies that they imported here, the so-called second-hand rated trains. Now, if you look at this internet connectivity, He went out during his manifesto after blaming the president, left, east, and right. He was talking positively how they have accomplished 10,000 kilometers of fiber optic in the country already. And he's saying that in 5 years, to deal with the grade gap, what he calls digital gap, they are going to do 100, the KK government is going to do 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic connection. That should result in 24,000 connections in the villages, so that even those who are, people will not even need to go to market, they'll be doing online shopping. Now, you look at that magnitude of a promise. We all know it is going nowhere. And if at all it ever comes to nearest in the budget, it will be a way to get public money out. Who will be auditing these 24,000 connections? It is the same government, if at all it was to be. Now, what do you get? Money would have been lost. The same way the laptop money is lost. Now, he talks about agriculture and says how we have been let down. He says that today we import oil, cooking oil. He says 90 billion that the government spends to import cooking oil. So he talks about using, I think, soya beans and is it sunflower to bridge the gap. But then the question is, the irrigation that was supposed to help us on the food security, where did it go? It is in the same government. Now, when you go promising how you are going to start growing cotton, you are going to start growing farming maize, he's saying that we have land, we have animals to do all this in the agricultural sector. The question is history, is on record regarding land acquisition, land grabbing here and there. You discussed about the absentee landlords and how they are going to. Interestingly, he didn't talk about the land purchase fund, but nevertheless, he talked about buying land from the absentee landlords. Now, his history regarding the illegal acquisition of land, in Nairobi, I've heard about 4,000 Ruai land, those sides of Kariobangi and where have you. Now, he puts aside billions and billions to achieve this. Now, who is going to monitor how this have gone through? Nobody. Now, for me, I think they are just roots. You come up with mega projects here and there, and then you use them to loot money from the same coffers. Nobody is going to follow this. And according to him, these things are going to happen in 5 years. Even if you are to grow the cotton and start providing raw material to the industries, it will take way beyond that. Now, I want to finish by talking about the cooperatives. These cooperatives, essentially, they are not government institutions. Now, if you start planning for hundreds of billions to channel through the cooperatives, so what are the cooperatives going to do? What are the cooperatives going to do? It is a way whereby the ones who will know who is getting, even those who will be getting money or assistance from the Hustler Fund. By the time they reach 100 billion and only 5 billion reaches the target, where would the 95 billion go? I think for me, I think these are all ways of planning how to professionally loot from the same government. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've sent you a text. I think Julia wanted to see the elaborate video of what happened in KISII. I just bumped into it right now. If you want me to play it, I can play it.
Yeah, go ahead before I bring my Adams, then Jakindube.
Okay, let me share.
One Kenya rally at the KISII Stadium is in police custody this evening. The coalition's deputy president, Martha Karua, was evacuated from the stadium after the incident. Karua, who was accompanied by Mama Ida Odinga and a host of leaders from the region, had earlier in the day launched the Gender-Based Rehabilitation Center, Pediatric Hospital, and a doctor's plaza before the KISII rally disruption. Citizen TV's senior reporter, Seth Olale, witnessed the drama in KISII County.
25 minutes past 4 p.m. Thursday at the KISII Stadium, an explosion rocked AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya rally just as Deputy Presidential Candidate Martha Karua was preparing to address thousands of supporters. Karua and the rest of the guests were evacuated from the stadium. The discharge of the tear gas sent the crowd running for dear life. Preliminary police investigations have established that the person responsible for the incident is a police officer. The suspect is currently being detained at the KISII police station, assisting police with investigations to establish the circumstances surrounding the Thursday afternoon incident. National Police Service spokesman Bruno Shioso, through a statement, said a firm and decisive decision will be taken against anyone found responsible for the unfortunate incident. AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya leaders called for peace amid heightened political rivalry in the county.
Leo sio siku ya kuosha uchafu wetu, kwa sababu siku ambayo watu wataamua ni nani gavana wa KISII tarehe 9. Sina mmeamua.
Hii ni mkutano ya kina mama, vijana. Nyinyi ni watoto wetu, tafadhali mbaki nyuma. Vijana.
Karua, who was accompanied by Mama Ida Odinga, launched the Gender-Based Rehabilitation Center, Mother and Child Hospital, and Doctor's Plaza.
Mina omba tuendelee, lakini tuendelee sana na kujulisha kila mtu kwa jamii umuhimu wa kuheshimu haki za kila mtu.
Anybody who molests somebody because she's a woman, or because she's a child, or because she's old, is criminal act. Na nimpongeze sana Mama Janet Ongera kwa kazi nzuri na kwa Gavana Ongwae kwa kumsaidia washikane pamoja.
Before proceeding to KISII Stadium, the AZIMIO team held a stopover in KISII Town Center to popularize the Baba na Martha ticket in a bid to woo the 623,000 registered voters from KISII County.
Kenya yote inasema form ni mama na form ni baba na rais wa 5 Jamhuri ya Kenya awe ni Raila Amolo.
Na sisi kama watu kutoka hapa Nyanza, wakati wetu umefika ya kuwa na president wetu, sio 95, sio 96, 98.67%.
When mama amekuwa empowered, that is not feminism, hiyo inaitwa maendeleo. Tuletea constitution mpya, ametutetea sisi tuwakuwa na ile social support, amesema akiingia kwa serikali kila mtu ambaye hajiwezi atapewa shilingi 6,000.
Seth Olale, Citizen TV, KISII County.
Thank you for Makiadi. Thank you for bringing that. I'm sure it will inform Adam's submission and other thing. Adam's tafadhali ongea.
Yeah, thank you so much. And first and foremost, I'd like to say sorry to those who are affected by the tear gas. It was uncalled for, and certain things happened. And to me, it looked like it wasn't simultaneous. It was like kind of arranged. And I think that is maybe they decided to apprehend that guy, the police officer who did that. That was too close, very, very close to the dais where Martha Karua was on the podium doing her submission. So that was very unfortunate. I don't know what happened there. I know there's this war of words there, and a lot of things are going on, but that was very, very unfortunate. It was unlikely. So moving forward, today, the main thing that was going on, I was watching TV and I'm like, the TV, my TV, I don't know what TV, my TV was divided into two. On the left was KKA, on the right was Wajahkoya mwenyewe. So it was a lot of theatric. I'm like, what is going on? So it was entertainment on the right, and on the left was submission of half-truths and half-facts. So looking at the manifesto, the so-called manifesto of the KKA, Ruto took a long time to explain things which were just obvious, things which were, they were, you know, these guys were saying they're going to come up with something so unique, so good, you know, it wasn't there, it wasn't the case. And I was wondering, when Nairobi NMS, Nairobi Metropolitan Services was created by the executive, by the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, these people went haywire and said, hey, you can't militarize everything. And the president is trying to militarize everything. Yet today, in the same speech, I don't know whether you guys heard, Ruto was saying that they are going to come up with a system whereby they are going to do what we called civil servants can be swapped. Like civil something like that. Ministry you can be swapped so long as you're a public servant. You can be swapped, meaning you can be a police officer. You're a Kenya police. You can be swapped so long as you're in the same rank with somebody who works in the ministry who is a public servant. You can be swapped. Like you can leave your police service and go that way, and that guy can just be swapped like that. Even the military too, you can leave the forces and be swapped and work in the ministry. Yet I wonder, these people are against militarizing of civil service, but they're trying to do the same thing. And also, this also caught my attention. He said that when he captured power, he is going to create a ministry called Diaspora, Ministry of Diaspora Services or something like that. And I sat down and wonder, what do you want to do with the Ministry of Diaspora? Yet already we have Ministry of Foreign Affairs who deal with the foreign stuff, because he was saying that we're going to create that Ministry of Diaspora Ministry to deal with the foreign issues and the people in the diaspora. We already have in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have embassies. We have ambassadors. We have high commissioners. So what is this Ministry of Diaspora going to do? Duplicate. It's just a lip service. And I don't know what that one really meant to score. And I also watched very keenly. I didn't see there is a deputy president. I didn't see Gachagua, but I remember seeing his wife. I just realized today that his wife is a pastor. So they said Pastor somebody, I don't know, Pastor Anne Gachagua or Pastor somebody Gachagua. And then I came to realize that she's a pastor. I didn't see Gachagua himself. So if he was there, I didn't see him. I don't know what happened. I did not see him. So by and large, they did what they did. It was obvious. There was nothing so unique there, but I know it tried to dwell so much on agriculture. But it was obvious. It was not something really obvious. Like Themba, you always do here every day when we finish the show, you do AZIMIO last this, AZIMIO like that. I wonder whether we can really pick something from that one of today and discuss today AZIMIO like AKA one. I know Black may support it, but it is really nothing to be discussed much according to or whatever you guys Black, you dispense them. So today was a very good day in the South Nyanza, in MIGORI rally, which was mammothly attended. The crowds went wild. It was good, and I may say it was very, very good. Whatever happened in KISII is something which is normal. Sometimes it happened like that. So I don't expect. Though I expect, by the way, I expect Mr. Black and his surrogates to come here and say we are people violent, we want to fight within ourselves. It's okay to bluff of Mr. Black and these people to say that. So don't beat him. It's okay. But all I can say, that is just something which just happened for it wasn't planned. So I think by and large the rally was so good, and I think Martha is overwhelmingly being accepted down there. I know you're talking about the loss of the ANC in North Rift, because yesterday I saw like 20 people, party members of the ANC defected to AZIMIO, ODM to be precise. And it's a loss to them. Yes, it's a loss to them. And your friend, Mrs. Friend, Senator Johnson Kasakaja, was dealt the final blow. That was like the last nail in the coffin, Mr. Mrs. So your friend is good as buried. I think they did what they did, and that is what could be done. And it was very unfortunate that Deputy President William Ruto, on his submission in public TV, connect his submission and saying he's going to do something, he's going to do some industry, he's going to get some industry in Nairobi, him and Sakaja, they're going to start. And he mentioned Sakaja, me and Sakaja, we are going to start building some industry in Nairobi. At the same time, the news was already out there like 2 hours ago that Sakaja has been nailed, has received the nail on the head 2 hours ago. His certificate had been revoked, and this guy still insists. So that one can tell you that the ooze that Sakaja is going through, Ruto is part and parcel of it. Somebody said here one day that he's being misled by those people. So it was evident that Ruto is one of the people who is really misleading Sakaja, while it is point blank. It will take a miracle now for Sakaja to be on the ballot. I don't know. I know there are some court whatever procedures and some cases pending there in the court, but for now, it will take a miracle for Johnson Arthur Sakaja to be on the ballot. Otherwise, I think all is going well, and we expect more. I'm so much rejuvenated, and I know Mise will tell me to say something about Wajahkoya. Wajahkoya had a good manifesto. He's talking good. He's talking good, and he explained about his cash cropping and how we will do it, how we will get snakes. And he said one snake, if you choke one venomous snake, you get over $6,000. That is according to him, but it looks crazy, but the guy, he made sense. The only problem of Wajahkoya is one, that the things he wants to do, like bangi, farming, and snake, are people scared of those things. Otherwise, his explanation is very articulative and making sense. The only problem is his choices of economy, but his explanations is very good, well captured. Let me stop there for now. I thank you.
Thank you, Adams. I want to give Jakindo B some 2 minutes to give a response and also to speak, because I know probably in a few he will be dropping away. Jakindo B, sema neno, nauliza swali kama pana. Unatokanga bila kwa heri, unakanga hivi
unachokoza. Saa zingine natupwa na simu. Saa zingine simu inanitupa, inakuwa moto alafu inatupa nje. Sasa nikijaribu kurudi huwa imejaa. Asante. Mimi nataka kusema hivi. Kwanza nataka kuzungumzia tu niseme mambo ya Wajahkoya. Mimi nasema sisemi kusoma ni mbaya, lakini kusoma sana saa zingine inakupotezea ile tunasema wisdom, kwa sababu vitu vingine ambavyo kama hivi Wajackoya anakuja nazo, hizo vitu ukija ati wewe unakuja kutaka kuwa president na unakuja na hizo vitu, sidhani kama itawezekana, sidhani. Hizi vitu kama hivi Jackoya anakuja na inatakiwa utumie ile kitu inasema lobbying. Unakuja chini ya serikali, unaenda kwenye kama sisi hapa nyumbani Kenya, unataka hizo vitu zipite kwa KEMRI, zifanyiwe kama iwe ni kama wamefanya research, hata kama wanajua, lakini itoke pale ni kama imefanyiwa research na kwamba inajulikana hii bangi hii ambayo inapandwa aina ya mbegu ile bangi anataka ambayo anasema itapandwa, KEMRI iseme hii ni bangi ambayo hata ukikunywa haikudhuru, ni ya kusafisha mwili, na hii bangi huwa tunaitumia kwa njia hizi. Lakini ukija ati wewe unataka president na kuja na nyoka, na hizi haitafanya kazi. Kwa hiyo mimi watu kama Wajackoya sidhani, kama kwa maoni yangu, hii ni kwa sababu ya kukosa ile hekima. Mimi nasema hivyo. Wajackoya, Akuro Court, Lumumba, Boniface, hawa watu ni watu ambao wanataka tu kusema Wakenya wengine wote hawana akili, wao ndio wana akili. Huwezi kufanya kazi na wenzako kama unawaona ni wachafu. Ukitaka kufanya kazi na hao wachafu lazima uingie. Kama ninyi mnafuata mambo ya Biblia, Bwana Yesu alikuwa mtu msafi sana, lakini alikaa na wale wenye dhambi, ndio akawaonyesha njia, ndio wakamkubali. So hao watu mimi si nani. Nataka kuzungumzia jambo la pili. Nataka kusema hivi, mimi nashindwa sana na mambo ya hii tunaita hizi koti zetu. Kwa nini koti? Kwani degree, mtu kama umesoma una degree, unaendaje koti? Koti ina entertain vitu kama hiyo ya namna gani? Koti gani inaenda kuamua ati mimi nina degree? Degree kama unayo, kama huna, hauwezi kwenda eti koti inakupatia degree. Kwa nini koti inakupatia degree? Kama huyu jamaa hana degree, hana. Na ndio hapa mimi nawaonyesha Wakenya wanatakiwa wachague viongozi, sio watu siasa. Hii mambo ya kusema mwanasiasa, hii inatutolea, tunachagua watu wakora, watu ambao hawana nidhamu. Tena tunashindwa sisi, tunachagua mtu hata kama ana tabia mbaya, simply kwa sababu mtu ana kitu fulani, aligonga, hata alimolesta wasichana. Hiyo peke yake inatakiwa, ama alimolesta watu, ama yeye ni mtu ambaye anapenda kubuli watu, hiyo peke yake inatakiwa asichaguliwe. Ndio hajapelekwa kwa koti, lakini kwa sababu yeye ako na kitu kama hiyo tabia, na tabia ya mtu hawezi kuacha. Huyu jamaa ambaye ni tunasema Sakaja, wakati wa COVID alikuwa amepewa cheo fulani, aliabuse hiyo cheo kwa kujifungia mahali na kunywa na watu na nisaa ya watu walikuwa wamekatazwa. Hiyo ni kuonyesha ni mtu ambaye hatii sheria, mtu ambaye hafuati. Sasa kama mtu ambaye hafuati sheria unataka kumpatia cheo kikubwa zaidi, hana degree, bado wa Kenya unakuta watu wanataka, unaenda koti inasikiliza nini? Mimi nasema court zetu za Kenya are the weakest link. Hawa watu wanatu let down, kwa sababu unawezaje kubali mtu analeta kesi kupoteza masaa ya kesi ambazo zinatakiwa wasikilize kesi ambazo zina muhimu, kama mtu yuko industrial area, Unakuja na mnapoteza wa time. Mtu kama ana degree, kama hana. Hakuna haja ya kuja kotini. Koti haifai eti inakupatia degree kama unaye, unasema karatasi yako unapeleka, kama huna. Mimi hiyo kitu nasema koti zetu wanatuletea they are the weakest link kwa maoni yangu, kwa sababu kuna vitu ambavyo zinapelekwa kotini ambazo hazina maana. Kama hiyo haina maana hata kidogo, hata haina maana koti kuisikiliza kesi kama hiyo. Jambo lingine labda naweza kusema, jambo la mwisho naweza kusema kwamba mimi kwa maoni yangu nataka nisihi wa Kenya kwamba tuchague viongozi. Kiongozi hasemi uongo. Mimi Bwana Demba nakataa na mambo ya watu kuja kusema ati huyu ni mwanasiasa, huyu ni politician, kwa sababu huyu mtu anakuja anafanya rambe kidogo kila siku hivi alafu anachaguliwa. Kiongozi sio huyo, sio kiongozi huyo, ni tapeli. Ndio maana tumejaa na matapeli wengi tu kwa bunge letu. Anamaliza 5 years haja contribute chochote. 5 years hakuna hajasema hata chochote kwa bunge. Anafanya tu akiitwa mheshimiwa. Hiyo mimi nakataa, na mimi nawasihi wa Kenya tuchague viongozi. Kiongozi ukiangalia kiongozi hasemi uongo, na kiongozi halepuki tu na maneno. Kiongozi hana hii mambo ya kusema ati anaenda kusikia ground inasema nini. Hapana, kiongozi ni mtu ambaye anaenda kwa wenzake na kuwasikiliza na kuwaonyesha uongozi kwamba tunataka tufuate huku. Walisema eti ground sijui nini. Uhuru aliwaambia pana, hatufanyi namna hiyo, tunafuata huku. Hii hapa ndio tunataka kwenda. Na jambo la mwisho mimi nataka kusema, haya mambo yote mimi nasikia wa Kenya tunasema tunataka economy. Mimi nataka kuhakikishia kwamba economy, usipoweka economy na msingi wa uwiano wa kusikiliza kwamba nchi yako mko na umoja, hiyo economy will not work. Ndio maana economy yetu imekuwa ikiwaka kidogo inarudi chini, inawaka kidogo inarudi chini. Tungekuwa mbali kama tukiwa na msingi mzuri ambao tunasema political stability, kwani uwiano, masikilizano, kwamba sisi wote tunasikilizana kama wa Kenya, umoja, ambapo mimi napongeza sana Uhuru Kenyatta na Bwana Raila kutuletea kitu inaitwa azimio la umoja, kitu ambacho inataka tuwe wamoja wa Kenya, tujione sisi wote wa Kenya na kila Mkenya awe na nafasi sawa. Hiyo itafanya tuwe na economy, kwa sababu economy inataka mipango mizuri, inataka uongozi ambao ni mzuri, ndio serikali ipanue, ipate watu wapate nafasi ya kufanya, kama ni kwenda shule, kama ni biashara, iwe ni mpango ambao haunyanyasi watu. Hiyo economy itakuwa nzuri, kwa sababu hata wageni watakuja kufanya kwetu, na tusipotoshwe kwamba na watu ambao wanatupotosha kama akina Mdavadi, ati kuna sehemu fulani ya Kenya imeuzwa. Hakuna, haiuzwi. Kenya inaweza tu kufanya mipango fulani ya kuleta mtu ambaye ni mfanyabiashara, watu ambao wanaweza mfanyabiashara ambao wanaweza kuwa wanaangalia kama ni airports, kama ni bandari ambazo mnasema hizo ship line. Kuna wengine ambao wako na ujuzi wa kufanya kazi kama hizo. Timu kama ya mpira kama Gor Mahia tunaweza kuwa inunuliwe na watu ambao wana pesa, wajengee stadium waweke waifanye iwe timu nzuri, bado ni timu ya Kenya. Wale wanacheza ni wachezaji wa Kenya, kodi ambao wanalipa Kenya. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, na hiyo itatupatia pesa. Kama ni economy, ita nani economy, kwa sababu watu wanapokuja kuona Gor ikicheza Nairobi, mahoteli zote, wale fans ambao wanakuja kuona, kuna mahoteli hizo zote, sehemu za kula, hiyo ni economy kubwa sana. Lakini sisi inaonekana hatuelewi hii mambo, mtu tu analopoka ati imeuzwa.
Asante.
Hiyo haitakikani. Asante sana.
Asante Jakindu. Umesema umesikia mchango wako umekita sana katika sehemu kadhaa ambazo labda wale watu ambao wameitwa mapimbi ambaye labda Black atakuwa ameelewa mapimbi ni nini. Black na Papa Bob mtatuambia mapimbi, lakini kabla sijapatia Papa Bob, acha ni wape nafasi jamaa ambao wamekuja sasa hizi, manake hatutakuwa na wengine, wacha hawajaongea Mise na Black, wacha tuwape nafasi waongee. Mise, hivi utatoa maoni yako?
Asante sana, but I want to yield my time for Black because amesema kuna kazi anaingia.
Okay, that's fair enough. Black, how are you?
I'm fine. Asante sana my brother. Asante sana my brother Mise. Amjambo wengine.
Mlikuwa mnasoma budget.
Leo tumeachilia mzinga leo.
Mlikuwa mnasoma budget bwana, ama ni 50 billion, 38 billion, 500 billion. Yani ile trillion ilisomwa budget juzi, tulikuwa budget ya 11 trillion. Hii yenyu imeenda mpaka imepita hiyo.
Anyway,
interest service.
It's okay. Amjambo my fellow panelists na wote wanaotuangalia popote pale mlipo. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama siku zote nawapenda, na kazi ni kazi. Today was our day and najua ilikuwa imengojewa sana, especially na Julia, na siku imefika ndio hii leo. But before I proceed, I think it was very unfair for panelists to be asked whether they would like the clips for the manifesto to be played or not, because I believe the choice is not for the panelists to decide, as we are not doing this for the sake of ourselves, but for the viewers back home and wherever they are, so that they can be informed by the things that we discuss here, and they may be able to make the informed decisions and choices when they are making the choice of who they would decide to elect or not to decide.
Hold on, Black.
So first, yes,
Black. We are not going to play the videos. Can you give us the summary?
So I had to say that because we are not here just because of one side. There are many people that watch us. What we do say here is not jokes. Kuna watu ambao they take what we say seriously. Kuna vitu ambavyo nyinyi mnavyovisema ambavyo are informative to me myself as a KKA, and I believe the things that we do say from our side, they are very informative to you. So equally in the manifesto of the KKA, there were things that I could resonate with just as much as there are things and there are some points in the AZIMIO 10 points agenda that I resonated with. So it's not, we should look at this thing more objectively. Now, moving forward, to answer your question, Themba, it's not more of like a quoted Nasoma budget. there was a need to give details of in our manifesto on how we would fund on the plans in regards to the promises that would meet the needs of the people which we promised and the underutilized opportunities. That is why we gave our ideas and how we would fund those ideas and how we would get our money back on those ideas. Now, this is the one part that in regards to the AZIMIO, they failed to do. But I'm not here to talk about what AZIMIO's manifesto was all about, because that is not my job. And neither is it your job. I mean, I am more of KKA. I mean, so I would propagate more about KKA as you would do of AZIMIO. So now moving forward would be now in regards to agriculture, our key focus was more on agriculture by the percentage of which agriculture provides to our country in regards to GDP and how great it is to our Kenyan economy. Now, our presidential hopeful DP, current DP, William Samoei Ruto, was more categorical in saying how their plans, or rather our plans, would guarantee minimum returns to our farmers, whereby by the time they get into that farm, they would get to know way in advance how much they expect to earn from their production. And to enhance this, he proposed, or rather we propose, a couple of measures on how we would ensure that there is increased productivity. Now, we went to as far as coming up with a few measures such as assisting the farmers in acquiring affordable credit facilities that would enable them to acquire far much more efficient farm inputs, subsidized, why are you waving? Farm inputs that would enable them to do a lot more to increase their production. He went as far as giving an example of whereby currently Kenya imports around 900, is it 900 or 300 billion worth of edible food, basic food such as edible oils that can be produced in Kenya. Now, if we can cut this down by ensuring that farmers get into production of crops that would provide these edible oils such as simsim and etc., etc., the money that is being used to import such into our country would be earned as income to our farmers. Now, that was a plus. Just to sum it up, because I do not have much time, he did focus more on this agriculture. That was a plus. And in relation to AZIMIO, like I was trying to say, to tell you at the beginning, we should look at these things more objectively. We did not, in our part, in our manifesto, we did not go into manufacturing in regards to automotive manufacturing. I would have liked to have had that. I didn't hear that, but that is a plus from the AZIMIO side. So now, when we are listening to this manifesto, when we look at it objectively, tunaangalia what is best, that as much as we believe what we have is good, but there's something that we can borrow from the other side that also sounded good in the case that we get the government. But there's some pluses that are gotten from the AZIMIO side. For example, since we did not address the issue of pengine kuingiza manufacturing ya magari and all that, and still like the way AZIMIO did, perhaps we could also borrow that as a leaf from your end. So similarly, while you are listening to the manifesto of KKA, try to listen objectively. You could also borrow some leaf from our end. Unaona? So tuangalie that way objectively, but tusifunge tu macho na masikio just because it is KKA and you are AZIMIO, I don't want to listen. No, it's not. That is not the right way. So we should look at things objectively. Now, in matters health, he went as far as saying that he's going to introduce the health integrated management system. That is a system that is used in many countries world over, even where I am, and many of us where we are. whereby your health records, sisi Kenya tumezoea, unaendanga hospitali unaandikiwa karatasi ama kadi, unaenda nao nyumbani, next time ukirudi unaenda nao kwa hosi unamuonesha daktari. No. But if these things could be digitized, regardless of whichever date that you decide to go to a hospital, this is available in the system. Any doctor anywhere can access your medical records and get to understand your medical history and be able to give you the proper medical treatment as per your history. That will also save time. That will give you correct medication at the correct time in that regards. Save the issue of let's say, kwa mfano unafaa kugua X-ray, or rather MRI, like he said. Your records are just there. Any doctor will just access and see, okay, so this is what Temba has been suffering from. He gives you the right diagnosis. In regards to medicine, even in pharmaceutical, to be exact, to be precise, and other medical supplies, he went as far as coming up with the idea of putting up industries or other factories that would manufacture these supplies locally. By doing so, it would reduce the burden of Kenya as a country to import most of the medical supplies. So it would also reduce the issue of kama zile vitu za KEMSA, unajua unapata wana import vitu from various places at exaggerated costs. Some of them have a low shelf lifetime. Vitu zinaenda ku expire in a few short in a short period of time, wanakwenda wanaziimport because costs inakuwa ziko less. This happens, and that's the reality of our Kenyan health industry. So if we can have hizi viwanda za kutengeneza medical supplies in Kenya, first of all, hatutakuwa tukirely kwa hizi vitu za kwenda kuimport kutoka kwa nje kuleta ndani. Itapunguza vitu kama hizi za KEMSA scandals, zita provide job opportunities. It will also provide revenue because we can also export some of these to our fellow African countries. So we should try and look at these things objectively. No. So in regards to matters housing, he went as far and mentioned the 250 billion which ambao Temba unasema it was more like a budget as to how he would fund the housing project. He said that this is going to come from the pension fund. Currently, for one to access mortgage, you must be earning a lot. To be honest with you, I think the lowest I have seen personally in regards to mortgage costs, that is me. I don't know, maybe wengine mmeona cheaper than that, but I don't know, that is me now. Msinipige mayo kwa sababu ile nimeona mimi, because unaweza kuwa umeona cheaper than. What I saw was around 30k mortgage. Now he's proposing to come with a mortgage facility as low as 10,000 shillings by coming up with affordable housing in regards to the cost of producing those houses, constructing those houses, whereby when the overall cost is reduced, even the mortgage would reduce in that aspect. Now, this, when I look at it, is a plus, because not everyone can afford to pay expensive mortgages. Now, in regards to issue kama ile ambayo, sorry to bring up issue Martha Karua, first of all, it is very unfortunate for what happened. I don't know whether mulirusha tear gas wenyewe, I don't know, but if at all, because that's what you said when it happened ile kwa UDA rally in around Embakasi, that to let a fracas. So I don't know who among you decided to throw the tear gas. I don't know if it was some form of inducting or orientation. Kwa tear gas kitu yenye mmeshazoea, I don't know, but it was very unfortunate. I would never advocate for that, and wherever she is, I'm so sorry, madam. I hope you're doing fine. And if at all it is as a result of a police officer, as you claim, you should ask yourself what would push a police officer to do such a thing. And this was addressed in one of our issues. Ndo pale akasemaje kwamba hawa makarao wenye wanashughulikiwa vibaya. If at all wataanza kuangaliwa vizuri, some of these things hawezi kuzifanya. Wakiangaliwa kwa upande wa mishahara, kwa upande wa vile wanavyoishi, kwa upande wa zile allowance zao, kuna vitu vingine ambavyo itakuwa ngumu sana kwenda kusukuma karao afanye vitu zingine. But for sure, kabla ambiwa aende afanye vitu kama hizi, if at all kama ni kweli alifanya, lazima kuna pesa ambayo alipewa ndio aende afanye vitu kama hivi. Na kama ni pesa, lazima ni shida ya pesa ambayo ilimfanya apokee hizi pesa aende afanye kitendo kama kile. Unaona? So ndo maana nilikuwa nawaambia kabla mwanze kupiga mawe kwa kila kitu ambacho mnachosikia kimesemwa na KKA, jaribuni pia kusikia vile vitu vingine ambavyo vinaweza kuwa kwa kusaidia. Kama vile nimetoa mfano wa kutoa viwanda vya upande yule Azimio kwamba watakuwa wametoa viwanda vya kutengeneza magari, na kuna issue ambayo walitoa kwa mfano kwa ile pesa ambayo inayopewa wazee iongezewe pia kwa watu ambao wasiojiweza. That's what I had kutoka kwa ile manifesto Azimio. That was a plus. Hiyo ilikuwa ni plus. Unaona? So if at all tunaweza keti katika hichi kikao hapa tulivu dissect kutoka juu mpaka chini, or rather chini mpaka juu, manifesto vile ilivyosema, na tu avoid propaganda ya issue ya kwamba unaangalia mtu individually si bla bla bla, tunaweza songa mbele sana. Asanteni, sitaki kuongea sana, acha niwachie hapo.
Haya, asante sana Black. Shida si hizo vitu Ruto amesema. Shida ni mwenye kusema. Mwenye kusema ndio tuko na shida na yeye. Hatuna shida na mwenye na vile vitu amesema. Mwenye kusema wewe Black, kama tuseme ulikuwa na wacha nikupe mfano wa Mise hapo. Mise ukampa hela, akakwambia kwamba ikifika kesho itakuregeshea hela zako. Ukampa Mise hela, tuseme umempa shilingi kama 100, acha nitumie 100 ya Kenya. Mise akakwambia kwamba I'll give it back to you tomorrow. When it comes tomorrow, Mise has not returned their 100 shillings, but he's now asking for 1,000 bob. Will you trust Mise? Oh, you can't talk. So that is the dilemma of Kenyans. That the person who promised 6 stadiums is now promising heaven. He hasn't delivered earth still. He hasn't. And number 2, the same deputy president, most of these things he's talking about can be passed in parliament right now. He goes to rallies and he says he has many parliamentarians. Some of those changes can be passed within this budget that we are having. He is still the deputy president. He's actually going to court right now to say there's someone who has challenged him that he needs to be removed from power because he's not playing his part. But he has challenged that and he has said, I am the deputy president and I'm performing my duty. What makes him not even rally these MPs that he's talking about and tell the president that we need to pass this so that it can start meeting people's agendas right now? The deputy president sat in the cabinet meeting that passed the making of guns, gun factory. He goes to his rally and he starts saying that why are we making priorities of making guns? And he was in the same cabinet meeting that passed that. He was in the same cabinet meeting that passed the idea of ports being run by other people. Now he comes, he sends other people to come and say that the government is sending people to auction our ports. So you see, we are not worried about all those things. He can talk big. He can even say he'll give us 10,000. Even if Mr. says he'll give you back 10,000, he hasn't given you the 100 bob. So it is an issue of trust. You can go on and on and on. But for us, we were treated to 2 comedies. One was at least a more realistic comedian. The other one was a more lying comedian. He talked so many things, but we don't trust him. So, Black, you can say you need to listen. You can't listen to someone who has lied to you before, miss. You can just get entertained. I mean, Black. That is what we don't force us to listen. That you have to listen. You can borrow. There's nothing to borrow from someone who has given you nothing. He has not delivered for you. He's been lying. Now, what do you want us to borrow? These people did not want to listen. Even right now, it's just because you are our friend here, and we respect you as Black, and you are a veteran in this place. For the respect of you, we are allowing ourselves. We are struggling to hear you, and we are saying that we may not like what you say, but we will defend your right to say it. So you have a right to come and say whatever you have to say. But when we have a choice not to listen, we didn't listen. Personally, I knew that it was going to be another moment of lies. So I didn't listen. I want to give KISII, wait, Black, KISII to give a response, and then Bob, Papa, then and even Julia. Okay.
Just Temba was wondering if I could just say something before I leave, if it's okay with you.
No. How can you leave and you have invoked us?
Just go. You can go make responses in the comment section.
No, just for Adams. Adams was asking about what the DP has promised to do with Sakaja. He was trying to tell us about something very creative, about developing an industry for waste, hard waste, solid waste. Together, him and Sakaja, I don't know what they want to start at Nairobi. So I remember it was about solid waste product industry. Now, for I hope Black is still there. Oh, I wanted to remind him about something. The DP dwelt quite a lot.
Anenda kazi.
It's okay. I think you can. I'll just say a few things on what he was referring to. He dwelt quite a lot on what he calls the food crisis.
Could you comment on only one point so that we allow the others also? Kuna misi hajaongea hapa.
It is on the food crisis. Now he talks about that currently the country spends 300 billion on food imports, and that cooking oil you spend 90 billion and rice 25 billion. Now he was saying that instead of spending this on food, which I believe he himself called it a crisis, but he turns around to say that that same amount, instead of using it on the food, we should use it to give farmers animal feed, to give farmers quality seeds, give them agri-chemicals, fertilizer, and to give subsidies on the farm inputs. Now, if we are dealing with a crisis, how do you change again and divert it to fertilizer, farm inputs? So how will the crisis be sorted? Because the crisis needs to be sorted now. Thank you. Thank
you. Julia.
Okay, just to add on what Demba said, it is the person who is saying these things. He said he'll, I don't know, make the judiciary function so that he can fight corruption and arrest corrupt people and send them to jail. So I'm thinking he'll start with himself and then Rigathi. So in the long run, the president and the deputy president will be in jail. If the president follows what he has said about his manifesto, then I want to correct the DP and Black. In Kenya, the hospitals are already digital. The last time I took my daughter to a hospital in Karatina, government hospital, everything was just digital. I mean, her names were online. She didn't need a card. And you don't even need to go and tell the doctor this. I mean, the lab, the doctor has said this, because the hospitals are interconnected. You go to the lab and she has the communication from the doctor that Julia needs 1, 2, 3. And then from the lab, you go for your medicine. You don't even need, the last time I was with my daughter in a hospital, she didn't even need to carry a piece of paper for her medicine. to the pharmacy. So these things the DP is saying, it is just that we need equipment and infrastructure in all the hospitals in Kenya. But these are not new things. So really, I don't know what the DP was saying. I wanted to correct Black on that.
Thank you. Bo, Papa.
In fact, it's unfortunate that Black left, but wherever he is, I think he's listening. Black, as far as personally I'm concerned, after learning much more about manifestos and budgeting, whatever the DP was saying today was unnecessary, and it doesn't happen that way, because the constitution has got away the way we budget. So all he was saying were promises. So let nobody take it seriously, because the monies that he was mentioning, the big figures, were just to to try and to make people happy that there is money here that is coming from the DP. But as far as the process is concerned, it is not applicable to what he was trying to tell us. And then he further goes to lie. In fact, this is the worst part, because KISII, I think you like doing research. You just research on what he said regarding edible oil. That gentleman, and you look at the edible exports of Kenyan exports of edible oil vis-a-vis the imports of raw materials. I have just checked, and the figures are totally different. That man is a serious liar, pathological liar. It is horrible that he can come even and lie on the launch of his manifesto again.
He quoted 90 billion.
The worst thing. It is the worst thing that can happen. Yeah, it does not. What if you look at the statistics from the Kenya government? You cannot even compare. And then in the rallies, he has been telling us that the edible oil is the most expensive. Yet he comes to the manifesto and he tells us that the way we are very competitive. So let's forget about this man. I think we need to move on. But lastly, Jose, I want to give you, I don't know why, you are a fellow who holds brief for IEBC. I don't know why you have not told Black that IEBC has given them a lifeline, and it is really puncturing us as voters. They have already declared a commissioner illegally in office, and this is the High Court. And yet the Supreme Court, during the BBI, told us that the IBC is properly constituted. So I don't know. Now these are grounds. The High Court has given grounds for UDA to challenge the election outcome, but unfortunately, the numbers, the voters' decision might supersede these shenanigans that they are trying to bring in. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mise tafadhali, wewe kila wakati unakuja kama tuko na ulipeana time yako. Sasa time yako imekata. Utakuwa tuna dakika mbili.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know why Bob is running away when he sees me, but Bob, I just wanted to say good evening, and I hope that you are recovering and getting courage.
Don't worry. People are not just running away when they see others.
So I just wanted to address a few issues.
That was an isolated case, then.
It is connected. The Zimbabwe has run away.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that there are a few things that have been said here, and I just wanted to start by complimenting what Black was saying in terms of the manifesto of UDA. The fact that UDA mentioned that they need to have health records, I think this is and electronic. I think this is a good gesture, and this is going to help us in knowing the pre-existing conditions and so on for the policymakers to analyze and come up with policies that can help and improve and plan our healthy in our country. But most importantly, I have issues with Adam's friend, Wajahkoya. And I've been thinking and reflecting about Wajahkoya. You know, Wajahkoya has been, I think Wajahkoya is equally lying to us, that he has never smoked, and he doesn't know how weed smells and tastes. I think every day Wajahkoya leaves home, he sanitizes his vehicles and his home with weed, because what he's telling us doesn't really add up. Now let us go to facts. Canada, weed was legalized in October 2017. They did so after a very long study, and they found out and came up with regulation. I have not heard Wajahkoya what plan he has come up with. For example, in Canada, it says that adults can possess up to 30 grams of legally produced cannabis. It also says that adults can grow up to 4 cannabis plants per household. The minimum age for purchase and use is 18 years, but provinces can increase the limit, and so on. They came up with a plan. And so I am listening to Wajahkoya, and is actually bluffing, because I don't understand his policy. I don't understand his plan of planting and regulating weed. And more importantly is that Kenya doesn't have, if you look at the size of Ontario, Kenya is not even bigger than the size of Ontario, one province is in Canada. But Wajahkoya is telling us that he's going to grow weed. I don't know what he's going to uproot to grow weed. And he's also saying that one gunia is $3 million. Man, I want to go up here north and grow weed if indeed one gunia was $3 million, because I can get a license. So really, and there's enough. Canada is the second largest in terms of land mass. So there's enough land. I just plant once and I stop doing it. So it is not realistic. He's lying, because that's what he knows that the crowd wants to listen. It's not practical. So that being said, Adams, you talked about the diaspora, and you criticized diaspora, and you said this is, you criticized the mention of the diaspora. I just want to tell you that this idea of the diaspora has been there since 2015. If you go to Kenya and look at Vision 2030 and look at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in 2015, end of 2014, they came up with what is called diaspora affair policy. And this diaspora affair policy, I remember I was, in 2018, I was the president of Kenyans here in Canada. And one of the things that we formed was diaspora affair. So our goal was to unite all diaspora everywhere and make sure that we have one voice and address the challenges. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I know you mentioned about the high commissions and consulars and embassies across the world, but they are truthless. They cannot actualize what you're saying. They're very, very disconnected from the people. And that's why you find that a Kenyan in Middle East is suffering and the High Commission does nothing. Now, if you look at Canada, recently we had the opportunity to sit with the High Commission. They do not have tangible plan on how they can relate and work with the diaspora people. For example, they bring people and hire from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whereas there are Kenyans here who are equally entitled to be hired in the same positions. So if you look in 2015, the National Development and Implementation Cabinet Committee came up with objectives. These were about 3 objectives. And the first objective was to maximize the potential of the diaspora, enhance diaspora involvement in national development process, and also safeguard the interests of the diaspora. So this is an idea that was long thought about, and it's not about even Ruto or any other coalition that is coming up with this. This is a policy that has been there. We've been discussing about these policies, and also when the Minister of Affairs came up with a review, they wanted to achieve about 4 things. One of the things that they wanted to achieve to make sure that they address the gaps between the diaspora and the government of Kenya. They also wanted to check and see this policy that they came up in 2014 and that was embedded in the 2030 vision, on the 2030 vision. What was the challenge, or what could be the challenges of implementing this policy? So for me, I want to say that dismissing this, trying to rubbish this, is actually trying to rubbish the idea that was born in 2015 in addressing the diaspora affairs. And lastly, I want to say that, like you said in your own admission, that diaspora's, Wajahkoya's economical policies that he impresses are misplaced. They could be right policies or economical approach, but they're misplaced. I want to say this, that Wajahkoya, in Kenya, we have an Indian Ocean, we have Lake Victoria, we have River Tana, we have many rivers around eastern, western, southern, and coast. If Wajahkoya talked about improving and refarming agriculture, I would understand by using the water, existing infrastructure, and making sure that in Ukambani, for example, where we have a dry land, water is run there. The water that is disturbing people in Ahero and the Kano plains is utilized instead of causing floods. That can make a lot of sense, because agriculture we can increase our export, and by increasing our export, we can also increase our import, and that's our economy will do better. That's my contribution this evening. So Wajahkoya should stop what he's smoking and smoke something that will make a difference in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anasema tingiza mti. Yes, Adams, dakika moja.
Yeah, Mr. is very comical. Now, very quickly, Mr. Mise, you just mentioned in your own words that we have embassies, we have high commissions around the globe. We have Kenyan embassy in Canada, where you sit now, and you're saying in your own words that they are toothless. You say that we have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Nairobi, and it is toothless. You say those are your words. Now, what makes you think that coming up with a Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, which is more or less the same as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is going to be strong, is going to have teeth? Yet the embassy that sits here in the United States, here in Washington, D.C., is toothless. What makes you think that creating another thing which is the same, the difference is just the name, is going to be toothful, and this one is toothless? Is that the best way to go about things? Do you think that is the best way to go about this? Or we are supposed to sensitize and make full use of what we have? I live in the United States. The embassy here in Washington, D.C. has done a lot of stuff for us. So maybe the one in Canada is not functioning well. But my question to you is very simple. What makes you think that creating another ministry, which is just like the same, the difference is the name, will solve the issue, even in the Middle East that you just mentioned?
Adams, that's a very good question and very relevant to this
Hold on,
discussion.
Mr. Olden, maybe you can respond to that question as your closing comment. So just hold on a little bit so that we do some rituals as we come towards the end. Tunafunga show, so we are not admitting others. So let's allow the people who are on the forum right now to take us to the end. So thank you so much, those who joined us. Tingiza mti gani? I mean, it's for your interpretation. Ni Wajahkoya alisema tingiza mti. That's the Roots party, tingiza mti. So whichever mti you want to tingiza is up to you. So thank you, Wycliffe Timbwa, Kikwetu Ventures, Dia, Blie, Yufi Natieno. Naona umetokelezea leo. Hata Adams ana smile from Mombasa to Kisumu. Samuel Michira. Christina Dika leo amesema anaenda kung'ang'ania na watu space huko chini, ameachia Julia huko juu. Sawa. Tufosa Lai, asante. Black, asante. Geoffrey Ruto, asante. Pius Nagawantu, whoever you are, focus. Topic nizo zimeandikwa hapo, so focus. President, you waste too much time on non-issues. The issues topic ndio hizi hapa. Presented J, asante. Tiara Oscar Juma, asante. Na wengine wote, Elkana Shivashi rafiki ya Makiadi, asante. Leo sijaona Linet wa Bomba. Leo si Linet wa Bomba. Ama Joy Njoki, asante. Prince Freddy, asante. Mary Jones, asante. Obiero Asenath, asante. And Kinara, asante. Thank you so much for commenting. I mean, you make the conversation and you keep it going. We really like your participation. And don't worry, always come, comment, give your views. Panelists follow, they get to know what you're saying. Before you go, kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. And as you subscribe, also remember to subscribe to my channel with my daughter, Themba and Lulu Show. Kindly go there. If I don't mention it, she will be on my case. Kindly go there. George Nyabicha, asante sana. God's favorite, asante. God's favorite, asante sana. We love your comments. We love what you give to us. We love listening to you. We like the feedback. We come here to educate, to inform, and to entertain. Educate, inform, and to entertain, which is the reason why you have the media. Educate, inform, and entertain. So we are here to give you a point of discussion, inform you on things you don't know, and maybe one thing or another you learn from each other. And as I always say, we need only 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget, you need connectivity, something to share, and the willingness to learn. That's all you need. We are here with ladies and gentlemen who are willing to engage us, give us, tell us. They say that you stop learning when you think you have known everything. So every time you come and you approach and be willing to learn, that is how we learn from each other. They say iron sharpens iron. Nobody has a monopoly over knowledge. All of us here are here to sharpen each other, and we like it. We hear different perspectives, the same issue but different perspective, which is good. So now we are going to give the panelists here to give us at least 1 minute to summarize their thoughts. Yes, Makedi.
But there's a video I wanted us to react to as we close. I think someone might have something to say about that video. It's about job creation, the DP version.
Okay, no problem. Play it and then maybe we'll give it in our closing. Okay.
When I talk about agriculture and I talk about the informal sector, it costs roughly 1 million shillings to create one job in the capital-intensive formal manufacturing sector. It costs between 100,000 and 200,000 to create one job in the informal or informal manufacturing sector. And therefore, to make policy choices when we are in the kind of situation we are, when we have 10 million people without jobs, when we have a debt crisis, and when we have a huge sector that is not working, then we have to carefully craft policy choices so that we can move our country to the next level. I will give you an example. We just inaugurated a gun assembly factory up in Ruiru, which we built at a cost of 4 billion shillings. That factory created 100 jobs. It means it costed 40 million, to create one job. Kitui County, I want to give you the other side of the story. Kitui County created a garment manufacturing industry. Kitui County spent 168 million and created 600 jobs. So, if you do the math, it means it costed Kitui County 280,000 to create one job. That tells you that if we had invested in garment factory like Kitui County, our 4 billion would have created 14,000 jobs. So the policy choices we need to make is not necessarily how much money we have, it is the policy choices we make. Where do we invest? And that is the difference between the trickle-down economic model and the bottom-up economic model. It's as simple as that.
No, it's okay. I mean, you'll do. I don't know why Makiadi wants us to listen to this drama over, but anyway, you guys will react. So as I was saying, you'll have 1 minute to give your closing remark, and then we can close it. I want to start with Papa Bob. Are you there? Okay, Papa Bob is not there. I think I'll start from up, Kuze, and then I go to Julia, then Adams, then Mise, then Bob, and then Makiadi. So Kuze, tafadhali, 1 minute, 1 minute. Tafadhali, make it 1 minute. Na tafadhali nikikusimamisha after 1 minute. Usione mimi ni mbaya.
I have two responses. I'll make the first one.
Ni mbaya. Oh, Themba ni nini? Oh, we don't like Themba. Oh, namkiambua rules, amfuati.
Themba, try to be likable, please.
Yeah?
Try to be likable.
No, you can't force people to like you, Kuze. But this is dunia, bana. You know, Kuze, do you eat fish?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you eat nyama ya nguruwe?
I can, but I have not.
You don't, isn't it? Those are subjective preferences. You cannot force people to. You cannot determine people's subjective preferences. If you want to be liked by everyone, what do they call it? Ice cream. Hiyo ndio sasa utapendwa na kila mtu nani anauzanga ice cream. So don't come here to like me. Come here to give you a presentation. Alafu mwanaume anakulike sura. Mimi ingekuwa ni labda nini, mwanaume anakulike sura afanyie nini?
Anyway, let me go on. Remember, I do not hold for IABC, surely. Now, you know the case that went before the court has not been ruled, but nevertheless, because of pressure.
Even Julia Makiadi, wanajua every time you talk, you have to tetea IEBC. So we think wamekutuma.
No, let's put it straight now, today. So I hope tomorrow it will not recur. What I want to say is that the case before about the manual registers is already before the courts. But remember, because of pressure from all directions, do you know the truth is that Chebukati has already owned up. So even as today, when Baba was saying that they reducible minimum, it was not necessary because Chebukati has already promised all Kenyans. You remember when he was saying that he was flip-flopping? He came and said, well, there will be, for the record, a manual backup. So that matter, let's leave it there so that we don't appear to be defending it. Now, my last comment is to do with what Makiadi has just played. You know, the DP informed us that Kenya has got a 19 million workforce, and that out of the 19 million, 16 million are like in the SME side, and that is where he was concentrating. 16 million of them. So 5 million, the other 3 million are in corporate sector, but 16 million, 15 million is in the SME. Then he says that out of the 16, 10 million are in the informal sector, and that 5 million are in the SME formal. Now, when he says that 280, you need 280 million, no, 1,000 to create one job in the 10 million informal sector. Where did those statistics come from? You know, he gives us some strange statistics from wherever he's gotten them from, then goes ahead and tells us, do the mathematics. He's the one who said that you spent 4 billion on the Ruiru factory, and that according to him, one job was costing what? That cost what? 100 jobs?
100 jobs? It said 400 million was used.
No, 4 billion. 4 billion. The factory.
And then, so one job costed 40 million.
100
jobs.
100 jobs. Now, again, that is from based on what? Where did he get those from? Is it another algorithm or what? Now, it should give us a break. It should give us a break. Where did he get this to say that 600 million, according to which standard? Is 600 jobs created out of 168 million in Kitui? You can't just throw figures and tell people to do mathematics and you want it to be part of your manifesto. No, I fully disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusel. Julia?
Okay, I just want to comment on what Makiadi has just played. I had seen that, but I didn't follow the details. Now, the DP wants us to remain in a subsistence production when he's talking about Juakari sector. He believes in a handout economy. He wants the people of Kenya to remain down there so they continue begging him money for the rest of their lives. Now, who have seen that kind of subsistence production in America, and Americans are happy. This government takes care of these people. Now, it's because they have been able to transform the economy from subsistence production to manufacturing. production. Now, if we go to manufacturing industry, you know, he's so local and he's so ignorant. He's literally counting the number of people working in the KISII factory and he's saying there are 600. He's forgetting that that factory is producing products and the products are sold. And that translates to the gross domestic product. And gross domestic product divided by the number of people in Kenya gives us income per capita. Now, the standard of living of people in Kenya can only improve if we move from subsistence production to manufacturing production so that we create the blue economy, so that we create blue-collar jobs. And that is the only time the lives of Kenyans can change. Even when they hand out 250 billion in a chosha, 250 billion ipewa to handout economy. I think this DP, he said he employed 258 people to draw for him that thing. I wonder, I think he should have invited Mise. Mise could have been of much help. I'm sure he could have done a better job. Lakini maneno ya handout economy tumechoka wa Kenya. We are moving on from subsistence production to manufacturing industry, one county, one product. Tosha gari. Na waomba muvuke sakafu. Hata Mise na kuomba. Na hata kama things fall apart. Na kuomba kwa unyenyekevu kama Mother Karua. Uvuke sakafu. Uje upande wa baba, tupigie baba na mama kura. Asante Themba.
Now, as you keep on commenting that, now that Julia said something there, how did the cities grow? Let me give a rough example. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. If we get an employment in a particular place, how many people have been employed in that place? There's you who is working in that place. There's the person who will be serving you lunch, who is also has been employed. There's also the person who is probably renting the house, whose house you'll be staying in. There is also, you know, many people are going to get jobs. It's not just the 100 that you're saying have been employed by that factory. There's
just to cut you, I'm sorry. If they make the clothes, it will be me and you selling those clothes, right? We will export those clothes to Dubai. We'll not be buying clothes from Dubai. If we produce our coffee and we have a coffee factory in Kirinyaga County, and then we decide to process the coffee berries, we may only have 600 people working in that coffee factory, but the farmers will be selling the coffee. We will be selling the coffee. You can see how that translates. Ask yourself how these powerful countries are translating. How can this man in his normal senses wants me niendelee kuuza nguo za mtumba ndio aseme anasaidia Julia na hiyo pesa kidogo ya COP ati Julia is bottom kitu gani?
Adams.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, from all manners of with all the due respect, yeah, DP Ruto used a saying today, but when you look at it, he who pays the piper calls the tune. That is exactly what he meant, and that is what really fits him. That's what he wants. The other day, they were opposing abolishment of Mutumba and coming up with textile industry. Today, he stands on the podium and is praising a textile industry created and giving it thumbs high, double speak. We need to run away from the culture of belittling the existing institution because they've been weakened by corruption from our corrupt leaders. Instead, we need to sensitize them and sanitize them and make them work proper by so making them strong and providing for them whatever they need to run properly, instead of creating more things which brings more problem. By and large, from where I sit, I think Ruto and his people, they are going to, I want to give them a plus today. I think they are going to make a very good position. From the way they talk, they can really keep a serious government on toes. So I think Ruto is
Remember,
really
there is no official opposition, please.
yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Kuse, but
don't increase the hopes of the DP, please.
just let me finish. Yeah, but okay, but you know what I mean. I think they are really going to make the government, for government to work functionally well, there is a need to be a good functional opposition. So I think they're going to do that one very well. I think they fit. These guys fit. Ruto is going to make the government of Azimio run well because they're going to keep
Ruto anaenda Sugoi, wachana na opposition.
So you're cutting me so much, but you're right. So I think by and large, that's where they fit. They're going to fit up there very well. Otherwise, I think we're doing well. Things are running in the right direction. I'm waiting to see Makiadi when a new opinion polls come out. Please do notify us. I really want to see how the opinion poll is going to come out. Otherwise, that is enough for the night. And I thank you so much. And may you guys say hello to Yufin Otieno down there in the comment section. That's the best thing that's happened. Thank you.
Dedication. Okay, Mise, tafadhali.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to Adams. Adams, first, before I respond to you, Adams, I just wanted to tell Kikwet Ventures that your dynamics and analysis of demand and supply, they are upside down. You, for example, if you are analyzing the demand and supply in KISII and Western, if you were selling rice and ugali, unga, obviously maize will surpass the demand of rice. So I just wanted to say that the fact that our country has not put enough. When I was young, we used to have agricultural extension officers, veterinary officers. We used to learn in school about agriculture, and we were waiting to talk about agriculture because the government then invested a lot in agriculture and paid people to educate farmers. Nowadays, that has not been given any effort, and that is why now the climate change and so many factors that have affected our farmers, lack of knowledge, and so on, that now they have moved from farming, the population, dynamics of controlling population, and so on, that have because of population, now people cannot grow what they used to grow. But because even if you grow maize, for example, you can only harvest like 1 sack, where we used to harvest like 5-10 sacks. So that I wanted you to know that. And then also, Adams, you asked a question of the High Commission. The High Commission are decoys. They are not there for your interest. That has been repeated again and again. They are there for diplomatic reasons, state to state. And that's why if I ask you the last time you interacted or you needed something from the High Commission, it might be very many years ago. But you talked about how is Diaspora Affair Ministry is going to bring a difference. Of course, it's going to bring the difference. You and me, because of where we live, we've been shaped by the environment, the thinking, and how things are done, and how jobs are created, and how policies are formulated, and we can identify with one another. And so if we have the opportunity to run the ministry by us, the diaspora, for the diaspora, we will be able, because of the culture that we have been acquainted to, we will be able to make a difference, because we understand when you talk about job creation, people will conceptualize and understand what job creation means. That is why people like Kikwet Ventures are struggling to understand when you're talking about job creation and so on. But that being said, I just want to tell you that Ruto had a very, very important point.
Mister, it was 1 minute, eh?
Yeah, because you know, Ruto, because people are not listening. Ruto said the choice of policies, it is the choice of policies that will determine the number of jobs that we can create. It's not the budget of that we allocate. Now, quickly, let us go. Let us look at the policy, 6 policies cycle.
No, thank you, Mise. Thank you.
This is very important.
Thank you.
Give me
thank you, Mise. Thank you. Papa Bob.
Themba, this is very important. I beg you.
No, Mise.
I'm finishing.
Listen, that's okay. Thank you.
Tulia, Mise.
I was saying
Now,
very important.
What's his name? Black had already gone through them, and
No,
people will say
that's different. That's different.
Okay. Tomorrow, kesho pia ni siku. Kesho pia ni siku.
I request.
You had only 1 minute, Mise. Thank you. You organize yourself with 1 minute.
I just want to mention that security is paramount. We don't want to see anything happen to our duo. Let us take security very serious, because we are winning this thing, and nothing should go wrong. So let's keep it right up there. And as for the manifesto, it was a boring thing. It was like an afternoon lecture. The last time I think I was in class was almost 20, 30 years ago. It was a very boring lecture, so I don't want to emphasize what Black was trying to tell us. So let's keep focused, continue to spread the word, and get ready to vote. Thank you.
Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Mine will be brief. Number one, I can see people are changing from Kukata Miti to Kutingiza Miti, which was a very interesting to me today. I watched that and I was curious what that means. Number two, I think listening to William Ruto saying that 40 million will create 1 job and 280,000 creating another job in Kitui County, I would have wished William Ruto to give us, as an example, one of his governors, either from Nandi County or Uasin Gishu, or even Mutua that was sitting in front of him as an example. Unfortunately, he went for somebody that is on the other side, and that will show you the kind of people that will be running this country if they ever won this election. I think he has a lot of theories. Theories like the ones we used to say, if you buy a matatu, it will give you 5,000 shillings a day. And 5,000 times 30 is 150, not even calculating the other costs that come with operating a matatu. That is what William Ruto is saying. I think William Ruto should be informed that most of the companies in the world right now are moving to automation. Even MacD has some form of agreement with IBM, so that when you go to get your pie there or whatever you buy there or hot coffee, you will not be served by a human being but a robot. So William Ruto has a long way to go. And finally, there's one thing that I agree with the Roots Party, and that is we have always been trying to find a good way of ending corruption in Kenya. One thing that Wajahkoya says is hang these corrupt men. I think I was looking at an article here right now, and countries like Morocco, Vietnam, Myanmar, Thailand, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, and China have perfected this job of hanging people who are corrupt, which is a good thing. I think if we try that in Kenya, we will end corruption. Finally, watu wapime suti. Nimemaliza, asante.
Thank you. There's nothing more useful to add to all those you guys have said. I think you have expressed my mind, and I agree with you all. And therefore, tupime suti kama vile Makiadi amesema. They say you don't have to have an opinion in everything. And that's how life is. You don't have to have an opinion in everything. Yeah. Sometimes you need not have an opinion, which is also okay. So I want to welcome, because why are you smiling up on you, man?
Try and be likable.
Let me.
That's your homework. Your homework.
I think I agree with you, Kuse.
Let me tell you, Kuse. You didn't come here to like anyone. And you didn't come here to be liked. We came here to listen to you. This is really siasa. It is politics, and in politics they say there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. It's interests that are permanent. So as long as you are meeting my interests, we are friends. If interest yetu ikiisha, that's how politics works. Ukianza kuweka mapenzi kwa siasa, you are losing it. Usiweke mapenzi kwa siasa. Uliza Ruto atakwambia. Walikuwa wanapima suti, yeye na Uhuru wanavaa zinafanana, red tie, white tie, na wanashikana mkono. Kwanza the first cabinet after 2013 walikuja pamoja, Uhuru akakuja unaona wamekunja mashati hivi. Sasa saizi yeye ndiye anasimama KICC, Kasarani, akiambia bosi yake ati alitengeza gun factory ya 400 million. Yet he was in the cabinet that passed for that gun factory to be constructed. So unaona, kwa siasa usiweke mambo ya kulike. Siasa ni interest. If you meet my interest, tuko sawa. And I'm a political scientist. So what do you expect? Ni interest, my friend. So hiyo mambo ya kulike peleka wapi huko? Kanisani na kwingine huko mtalaikiana huko. Hapa for as long as tuko na interest moja tuko sawa. I want to Kozi, unataka kusema nini?
I wanted to. Oh, is there singing? The national anthem.
Utaimba, usitoke leo. So relax hapo. Relax hapo utaimba. Makiadi.
Yeah, and then as I read the constitution, I would like us one day to interrogate why politicians are finally using the word we. Yeah, Sakaja was saying we have degrees. Leo, I heard Ruto saying we launched a company. And when he goes outside there, he said Uhuru Kenyatta launched a company that is not useful to us. I want us one day to interrogate that. Finally, let's read our constitution now. We are reading Article 90, which is on allocation of political parties. Sorry, it is on allocation of party list seats. And I think this one is important because most of you here would want to be nominated to parliament. So Julia, skiza hii ndio ujue kama unatosha. Now it says election for the seats in parliament provided for under articles 97(1)(c) and 98(1)(b), C and D, and for the members of county assemblies under article 177(1)(b) and C shall be on the basis of proportional representation by use of party lists. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall be responsible for the conduct and supervision of elections for seats provided for under Clause 1 and shall ensure that A, each political party participating in general election nominates and submits a list of all persons who would stand elected if the party were to be entitled to all seats provided for under Clause 1 within the time prescribed by the national legislation. B, except in the case of seats provided for under Article 98(1)(b) and 1B, each party list comprises the appropriate number of qualified candidates and alternates between male and female candidates in the priority in which they are listed. And C, except in case of county assembly seats, each party list reflects the regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya. 3, the seats mentioned in Clause 1 shall be allocated to political parties in proportion to the total number of seats won by candidates of the political party at the general election.
Thank you so much, Makiadi, for that. And like our norm, we are going through AZIMIO Manifesto. We have left the budget for those who want to go and read the budget that was read today, as we are reading a manifesto. And this is what we have already looked at agriculture. Now we are looking at livestock. Now, livestock subsector contributes about 4.4% of the GDP and 4.2% of agricultural value added. That is according to FAO 2019. 2021 ILRI study shows that livestock is the main source of livelihood in the arid and semi-arid areas, where about 36% of the Kenyan population live. Livestock accounts for 90% of employment and more than 95% of family income in these areas. A 2019 IGAD study estimated that 11.4% of the national household consumption is expended on livestock-derived food items. Dairy production, on the other hand, is concentrated in high rainfall agroecological zones. Mechanization and manufacture of livestock feed and other products locally can turn around the livestock sector. So tomorrow we look at the opportunities, and then the next day we look at the commitment. So we are on livestock. What it does. The most important thing for us to remember from our today's reading of the livestock is the idea that it accounts for 4.4% of our GDP and 14.2% of agricultural value added, according to FAO. So thank you so much, everyone. And kama kawaida, we have to do our prayer, and the prayer is a song. Yesterday, we did the national anthem. Today, we are doing the East African anthem, courtesy of Adams. Adams came and told us that we need to learn both. We need to learn the Kenya national anthem and the East African anthem. And I think it's a good thing. And we realize that it's bringing us closer together. We may have many areas that we differ, but at least we are united in our diversity. We have the symbols of national unity, the national anthem, the constitution that Makiadi has read, and the national anthem, the East African anthem, and also at least now we want to say the Manifesto of AZIMIO unites us. So we are reading that together. Now, wimbo wa taifa wa East Africa, right? Jana tulifanya ya Kenya, lakini jana ya Kenya kuna watu wali banganya to the first stanza and the second.
Jana tulifanya ya Kenya na Adams aliponda hii ya katikati, second stanza.
Yes. So
yeah, yesterday I was, I think, confused, a little bit perturbed.
Hata Mr. aliponda ile first stanza. So yeah, now Makiadi, Christine anataka link akuje aongee na Bob hapo, so sijui kwa utampatia link.
Temba, I have a request.
As we close, Kuze will start the East African. What is it, Adams?
I'm just saying that I'm just thinking, what about sometimes when we do this East African song, Julia and yourself, you sing sometimes so well. So why can't you just guys sing it for us today instead of reading it, so that we master?
Julia has always sung it for us.
I love the way Julia sings it. Eh?
Julia gives us that.
Anaweka chorus.
Julia, tafadhali. Umeokoa Kuze, nilikuwa nimeona ameanza kushikwa na wasiwasi hapo. So Julia, tuimbie huo wimbo.
Okay, let's sing or pray. Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Asante,
it is that long?
Yeah, it's 3 stanzas.
He has a chorus, and that chorus, I think you should sing it after every
I
stanza.
didn't get the chorus all the way.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Umoja wetu
Thank you.
ni meza yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu.
Julia, tunaweza imba na wewe kesho?
Yes, kesho kutwa. Kesho ni national anthem.
Yeah.
Hey, Ose unachoma sana bwana. Yaani hadi Ose unachoma.
Nani anaicheza? Who is playing it?
Who say?
East Africans are playing.
Julia,
utafanya nini yetu tolewe ama?
Ukumbuke hivyo.
I don't think the national anthem has the issues.
Does it have copyright?
But we don't want to risk, eh?
We don't want to risk.
Nilipanga kitambo. Mise hizo siasa niliwachanga kitambo.
Okay, I want to do one thing here in the private chat. I will copy the link to the national East Africa national anthem. I mean the East Africa anthem. So if you don't, yeah. So Use check the private link. I've just copied that. If you
okay, Makiadi tupe wimbo wa leo ndio naona Christina amekujia wimbo, alikuwa amesema aingii leo mpaka sijui akina nani wakuje. Huyu Christina nakaa yeye ni polyandrous, lakini ni sawa tu.
Karibu sana Christine. Good to see you.
Makiadi kiwapatia wimbo naomba kuondoka.
Julia, wacha kuhepa papa.
Siku hizi sitaki siasa mingi.
Julia, nike ikara hau.
Sitaki siasa mingi. Wacha nisherehekee wimbo nikiwa huko nje.
Ikara hau we nike.
Asanti.
Julia.
Ametoroka sawa tu.
Yani Christina nakuja, Julia na hepa. Just like that.
Shida ni Bob.
Sawa. Makiadi tuipatie wimbo.
Sawa. Wimbo wetu wa leo. Kuna wimbo ambao unajulikana kama Tukabola Sentiment. Umechezwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anaitwa Joski Kiambukuta na TPOK Jazz. Wimbo wenyewe Tukabola Sentiment translates to let's share the feelings. It was released in 1979 and this is one of Joski Kiambukuta's greatest hits in Zaire, which is presently known as Congo, and it was popularly known as Lukusa Tanzi, which while in East Africa, I mean, this song was actually sung while these guys were in East Africa, and it was popularly also known as Kizunguzungu, kama umeisikia huo wimbo. It is one of the songs that made the period between the late 1970s and early 1980s to be the golden era of Congolese music. Bob Papa, unajua wimbo? Bob Papa ametoroka naye ndio nimetafutia wimbo. Hata mise ni sawa tu. Bob Papa, kaa hapo usikie wimbo unaitwa Kisungusungu. Sijui kama umeisikia huo wimbo.
Lazima nisikie hiyo tune ndio nikumbuke hiyo. Niko na nyingi kwa kichwa.
Haya, sawa. Wimbo wenyewe lyrics peke yake inasema sansa misato ya bolingo o mamae na kangi motema oku na lamur na tekinzoto na makanisi onzawe na kabinzoto na bashozi lialo lango na wei o mamae na sanzende mokili onga na lavie tanzi nangai o mamae na sanzi nde mokili ngo na lavi. Sasa huo wimbo hapo unamaanisha, unasema line ya kwanza inasema ni miezi mitatu, it's 3 months oh my love, ukisikia inasema oh mama inamaanisha oh mother. Yani unajua ni jina ya kusema mpenzi. Nakanga motema o naku lamur, yani I am closing my heart due to disappointments of my love. My body is damaged by worries. I neglect myself because of the problems of love. I suffer, oh mamai. That is nawei, oh mamai. Alafu inaendelea kusema I am nauseated by the world and life. My tanzi, oh mamai, I am nauseated. Ukisikia nasema nasanzi ndemokili ngo na lavie. Yani I am nauseated by the world of I'm nauseated by the world and life. Alafu kule chini naenda unajua pale chini naenda inachapa osilingai mposa ya kulingo sherie. Unajua hiyo sasa beat Bo Papa. Unaielewa hiyo? Nazui kisunguzungu ya bolingo mama na belinde ya maladi ya bushe loko satanzi oh papa loko sanalilio. Umeikamata sasa? Au kamati wimbo bana? Umeikamata sasa?
No, nimeikamata.
Haizi kamata saizi yako kwa inbox ya Julia anabembeleza Julia. Julia
auelewi hiyo wimbo?
Mimi nimeielewa. Hiyo ndio era ya kinamuzi. Naikumbuka vizuri sana. Wachana na mambo mengine. Mimi niko teke saa hii, hata niko soko.
Wewe Makiadi ufunga hiyo kitu bana.
Kwani Bob umerudi soko tena?
Mimi niko teke.
Kwani umeisikia ikicheza?
Bwana.
Pole bwana. Mimi nilikuwa nimeweka earphones ndio nikuimbie, lakini ni sawa. Kwani inasikika?
Inasikika huko bwana.
Pole. Sikuwa najua. Nilikuwa nafikiria nimemute, lakini pole.
Nilikuwa nadhani wewe ni Manifesto ulikuwa unasomewa unasomwa na Bob. Kwani Manifesto imekuaje tu?
Pace ndio iko too slow. I think Missy ako sawa. Missy aje?
JPT.
Wacha Bob aende achukue dawa kidogo ndio arudi. Sasa unajua Bob anakunywa dawa alafu kuja.
We jana tulipotoka hapa tuliacha kwamba Bob na Christine. Kwani what happened between yesterday and today?
Just see the way Missy has come in white. I like his voice. Adams, I'm so disappointed you couldn't vote for me as a brother, but Black have offered to vote for me. I'm done.
See, Daniel, I abstained, but this guy won. Bob won.
Adam is a watermelon. I've always said, but he called me a watermelon. Yesterday, he did demonstrate that he was indeed a watermelon.
Christine is unruly.
Sasa unajua, now that we are seeing that some peace ime prevail kwa sababu Adams you feel naona amerudi, it means that the charm offensive that we sent yesterday, DA ameenda amemwongelesha vizuri, naona you feel amerudi yuko hapa. DA naona yuko hapa pia amesha DA pia yuko well taken care of.
In fact, I need to
I hope Kusel is not going away because Dia was saying something.
Kusea amefunga kazi, unaona hata anaenda na taa. Wewe unataka akae hapa akifanya nini? Daktari amefunga kazi, unaona hata anafunga taa.
Labda amevaa short ama so mwambie kamera iko on.
Mise tafadhali focus on
the private chat. I wrote something there for you, Makiadi. Did you check the private chat?
Hebu nione, kindly let Eufine know that I have dedicated to her one of the best love poems by William Shakespeare. Eufine, habari imefika kwako namna hiyo. Adams amechagua msanii ambaye anajulikana kama William Shakespeare na akakurushia mistari kutoka pale. So kazi kwako sasa. Unaona Hosea amefunga kazi, hebu angalia. Hosea amefunga kazi, hata sijui mnataka afanye nini.
You know, Demba
anahama mpaka na taa. Demba, Hosea atarudi kesho kweli? Amehama mpaka na taa.
Amehama na taa, atakuja kesho.
Hosea, kamera iko on kama umevaa short.
Relax hapo kwa comment. Mambo iko shwari.
Daktari Hosea, zima kamera. Unajua unaweza kutuletea ile moto ya
Wajahkoya. Ngoja kidogo, Makiadi, kuna maswali DA alikuwa ameuliza, sijui ni maswali gani sijaona. Wewe uliona hiyo maswali?
Fungua roho dia, umeuliza swali gani hapa tukujibu?
Anasema mimi niko na maswali bado haijajibiwa Themba. Sasa sijui ni maswali aliuliza kwa Adams, ametupa mbao tena na no, Adams na Eufine wako sawa, ameshamdediketia Shakespeare the greatest poet. Acha nione, kuna moja imeandikwa hapa, sijui ni poem gani umemwandikia nani Eufine. Ni gani huyo umededicate kwa Eufine?
Adams umededicate gani? Unajua wewe ndio unajua.
I am very happy to see you.
Me too. I'm happy too. You look good. You look sharp.
My computer is letting me down, but just
aya, Themba, kwa hisani yako basi mtafutie mistari kutoka kwa Shakespeare hapo usome.
Ngoja nimtafutie Shakespeare. Yeah.
I just want to advise Adams na Miss. Unajua kama Adams sasa, angalia mtoto wa kike mzuri kama Eufine young anaenda kumletea mambo ya Shakespeare. Atasikia namna gani? Mbona unazeesha, unataka kuzeesha mtoto wa kike bwana?
Wewe acha bwana.
My friend Bob.
Demba iko maswali.
Wait, Bob.
Yeah.
You know, this is why women are running away from. Do you really know who Shakespeare is in this love arena? Do you really know the graphs of Shakespeare?
How can he know? How can he know, bwana? How do you expect him to know?
Do you know, Bob? Do you know? And if you know, why two
Demba.
Two living.
Dear niliuliza Makiadi, mbona hanisalimiangi na hata haniambiangi good night Maswali magumu hayo.
Uliuliza maswali
Nasikia naulizwa maswali magumu haya. Sasa dear, ingia kwa private chat hapo, utapata majibu mazito hapo. Unajua hapa sitaki watu wengi waone. Nimeona kuna mtu anaitwa Bans jana anataka kukata reli mapema na bado safari ni mrefu. So dear, kama unaweza ingia, kuna link hapo, hebu join hapo tuongee kwa private chat hapo. Ndio ndio hii maneno isuluhishwe kama watu wazima.
Dia is a very great lady. She did a marvelous job, and I think I owe a champagne. Dia, champagne. You did a good job. Good job.
Sasa unajua Adams, ukiongea vitu kama hizo champagne, ukiongea vitu kama champagne, sasa at least you are talking. Lakini ukianza kuleta mambo ya Shakespeare, ndugu yangu,
my friend,
mimi nikipita na Range Rover hivi ataenda.
lakini hizo tactics zimeisha, and Christine proved otherwise. So
haya, kuna hii hapa from the Hamlet. It's a Hamlet written by Shakespeare.
Yes, read. Eufine, this is yours. Eufine, this is yours. Take a maskio, please.
Okay. Doubt thou the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth be a liar, but never doubt I love.
But
you hear that?
Another link.
Mise, you need to use such kind of things.
Demba dia anataka link.
Letter DA and Adams.
You
Shida
know,
ni
I have never seen Adams akitoa meno mpaka nataka kuingia kwa screen. Jamaa ametoa meno. Adams,
anafuata
pole.
your footsteps.
Nilikuwa huko bana. Take it from me. It is not the best thing.
Let me tell you something, Bob. Bob, you know there are certain things which are in the DNA. Where I come from, we speak the language of love. You know, that is in the DNA. We are just like that.
Adam,
you know that.
There's also this one from the 12th Night by William Shakespeare. Now this one says that.
Go ahead.
If music be the food of love, play on. Give me excess of it. That's suffocating. The appetite may sicken and so die.
You see that? And Bob, I allow you to borrow that. But let it sink into you first, then you can borrow.
To use where, Adam? Why is he gonna use those words?
Oh, I didn't know that you've closed your door to him, Christine.
Oh, mimi niko kwa mise mbaya sana.
Makiadi.
Christine.
Can you tell them what? No, I want Makiadi to tell you guys what rumba can do, what Lingala can do. You know, hii mambo ingine ya Shakespeare hawezi enda mbali. Makiadi, can you explain to them the effect of rumba, the effect of TPOK?
You know rumba. You know Bob. I keep telling you to not speak a lot, okay? Kwa sababu ukiongea sana unachoma. Music is poem that has been sung. So unapoingia kama poetic language, you can write a poem and unaweza chagua kuiwimba. Sasa katika rumba hiyo ni poetry. That's art. Sasa kuna mwingine anapenda kuongea na mwingine anauimba. Sasa mostly unakuta nataka usikize nyimbo za kibongo hivi, inakuwa ni mashairi lakini wamefanya nini? Wameamua kuziimba. Endo usikize wimbo yote ya kibongo.
Yes,
wacha kuongea sana. Manake ukiongea unachoma.
A song is poetry.
Yeah. A song is poetry. Lingala hiyo ni poetry yote, wana you know, different. Ngine naimba Kiswahili kitukuzwe kwani lugha ya taifa. Baba mama. No, it's all music. It's all poetry.
You feel the DA wanataka kukuja.
Yeah, device yao haiko connected. Haiwezi nini. It's not connected.
No, the good thing is this, wacha tukifunga, manake kuna mtu ambaye anaenda tayari ameachwa. Papa Bob amerudi kwa soko. That's okay. Adams tayari dedication za Eugene hizo za ukiona mtu ana appreciate William Shakespeare, nakwambia that's someone
in short, Temba, in short, you know, some of us, unlike people like me, say we just read everything. With us, we read the right stuff. You do read the right things. You don't just read every garbage, include the manifesto of that man. You read the right stuff and you consume the right content. Then you relax.
Mise, please rebuttal. Adam,
I have some lines for you. I have been waiting for this moment, and whenever you're ready, honey, I will give them to you. Are you ready? Are you ready, Christine?
Yes, I'm very much ready.
I think my brother Adams underestimates my love for Shakespeare, and I'll prove him otherwise today. That my bounty is boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have. Both are intimate. So, from me to you.
Thank you so much, Bae.
Oh my God.
Yaani paka unaitwa bei.
Watu watoe kamba kwa room ya Bob, eh?
But
in the meantime, in the meantime, Christine, as he reads you for that, the same poet wrote this, as you like it. He says, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. So the same writer who wrote those, the same one who wrote that. So thank you so much.
Bob, kata miti pole
pole.
Bob ina ma exits peke yake. Kwa hizo line umesoma Bob ni exit. Mimi sijaona entry yenye yako nayo ya kukaa.
Lakini sasa what has happened here, at least Bob, because of Shakespeare, wewe na lingala zako
Wakiadi, mbona unaacha watu wanaharibu, wanatuchoma.
Wewe endelea kucheza lingala.
Listen, before we proceed to the next level, there's something coming up about Julia. Do you mind explaining and declaring your stand now?
I have no recollection of Julia. Neither do I know who that is, and neither have I heard that name. All that you hear is propaganda, and I encourage you to ignore it.
Mr. You know, this is my sister, and when you're talking like that, you have to look at me in the eye, because huko kwetu ukikuja tunaweza kukuchapa viboko.
Hiyo ni sawa. For anything for Christine. Kama ni tayari.
Wacha tufungie hapo kwa sababu naona wewe Papa Bob endelea kusikiza lingala polepole. Utapata mwingine ambaye yuko slow kama wewe.
Ndepa wacha tu mimi niseme niko sokoni. Hata saa hii I am even celebrating nikikula some chocolate.
No, but Bob, ukienda kuoga kurudi sokoni, take a shower with the right soap. Take a shower with the right soap. Hii mambo ya kutumia sabuni ya jogoo na nini, achana nayo. To use the right soap, you will be fine.
Nani anaoga na jogoo?
Ati yeye ni mzee, ati yeye amezoea ati jogoo.
Atumia ushindi sasa. Atumia ushindi ama sunlight.
Alafu nasikia hata anatumia jamaa.
Maybe Christine didn't like the smell of the soap you used.
Hapana, unajua wacha tuseme hivi. Unajua Christine was too fast, na Bob anataka lingala, vitu zinaenda mosmos. Amepata mise, anamchapia mistari ya Shakespeare. These are the things that zina excite Christine. Tukubali tu yaishe. I mean, easy vitu you cannot force.
I will donate Rexona for Bob or Imperial, sabuni ya Imperial ama Rexona.
Lakini mise sikia nikwambie kitu kama wewe tayari umeshashinda. You do not normally a good fighter. You don't meet someone, you don't fight someone who is already down. So you should be happy. Umeshinda, usiendelee kugonga mtu ambaye tayari yuko chini. It is not fair.
Temba, Papa jasema ako down. Papa is too excited and akula chocolate. He's not down.
What do you mean down? Where was he up?
Papa, don't worry. Papa, don't worry.
Niko sokoni.
Baba should concede. I've not heard him conceding.
He will concede.
Papa, just
one
make sure that
last thing.
Right soap and
earlier in the show,
mkumba.
no, earlier in the show, Deba, I saw new entrants. I was in the what do you call it? I was just watching on YouTube. So my intention to go back to the market will definitely yield fruits, and so I'm not worried. I'm actually enjoying myself. You know, I like leaving leftovers to miss it, so it's not a big deal.
That's okay. Most appreciated for your generosity, but I was wondering when you are going to concede.
No, you see, Papa, you are also messing tena. You know how you talk about your exes. It shows how the next you are going to treat them. So naona tayari umeanza kuzungumzia mwenzako vibaya. Na hiyo already inaonyesha vile ambavyo utatreat huyo mwingine. You need to
I told him.
I think he's a bitter ex.
Yeah, this one is a very bitter ex. How do you start saying ati umeachia bakshish? How do you even call Christine that way?
Usijali, there's no mark that has been left there. Usijali, it's still time.
Matter of fact, Christine, you went and showered and you came out very more than ever. So you're good.
Christine, Papa amesema ati unakaa kama ile ugali wa jana. Ugali.
It's still tight. It's still tight. Usikwe na wasiwasi.
See you guys. Enjoy. I wish you all the best. Mise, tafadhali tusije hapa na kilio tena. We are tired of kuachwa na kupatwa. At least there's stability in Makiadi's boma, there's stability in Adam's boma. Go Papa, kesho tunaenda kutafuta operation rudisha Julia. God bless you. God bless you.
Christine,
God bless you. See you tomorrow.
You're free to come back.